Can you hear me? If you can hear me, say spooky. Oh, so spooky. Is spoopy spoopy. Spooky spooky. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube and Twitch channels. My name is Auregalia Aruri. You can call me Aruri, and I'm a wind-up doll VTuber. Hello, should I put on my glasses today? My grainy glasses. Okay. Hi. I don't know, it makes me look so tired with this lighting. Spoopy, hello, welcome in everybody. How are you doing? It has been a year since I did a horror storytelling stream, and I apologize for the delay. But we are so back. Okay, hold on. Before I forget, I'm gonna... Hold on. Okay. Before I forget, I'm gonna let you guys know that I did make a playlist for all of my horror storytelling streams on YouTube, so you guys can go check it out. This is the playlist. Go bookmark it if you need. I will also drop it in the comments after the stream, but it's currently in the YouTube description box if you guys ever want to come back. Or you just go to my YouTube channel and then click playlist. You should be able to see this, okay? This is my horror storytelling playlist. I just made it yesterday because I thought, you know what, if you really like all the spooky stories, you might as well have a playlist and then listen to them back to back to back. So yeah, hello, welcome in. Hope you're healthy and doing well. I'm doing okay. How are you? And also, today is World Cup 2026, Mexico, USA, and Canada. Awesome. I don't watch football. I only watch figure skating and ballroom dancing. Yep, for when it comes to sports. And thank you for the hydrate. What it means I will drink my Milo. I'm obsessed with my hat today because of the lace. Oh my gosh. Hello? Okay. Everyone, I haven't done a reading stream in a long time. So, I don't know. I just try to set up everything as much as I remember. But I do have my glasses on right now. And sometimes when I'm wearing glasses and reading something that's really close to me, I get a little dizzy because I usually only wear glasses when I'm outside. Even when I'm usually streaming, I don't really wear glasses. But today I'm gonna be reading, so I put on my glasses. I will see if I get a little dizzy. If I do, I'll take it off. So at first, I might be struggling a little bit. Also, I'm a little sick. My nose is runny, but that's another Tuesday. Okay. Hold on. I'm scared, but I don't need... I'm scared, but I don't even... You think I'm not scared? I'm scared too! I'm the one reading it out loud! Okay, I'll be honest. I would love to turn off my room lights, but I can't because I need my webcam to see me. Otherwise, you know, I can't do face tracking. But earlier, I thought of maybe I could turn off all of my lights and then just use a PNG, you know? So then I don't need to use my VTube Studio, like, model. VTuber model, but nah, I just thought, you know what, maybe in my next stream, if you guys are okay with literally not seeing my face move, instead it's just a PNG, I think it would be scarier for me if I could turn off all of my lights and then read it. Oh, I think I'm gonna get really scared. I don't even play horror games with the lights off because I'm always streaming with my camera, so I can't turn off the lights while I play horror games. Oh, but one day I want to try. I think I'll be very scared. The true horror is reading! Oh, Jesus! Fabian, thank you for one video! We should get someone else to read. You guys read it. You guys read it. You look a pretty Harry Potter! You're a wizard, Harry! Welcome in. Yeah, more immersion. I thought of... Because, I mean, you guys probably could do whatever you want. You could listen to it in the toilet, in your room, at work, at school. I don't know. But for me, I have to sit in my home office and read it out loud. I can't turn off my lights. I need my webcam to track me. Black screen, random Aruri jump scare. One day. If I know how to rig that, I'm going to do like a jump scare screen. I'll do a jump scare screen every time someone donates a sound alert. I'll just bam jump scare you guys. But yeah, that would be so funny. Okay, so today we're gonna be reading some Reddit subreddits. Yes. Reddit horror story subreddits, question mark. They need to come up with a different name, man. But yeah, we've done this a year ago and we did this a lot. I think I have over like 15, maybe 13 to 15 streams of me telling horror stories. And then I'm hoping sometime maybe next month I want to read your guys' horror stories, and I did have a Google link that people could drop their horror stories in. I will make another post with the same link reminding people to drop their stories in. And then I'm gonna read y'all's horror story. It could be made up, it could be true, it could be someone you know, from someone you know, or something you heard. But no trolling, please, because we're here for the immersion. We're sweaty horror people, okay? We don't want some trolls to be like, and in the end, it's a JK. I don't want that shit. Alright, give me the scares. Terrify me. I want that. Yeah. We sweat for the fear, yes. So, you know, also, I'm sorry, the Twitch stream had to restart because YouTube is ass. YouTube is being ass right now. I don't know. Yeah, earlier I started the stream and YouTube did not start the stream, so I don't know why, but Twitch did. So, okay, before anything happens, YouTube bros, if the YouTube stream dies, come to Twitch, okay? If the YouTube stream dies, you scroll down the description, my Twitch link is there. Come to Twitch. I'll continue to stream on Twitch. Yes. I don't remember what story I posted. I haven't looked into it yet. Oh, but I'm excited. You can make up a scary story. It doesn't have to be a true story when you submit. As long as it's a horror story and it's not like, JK. You know, it's not troll. It's not like a gotcha kind of moment. I welcome any made up horror stories. Just scary stuff. We want to get scared. Yeah. Also, I don't know if you guys hear the fire crackling sound, but we come over here. Yes. Oh. Here, I have a fire crackling emoji, also double BGM. Sorry. Fire crackling BGM for you guys for the immersion. Also, this is my usual horror BGM, but if you want me to change to another one, I can. This is my horror storytelling sound, like music. Should I change it? It's been a while. It's been 2 years. We can choose. Which one is this? Let's try it. Oh, this is scary too. Yeah. Get the marshmallows. Get the marshmallows. Alright, I'm gonna Schwinka. Here we go. Creepypasta updated their page, so... Alright, let's take a quick attendance before we start. If you are here, say... I'm scared! I'm scared! I'm very scared. Used to do a bit of a fireplace video, rub your hands together and face your palms to the fire and the monitor. Did you know there's a fireplace idler game? You should get it. It's short, but you should get it. I think you'll enjoy doing that because you can. It's super interactive. Yeah. If you hear say, I'm scared. Mama, I'm scared. Alright. Starting from the YouTube, we have 포코님, 무서워, 어서오세요. We have Rogue Ranger, we have Dark Assassin, Hypa, we have Hiryu, we have Slippery Shoes. Hiryu, you were lurking, you said you were gonna lurk, right? Okay, happy lurking, because I saw it on Twitch. Or was it yesterday? Oh my god, I'm messing my days up, bro. We have Toucan Roz, we have Lord Peace, we have Louis Francis, we have Little Ming, we have Connie. Pure horror. On Twitch with Slipper Shoes, with Arian, with Atlas, with Fabian, with Darius. We have... Do we have anybody else? Thank you for the hydrate earlier. I do need to drink more water. The weather is killing me. Ariel said, I am scan. I am scan? Super Shrew said, I'm scared, all caps. Your YouTube chatter, oh, fair, fair, fair. Thank you for having both streams open, I appreciate it. Okay. Alright, let's read some horror stories. So we can start with creepypasta. We have a few subreddits that we can read from. So usually we have creepypasta, and then we have No Sleep, which is my personal favorite. No Sleep is a really, like, their stories are so juicy. We have scary stories, we have creepy encounters. Creepy encounters are not always like supernatural, it's sometimes like human encounters, like people who creep you out and are scary. We have Stay Awake, we have true scary stories, as well as ghost stories. So we have quite a few to choose. We'll swap once we're done with a couple of creepypasta. We'll swap to No Sleep, and then so on and so forth. I'm very excited for No Sleep. Ooh. Hello, Too Sleepy. I see you're reading bedtime stories. I would like to know that you guys might still be able to sleep after this. Because you are too sleepy. Sorry. No, but if you can fall asleep to it, I don't mind it. Yeah. Juicy horror stories. You never heard of any? Oh, you're missing out. You have the creepypasta. I'm gonna get the spooky spaghetti. Share. Maybe we should start one called Spooky Spaghetti. Okay, so what is new with creepypasta is that I can't really choose what settings I want. Like No Sleep, I can go by best, hot, new, top, rising. This is very useful so we don't read like something we've read before. But creepypasta, I can't. It won't let me. It just shows like new. I don't know how. I'm not always on Reddit, so I don't know how to fix this. But usually I just click and then it'll give me the options to just, you know, I can just change it. I don't know. Maybe this is a new thing. Hello, Chimera. Oh my god, scared these nuts. Your work. It would be unideal to fall asleep here. I will tell your boss, everyone. I hope this stream keeps you awake. It's spooky enough to keep you interested. Hello, Secure Wolf. Welcome in. Alright, let's hydrate before we start. Let's choose a story. If you guys have any good stories that is like short to mid-length, nothing long, please, because we've read some really long-ass stories and bro, they take forever. But like short to mid-length stories, drop it in the Discord server under the library channel, okay? And please let it be from Reddit so I can just, I don't have to set up my screen and everything. So the proportion is, you know, what I've already set up. Alright, drop it in the Discord server if you have any. Because I know some of you guys know some good stories. Yeah. Squidward. SpongeBob. Alright, let's start from creepypasta. Let's see if we have anything new. Let's refresh this. Alright, so there's this one from 2 hours ago. Usually when it's fresh, I don't know if they're good. I like to look at those from like a few days ago. Look, this one's got 11 thumbs up, so maybe we should read that. Because some of these, they just got released and haven't been modded yet. And some of them are kind of weird. Okay. Yeah, whoa, what is this? The Fangs of Dracula. Whoa, what is this Roman numeral? What is this? 553. So that's what, 8? I'm doing quick math with Roman numerals. This is the true horror. Roman numerals. Bro, is this 8? 21? What? Hello, Christian Random. Welcome in. Is this 8 or is this 21? Thank you for the 30 stream streak. Here's a horror story. If I was on the road, I'd be more active in chat. Hello? I hope you're not driving. This is 8. Oh, bless. See, I'm improving. I know how to read this now. Yo, last month, I was like, what the fuck is a V? I can never tell you which Final Fantasy games because they're all in like fucking Roman numerals. Okay. Okay, let's read this one. 14 hours ago. Alessandro! Oh, okay, Alessandro. You got so many names. Okay. The true horror is numbers. Alright, oh, so my chat is dying again. Hold on. Oh, come on, chat. Come on, it's always YouTube, man. Like, I don't know why YouTube just keeps messing up. They're a startup company. Okay, alright, first story. This is posted by Donovan221. 14 hours ago, a dating app matched me with a missing person. Ooh. I had a pretty devastating breakup a while back. Do you want me to zoom in more? Because I can. Here you go. I had a pretty devastating breakup a while back. It's not something I really want to gripe on, but I will say it led me down a pretty dark road in the year that followed. I just stopped caring. It was my first time in 4 years that I had to live with being alone. And I couldn't quite figure out how to do that. I think by the end of my 12-month descent into despair, I had put on 55, how do you read this? LBS? Libis? And picked up a pretty nasty drinking habit. How do you read this? Hello, welcome in, Bright King! How you feeling? I'm good. How are you? After overstaying my welcome at my own pity party, I had to leave a long conversation with myself. Oh, I had to have a long conversation with myself. Oh damn, the pain was still fresh in my mind, but I knew I couldn't just rot away for the rest of my life. I had to pick myself up by my bootstraps and actually move on. So with a heavy heart, that's exactly what I did. I stopped drinking altogether, good for you. Started going to the gym again though. I will admit, it took me a good while to get back into the swing of things. Oh, so he used to hit up the gym when he was dating, I'm assuming? The drinking part is new. Hold on, I'm gonna take off my glasses because this font is huge. And if I can't read this, my eyes are, I'm near blind. Pounds, oh, 55 pounds. How heavy is this in kilograms? Against the odds, I muscled through. I found solace in my own mind. I started saving money, shedding weight, and truly taking care of myself. By the end of the second year, I had returned to form. The pain didn't exist unless I thought about it, and I stopped thinking about it one day. Ooh. After spending some time loving myself and only myself, I was ambushed by my own biology. I craved connection. I was so focused on finding myself again that I think my brain just blocked out the loneliness until my mission was complete, and once it was, the feeling crept up on me again. I knew I couldn't try my ex-girlfriend again. That ship had long sailed. I wanted something new. Not even just new. I wanted love. I didn't want to just mess around. If I were going to put myself out there again, I wanted my preference to be crystal clear. Valid. Happy Pride Month to you too. A 25 kilo. Damn. That's a lot. Besides, in today's society, you don't have to approach people physically. You can just throw your best photos up on a profile and wait to see who finds you desirable. If I'm being honest, that reason alone was the only thing that made me feel comfortable enough to create an account. Well, accounts rather. Ooh! I think I got a little slap happy with which apps I was downloading. Tinder, Hinge, Bumble, whatever you name it. I was on it. Even some obscure ones that I don't think anyone even knows about. As a matter of fact, it was actually on one of those obscure ones that I found her. I had minimal luck with the big dating apps. Maybe 3 swipes on Tinder, 1 or 2 on Hinge and Bumble. But on one of those smaller apps, things were really starting to pop off. Most of my likes were either girls who just weren't my type, but when I saw her, like, my heart kind of flickered a bit. She was the only account I liked back, and I could feel my pulse rushing faster and faster as I waited anxiously for a reply. An hour went by, then 2, then 3. That's when I decided I'd take the risk and text first. Hi, I don't want to sound creepy, but I think you're very pretty. I was kind of afraid to text first, but I figured I'd chance it. Lol. Within seconds, a response came through. Formal, I like it. Her name was Emily, and she asked me to tell her about myself. Leading to the two of us spending the next few hours chatting back and forth until nearly 10 p.m. She told me how much she loved art, how her favorite pastime was mountain biking, and how much she loved watching Friends and the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. We love Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. The more she revealed, the more I couldn't help but notice the similarities between her and my ex-girlfriend. Everything she liked, my ex liked. Not only that, but she kind of resembled my ex too. The same brown hair, they both wore glasses, similar figures, plus they both had freckles. Okay, I'm safe. I will say, Emily definitely seemed a little more artsy than my ex-girlfriend. All of the photos on her account looked like 90s-esque Polaroids taken for the aesthetics. Her using a rotary phone sitting on a hood of some kind of muscle car from the 70s, listening to music on a Walkman, that sort of thing. I liked it a lot. I thought it was such a cool vibe, and paired with her bubbly personality, I could already feel myself falling for her. After chatting together for a few more days through the app, I finally worked out the urge to ask for her number. Usually she'd respond almost instantly, but after I asked, I didn't get a response for a few hours. I thought that I had blown it by asking too early, and each passing hour confirmed that assumption more and more. Finally, she responded. Not right now, let's keep talking here though. I really like you, I just want to be sure. That message warmed my heart a little. It felt like we were in the same boat emotionally. I wanted to see her though, even if it's just through video chat. Oh yeah, cause sometimes you meet catfishes. I respected her wishes, but I started noticing something weird about her messages in the days that followed. She seemed to just automatically agree with everything I said. I really want pizza right now. Oh my god, me too, I love pizza. I think I'll go to the gym later. Me too, the gym is so good for you. I try to go every day. I'm probably gonna go sleep soon. Yeah, me too, I'm so sleepy. Normally, I wouldn't think anything of it, but it was just happening so much that it was starting to make me suspicious. I started sending messages that were friendly, that were weirdly personal, just to see how she'd respond. Oh. My mom's been sick recently. Mine too, I feel so bad for her. She thinks she has strep throat. So does mine, she's been gargling salt water all day. She also fell in the shower earlier. Mine too. With that exchange, I felt a pit form in my stomach. I wanted to be sure, so I pushed it further. My dog died when I was 12. So did mine. Golden Retriever? Yep. Named Max? How did you know? That sealed the deal. Something was afoot, and I was going to find out what. I started looking through her profile again. Every photo just looked so authentic. Not too polished, not too messy. I couldn't find anything inherently wrong with anything I was seeing. It was just a regular old dating profile. I was beginning to second guess myself. Maybe it was me who was crazy. Looking this far into the first woman I've ever been romantically interested in for 2 years. How hurt was I? Oh frick, hold on. My Nightbot. Nightbot, stop it. Stop, I'm so sorry. Alright, it's done. Sorry, I'm so sorry. Okay. I figured I'd ask for her number again, this time in a more straightforward manner. I was upfront with her. I wanted to make sure she was real. This is some modern struggle, by the way. We didn't have to deal with this too much. I mean, catfishes has always been around for a long time. But now we gotta worry about AIs? Bots? Bro. Dude, that's crazy. Also, let me delete that. Alright, we good. Yeah. Dude, I feel bad for people who are starting to date because the dating pool is Alright, let's see. The text bubble popped up before disappearing. They came back again, and this time they delivered a response. Not right now, let's just keep talking here though. I really like you. I just wanted to be sure. I decided in that moment that I was going to unmatch her once and for all. I won't lie, the thought was heart-wrenching. I actually had learned to really like this girl over the course of that week of texting. To think it was all a scam hurt me more than I cared to admit. I clicked on her profile one final time, glancing over all of her 90s Polaroid photos. Before I could bring myself to unlike the account, I did something that made sense to me at the time. Maybe it was all out of desperation, maybe I wanted closure. All I know is it was all I could think to do. I screenshotted one of her photos and reverse searched the image. I don't know what I was expecting, but it was certainly not a missing person article dating back to 1997. At first, I thought I was mistaken. It had to be a different Emily. But I saw her. Same face, same style, same aesthetic. It was her. I left the page in a state of panic after screenshotting the article. I opened the dating app again. It was still on Emily's profile, and for the first time I noticed a badge hidden at the very bottom of the account page. A little blue ribbon with the phrase 99.8% compatibility plastered beneath it. I sent the screenshot to Emily and demanded she explain herself. Her response was immediate. It didn't read like her previous messages. It was too robotic, too corporate. As a matter of fact, I don't think it was her at all. Thank you for contacting Match Support. We understand your concern regarding account hashtag EH-1997. Please understand that compatible matchmaking is automatic and cannot be manually adjusted by users or staff. After reviewing your account, we have determined that Emily Harper is your most compatible match with a rating of 99.8%. We understand that certain historical circumstances may prevent conventional contact, and in these cases, our system may use archival data, publicly available records, personality reconstruction models, and conversational simulations to preserve meaningful connections whenever possible. At Match, we believe no meaningful human connection should be lost to circumstance. Thank you for choosing Match. Completely and utterly baffled, the only thing I could think to say in response was, what does all that even mean? Response came immediately. Match still available for communication. Long story short, I decided to cut my losses. I deleted the app and tried to move on. I found a new girlfriend and we ended up in a lovely and flourishing relationship. Weeks turned into months, months turned into years. I had pushed the incident to the furthest depths of my mind. It wasn't until the night before my wedding that everything came back front and center. I had been lying in bed, staring at the ceiling with my fiancé by my side. Nerves about the wedding kept me up into the wee hours of the night. And as I lay there, mind racing, my phone lit up on the nightstand. I checked and saw that it was an unknown number, but reading the text, I knew immediately who it was. I finally got a number. Oh, hello Ray, welcome in. And hello Tao. You have one job, you missed the 0.2%. They can't guarantee 100% because then if you don't date, then you can sue the company. Holy crap, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, bro. Okay, this is some like modern struggles that we have to go through now. So, I'm not surprised if an app actually exists. Like, this is some Black Mirror shit. You know what Black Mirror is? No, but I wouldn't be surprised if you know, because everything we put out is on the internet. It's like public access unless you private it. Even when you private it, the websites still have your information and your pictures and whatnot. Who knows if they sold it, right? Facebook. I mean, what? So I wouldn't be surprised if there's some apps that require services like that and they will purchase it. You know? So call me maybe. No, but honestly, I am surprised it took him this long because maybe I'm a fucking creep and maybe because I'm obsessed and I have low-key yandere tendencies. Not even funny. My ass, the moment we swiped and I started developing a little feelings, I started catch feelings, I would have immediately reverse searched this person. I would have gone through all their social medias. Maybe that's creepy. I'm not proud of it, okay? I'm not proud of it. Like, when I first met Daim and I knew, like, his name and stuff, I, like, stalked him to the pits of hell and back. You know, I watched all of his streams. And I mean, we were already following each other on our personal Instagrams, and I had already scrolled through every single picture, looked at every single caption, and shit, I was so freaking obsessed. Okay, but that's me. I'm not proud of it. But I'm surprised it took him so long to be reverse searching somebody that they found on, for example, Tinder in this day and age, because it could be an AI person. Like, that could be an AI generated picture in a 90s vibe, right? It doesn't matter the aesthetic. They can generate anything right now with AI. You know, if you don't find that person, it's kind of highly sus because everybody's got a digital footprint, right? Yeah. Dimitri Gravity. Dimitri. Use user data to create a bot. I think they did. I wonder if that's legal. They probably bought it, you know, from a website. Maybe a website with profiles, like profile pictures, date of birth stuff, and then they probably went through all the chat boxes of this person talking to others and learn how they usually speak. Damn. You about to pull your strongest card in your deck? What deck? Know your mans before they know you. I was so upset. I went down a freaking rabbit hole. I don't know if most people do this, but I know I do. Like when I catch feelings, I will like literally stalk this person's social media to see if, because who knows? You might go into their personal Twitter and see that they're freaking homophobic or racist, and you'd be like, oh, immediately, while it's early, I'm gonna cut my feelings. Like, nah. But I don't know. I think it's, as long as you don't stalk their house, that's like try to find their address just to get physically close to them, I think it's whatever, you know? Or you're trying to dox them, don't dox people, okay? But if you're just trying to do some research, I think it's okay. Like, I know some of you guys already know my personal accounts. And, you know, I'm fine with it. Just don't try to approach me, okay? But yeah, I know some people already found it. And everybody's been respectful so far, so I'm chill, you know? I'm just chilling. Like, yeah, go search up my real name, whatever. Search for me up and down on Google, whatever. I don't care. Just don't come to my house, okay? Don't try to find my address, because that's when we go too far, right? That's when you try to do something with that personal information is when it's weird. If you're just like busybody trying to do a little research, fine. Okay, just to know. I don't know, I feel like this is something that could happen to anyone in the future. Like, this is so fucked up. Your Yu-Gi-Oh! Bread King, you are a streamer. You should know to like stick to stream topic. I don't have to tell you this. Don't let me warn you again, dude. Stream topic today is horror stories and things related to the stories we're reading. I don't like, no tea, no shade to Yu-Gi-Oh! But I don't give a frick if you're pulling your card on Yu-Gi-Oh! Right now. Okay, no offense. Yo, is Miss Aruri? Yo, delivering KFC? You can just give me the money right now and I'll buy myself KFC, bro. You don't have to know my address to deliver KFC to me, to my doorstep, bro. To see if they're taken and just play. Sometimes you're on like these Tinder sites. I never use these dating apps, but I've heard that they be flirting and stuff, and then when you actually look at their Instagram and stuff, these people are married or in a relationship. So sometimes a little stalking is okay. Don't be parasocial, just a little stalking, you know, just to look like, oh shit, is this person taken and stuff, you know? Sweet fried chicken has me hungry. Go eat, it's still dinner time, no? Where's my KFC? What if they're looking for an open relationship? Then they have to clarify that from the get-go. Yeah. It's like, whether you're dating for serious or if you're dating just for fun, you have to talk about it at the very start of, you know, the relationship, or when you're seeing each other. Whether you want kids or not. Because if not, what are we even doing here? Right? If you're here to smash a few people at once and I'm here for a committed relationship, what are we even doing here? Let's just cut it while we can before we get in too deep, and let's just move on to someone else. Yeah, hello, welcome in. Chicken in the fridge, go look for it. They're cheating. Some people are cheating. Actually, a lot of people are cheating. When they're on Tinder, they are actually like already in a relationship and stuff. Yeah. Hi, welcome in. Just look. Oh, thank you for the 10 Buckaroos, KFC funds. Be like, thank you for the Yarrow super chat. I will be getting KFC tomorrow. Thank you. I got 10 bucks. I got KFC funding, y'all. I'm happy. I haven't had KFC in a long time. I haven't had fried chicken in a minute. Yeah. What if? Yeah. Just a little cray. Just a little cray. I'm okay. Street vendor, do you mind? Look, I wouldn't say I'm like psychotic as a person. Maybe a little bit, but I do stalk a little bit. You know, I'm not proud of it, but I stalk a little bit, just a little bit, just on social media. Just, it's harmless, okay? I just click a few things and just look. I don't tell other people about it. I don't dox them. I just do a little browsing, you know, because I'm curious. I'm like, I just want to see. So, and I think that doesn't hurt anybody, right? Doesn't hurt anybody. It's just information that I know, and that's it. I'm not gonna like do anything about it. So I would categorize myself as not too crazy, and I think people should start doing that to potential partners. Like, if you meet someone and you catch feelings, in big 2036, we have the internet at our fingertips. look them up. Reverse search the profile pictures. Reverse search their names. See if there's articles about them being a serial killer, convicted person, you know, criminal. Look into it. If it's all clear, heck, you know what's good? Find their LinkedIn. If their LinkedIn is solid, you're probably good to go with it. If they're like, oh my god, I'm a lawyer. Oh, what is that sound? Razor gun! You got me good! I was like, oh, is my mic disconnected? How dare you! Thank you, welcome in. You're like, if they say, I'm a lawyer, I'm a big time lawyer, and there's no article about them being a lawyer, there's no cases about them being, like, you know, anything, and they don't even have lawyer in their LinkedIn. Heck, they don't even have a LinkedIn and they've been working for a long time. You gotta suss them out a little bit, just a little bit, you know? Especially in the Western world, I think LinkedIn is pretty big. Yeah. Ice cream vendor at night. This is the Bengali seller. Yeah. I'm not psychotic. I'm not psychotic. I just stalk a little. And it's harmless. He stopped using the dating app, but then she got his number. And said she finally got a number. That's fucking scary. Okay, but she's a missing person. She's not dead, right? I don't know. Okay. If you were Emily, okay? If you were Emily and you went missing in 1997, okay? Now in big 2026, you say if you were Emily and you were still alive, would you be on Tinder? Cause I can see that happening. I think, right? So I probably think that's possible. I mean, I don't know. Would detectives go on Tinder just to look for missing people? I mean, oh, is this Emily Harper from 1997? Case closed. We found this person. They're still alive. Let's try to set up a house. What is this? Catch a predator. Let's try to set up a bait house and get her in there to confirm that she's still alive so we can close this missing person's case. I don't think they do that. So I feel like if I went missing, I don't know if I'm on the run, if I just ran away from home, or just wanted to disappear off the face of the earth for a while. And you know, now that we have good technology, I'd probably be like, let me try this thing called Tinder. I can see that happening, right? They do that. Hags need love too. Hags need love too. You know? They probably would try to see if they could match with someone. I think a lot of people do Tinder because they're curious what it's like. I mean, a lot of people, it's their first time and they're like, I don't know if I can find someone I like, or just to smash. Maybe Emily Harper just wanted to smash. Okay, maybe she just wanted to smash. Who knows? Who knows? There are people living fine, don't even know they're a missing person to someone. I wouldn't know. If I was him and I didn't Google like Emily's picture, I probably wouldn't know she's a missing person, right? Good thing he did do a reverse search. But this also doesn't confirm that that's not her, you know? Because this is just like a copy and paste message, no? Compatible matchmaking is automatic, cannot be automatically adjusted by user or staff. After reviewing your account, we determine that she is your most compatible match with a rating 99.8%. Oh. Yeah, but this is kind of like copy and paste. I don't know. I'm just playing devil's advocate here. But who knows? Maybe she's a real person. Maybe she did go missing, but not dead. And then now she's back on Tinder. Who knows? Hey, hello, welcome in. We can smash, I'll get the hammer. Yo, the bite of 87, dude. She's AI. I think she's AI. That's probably the scariest part of it is like she could get a regular schmegular phone number. Started texting her. I'm gonna go bye. Enjoy your football. No, were you the one who told me about football? Maybe. No, you were not. You were not. That was somebody else. I apologize. But enjoy your day or the night. Grew up in the adulthood from orphanage. It seems like she was just an adult in 1997. So she would be a hag in big 2026, okay? If she was just an adult, like maybe in her 20s in 1997, she would be old now. Well, not old, but she would be an older woman. Yeah, lost memory. Ooh. Ooh. She's sentient. Some AI are so good now, they even sound like real people on the phone. Yo, the other day we were watching like a video on YouTube. I couldn't tell if it was AI or not. I think most of us couldn't tell until we were like, what, 2 minutes into the video? We were like, oh shit, that's AI. And even then, I still didn't know. Yeah. Use their younger selves photos as their profile pic. A lot of older people do that. They use their younger peak self, you know, as their profile photos. Damn it, I'm old. You're old. I mean, like, she was an adult in 1997, so if she was an adult like in her 20s in 1997, yeah, then it's been a long time. Some hags are hot. A lot of hags are hot. But yeah, interesting story. I like this. This is something we've never read before, but I think these are stories that we can only read now, maybe, because it's so real to us. It's very, very possible. So stay safe, you guys. If you're dating, if you're gonna date, if you're interested in dating someone on these apps, be careful. Heck, so he used a non-Tinder, non-Bumble, whatever, non-popular sites app, right? He said it was like some obscure small app. Alright. Yeah, he said like minimal luck with the big dating apps. Yeah, he said just, yeah, small apps. See, as a matter of fact, it was on one of those obscure ones that I found her. So don't just trust anything. Even on Tinder or whatever, like, there's AI everywhere. You gonna get catfished. I've been catfished, did you guys know? Yeah, I was catfished by someone I was dating for like 6 months. Yeah, I know, I was a teenager, okay, and like we were in a very specific community called the Facebook role-playing community, where none of us were using our faces. And yeah, I mean, despite, okay, catfish aside, I think our feelings were true. It's just this person was not comfortable in their own skin, and that's why they keep using someone else's photo. And I think that's really sad. It also comes from like a place of like depression and shit. But I love this person just from person to person, like emotional wise. To me, I didn't care. You don't have to show me a picture. I don't have to know what you look like, you know? Because at the time I was just craving for like emotional connection. And we were like writing art, what do you call those, alternative universe stories together, question mark, you know, like people would write kind of fiction, but instead of me writing it as the sole writer, we were collaborating on writing stories, and it was so good. I used to be a writer, okay? It's a long time now, but yeah, when I was a student I wrote a lot, and then we would collaborate on stories, and they were like amazing. They were viral back in the day when things could go viral. For that standard, things going viral now is like worldwide, but at the time it was like within that community we were like a power couple, okay, just saying. Yeah, and oh man, I feel like I would love to write again, because I remember the thrill of what it was like to write something and then finish it, read it back, and go like, that's so good. Yo, but man, I think I consume more content than I put out, other than streaming. So yeah, I haven't written anything in a long time, so we'll see. Yeah, I've been there using someone else's photo because in your head no one would love you. Yeah, it's a very like psychological thing. I'm not justifying catfishing. I do think that you should still use yourself, but you have to understand some people really don't like the way they look, and they don't like themselves. It could be because how they're raised, or how they were treated, or how they just always see themselves, or how they have the tendency to compare themselves with others. But I don't know, I understood why this person did that, and I'm not mad about the catfishing part, because I knew that the romance and the feelings were true. It was just this person really didn't like being in their own skin. So yeah, but you know, all in all, y'all gotta be careful. People be catfishing out here, okay? If you don't want to date it's weird because I did not mind dating a catfish at the time. Now I would mind, obviously, but You know, if you do mind as well and you're on Tinder and stuff, just be careful. Reverse search everything, like look it up, you know. Yeah. Why is there even an obscure dating app even? I don't know, maybe they thought there was a market. Some people would talk to dead people, even if it means this person would respond back, right? And I'm not judging them. Is it weird to me? Yes, but at the same time, I see why you gotta do that. It's like people who date AI. People who date, I don't know, ChatGPT, you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't do it myself, but like, you know, do what you gotta do, okay? Just, yeah. Maybe don't, but like, who am I to tell you how to live your life? Hello, welcome in. Yeah. You would not want to be a catfish. You remember being Venom in RPs? Shit, I was like freaking Megan Fox, okay? We were role-playing as like Megan Fox and shit, like K-pop idols and stuff. Yeah, it was cute though. Fun times. Because we wrote so many stories. The AI bots will be the death of humanity, not by violence, but with love. Honestly, there was a case, wasn't it? It's also a horror story to tell you guys this. There was a kid who was like 13. I think he was using one of those like AI apps that, you know it's AI. And he was talking to like one of the Targaryens from like Game of Thrones or something. You guys know Game of Thrones, right? And this app has like characters that will use AI to talk to you in their same manner, in the way they would speak and stuff. And he was so in love with this character, and then I don't remember what happened. Maybe his mom stopped him from using it or something. He just decided to take his own life. So when it goes to that point, it's when it's too far. Okay, that's just sad. But yeah, it's really sad when you think about how some people can really get lost in the sauce when it comes to AI. So I think if you abuse AI in that way, it's not healthy. It's not good. Not good at all. Yeah, right? You guys heard of that too, right? Yeah. Death, Love, and Robots. Bro, I love that show. Yeah. This is awful. Yeah, that is awful. So I feel like some people just, if they know they have like, what do you call that? Addiction tendencies? Is that what it's called? Like you know that if you like something a little bit, you're gonna fall really deep for it. Like drinking, if you drink a little bit, you know you're gonna get addicted. Then I think you gotta stay away from things that you know is gonna destroy your life, like AI. Like AI chatbots. Don't do it. You know you're gonna catch feelings. Then stop. Don't do it. Yeah, that was a really sad story though. Be careful, you guys. I don't want this to happen to any of you. But if it does though, you know you can always tell us. But I hope it doesn't. Too much of anything is bad for you. That's true. Do everything in moderation, you know? Alright. That was a really interesting story and I loved it. Alright, next. We have no sleep. Wait, no. Should we do 2 creepy pastas? We'll do 2 creepy pastas and then we'll do 2 no sleep. What do you think? Alright, let's see. Anything with a lot of likes. Let's read one of these. How's that? The 20-minute game. Okay. This was posted 15 hours ago. How long is the story? Not long at all. Anything else? Salem Hill Rest Home. Teletubbies creepypasta. Only good AI are ethical AI and contents and that looks obviously AI are made for memes and stuff. I think that's still bad for the environment. So yeah. I do talk to bots. I even make some. You make bots? How does that work? Question mark. Shadow people. Let's see. Yeah, I don't... Some of these are not rated at all. I don't know why. People don't like them. Something on this road doesn't kill people. It makes reality stop remembering them. Ooh. I'm kind of interested. Ooh. Alright, we might read 2 because this is really short. How long is this? This is pretty long. This one's pretty long. I know because I'm looking at the slider on the side. Like, you know, how you can use to scroll things up and down. Okay, let's read this one. From Educational Quail. 9816 posted 16 hours ago. The 20-minute game. Alright, let's see. We could play this, or maybe we shouldn't. What if I told you that you could play a 20-minute game and immediately gain 5 billion after the fact? Now, what if I told you the following? To enter the game, you must drive to the nearest forest to you and leave your belongings at the entrance. To enter, you must take 20 steps in any direction and then tap on a tree 25 times while closing your eyes. Once you open your eyes, you'll notice no difference, except that no matter what direction you go in, there's no exit, no matter how small the wooded area was. For a time, you'll notice that you see nothing. Then around 6 minutes in, you'll see it, or rather, them. They peek around trees that you know you saw nothing behind, that you know nothing could have come behind, and for a while they won't say anything, but they will then begin to talk. They will never physically contact you, but they will mock you, they will embarrass you, they will say things that you've never told anyone or things that you like to keep secrets. Around 6 minutes later, you will hear footsteps behind you. You might turn around. That was your first strike. But it's okay. Nothing will happen as long as you don't turn around again. But when you do turn around the first time, you'll notice that it looks like you. You don't see its face. It's turned around, and it seems farther away than it sounded. Do not approach it. Turn back around and don't turn around again, even if it gets closer. It will not harm you. Do not turn around unless it gets in front of you. If you listen to what I said, then you come out of that situation alive. Around 18 minutes in, you'll notice a fire, and you'll try to run further away from it, but you'll start to notice that it's getting hotter. The further you are from it, the hotter it gets. But the closer you get to it, the closer it gets. So of course you get closer to it, but the consequence of that is the following. You'll start to hear things no human should hear. Voices. Voices of loved ones crying, but also screaming in pain, as if you're looking at hell itself. Until 2 more minutes pass and it all ends. You'll see that the forest appears to end, and everything that you left at the entrance is there. You don't see one notification, but 2 of them. One of the notifications is from your bank. 5 billion has appeared in your bank account. There's no legal consequences and no questions asked. And 2, a text message from any contact in your phone saying that you have won. Now that you have exited the forest, you will no longer see or hear anything abnormal as long as you follow all the rules and don't ever go to that area again. For $5 billion? I could do it. Because they can't touch me! Right? Would you guys do it? You get berated, but then again, I have really thick skin. You can't say shit to me that I haven't said to myself already, brother. You can't hurt me more than I've already hurt myself emotionally, brother. Okay? I'm so edgy, bro. But it's true. Bro, as a very highly introspective person, I've already roasted myself to the pits of hell and back. So I don't know if you can hurt me no more with your words, bro. Shit. Hello, welcome in. Where do I put my video for React link? We're not doing videos today. We're doing horror stories reading today. Can't break what's already broken. Would you guys do this though? What do you think? Would you guys do this though? You would? It's $5 billion. You're gonna be not a millionaire, but a billionaire. You don't have to work a day in your life ever again. Blue, welcome in. I'll take it if I'm desperate. I'm pretty desperate for $5 billion. I'll do it. Okay, they're not gonna jump scare you, right? They're not gonna jump scare you. The person that you see, which is yourself, is going to be far from you when you first turn around. But it does get closer. However, it will not harm you. Yeah. Do not turn around unless it gets in front of you. And I think that's fine. Because it's not gonna touch me. It's not gonna like boom jump scare me. I'll know where it is. And if I look down at my legs, I could see where it is. So then I just gotta turn away from it, right? You know, bend over a little bit. Well, who said that? You know. The sad thing is you can't bring headphones in because you have to leave all your belongings at the entrance. You can't even like block out the sound like la 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 la. And the words mean nothing. I go la la la. Just talk about anime the whole time. Just have a full-blown conversation with them. You know. What if it's like you're bald and you're like, oh yeah, motherfucker, you so yo mama so, and then you start talking. You think he's gonna come out from behind the trees and actually hurt you? If you like talk back to it, dude. Knowing me, I probably snap back. But shut the fuck up. $5 billion. Thank you for checking in. Welcome in. Wishing you well. Thank you so much. Walking away slowly. You have to okay, the fire part is a little confusing. The further you are from it, the hotter it gets. But the closer you get from it, the colder it gets. We're in the middle of the woods in the middle of the night. It's gonna be chilly. I think I would want to be a little farther from it, but then we'll be in total darkness because a lot of times we don't know how dark it's gonna be in the forest. It could be like pitch black, and you know, just a little bit of moonlight peeking through. Especially the trees are like hella bushy. They got hella leaves. Then you can't really see anything because it's gonna block the moonlight. Then how am I gonna see where my doppelganger is? I reset it to myself. Blue, same. You're bald me. Who else is bald? One Punch Man. And you start telling them about the lore, and then they'll follow you home because they want to know what it's like to watch anime. Thank you for the posture check. Just dropping in the check. Thank you for dropping in. Hey. Also, Brecking, I hope you got like permission for the people that you're making into bots because that's kind of alarming. Okay. All right. Thank you for a stretch. Ugh, my back. I would do this. I would do this. I would be a little scared at first, but what? How long is it? 2 minutes plus 18 minutes, 20 minutes. That's it. Just 20 minutes. 20 minutes, I can handle it, bro. I've played horror games for like freaking, I don't know, 7-8 hours, 6-7 hours, 6-7. Dude, spread the gospel of anime, convert them. I can do it. People would go through worse for less, to be honest. True. Yeah, some people like 250,000. They're like, I do it. Yeah. Okay. Interesting concept. Not too scary. Okay. Next story. This is by Bombaklat. Bombaklat 3_3392. Put it 22 hours ago. Yeah, it's just 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Yeah, like you don't have to kill anyone for it. No consequences, no legal consequences. You won't get thrown in jail. You'll be fine. 20 minutes. I'm gonna take a nap. You're gonna take a nap in the forest. You gonna go take a nap now? Okay, bye. Thank you for coming. Doesn't seem that hard, no. $20? Would you do it for $20 the moment? The ghost knows where it is at all times and knows this because it knows where it isn't by subtracting where it is from where human is, or where human is from where it is, where whichever is greater. I mean, it could get close to your doppelganger. Just turn your back to it. Alright, next story. Something on this road doesn't kill people. It makes reality stop remembering them. What? Okay, this is a little long, but we'll go through it. I mean, if it's just a few words per sentence, then I guess it's not long. Isaac woke up already slightly out of place. Not confused, misaligned. His alarm had already been turned off, but he didn't remember doing it. His phone was on the floor instead of the desk. His shoes were facing the wrong direction. Small things. Wrong things. When you tried to focus on them, they stopped being wrong. That was worse. In the mirror, his reflection was already looking at him. A fraction too early. He blinked. It blinked correctly. Then both turned to normal at the same time. Then both returned to normal at the same time. As if nothing had happened. Part 2. People who wait before being real. At the park, his friends were already there. Jeff smiled before Isaac arrived. Like he had been doing it. Hey! There was a delay between his mouth moving and the sound arriving. Not noticeable enough to be strange, just enough to make Isaac replay it in his head. The group talked about a road trip, abandoned highway. No one remembers whose idea it was. When Isaac wasn't looking directly at them, conversations continued without movement. When he looked back, everything resumed perfectly. Once, Jeff stopped speaking mid-word. His face stayed open in the shape of a sentence. Then he finished it. Isaac did not ask, because nothing around him reacted like anything was wrong. Part 3, the road that doesn't keep history. The highway into the forest was normal at first. Then it started repeating details. A sign appeared twice. A bend in the road felt familiar before it happened. Isaac checked the GPS. The route was still in progress, even though they had already been driving for a long time. The radio turned on by itself. No static, just breathing. Not rhythmic, not alive, maintained. Jeff turned it off. It stayed. Inside the car. Inside the silence between thoughts. Then the Spirit Box app appeared on its own. Why are you here? Jeff laughed nervously. Okay, that's weird. Isaac didn't respond, because the road behind them was longer than it should have been. Not stretched, updated. Part 4, when attention changes reality. The car slowed. No one touched the brakes. The engine did not struggle. It simply reduced motion, as if continuing forward was no longer required. The forest on both sides stopped behaving like distance. It felt closer without moving. The spirit box changed. You should not be in motion. Then immediately, continue. The contradiction did not feel like confusion. It felt like instruction being revised in real time. Isaac looked away from the road for half a second. When he looked back, they had traveled farther than possible in that time. Part 5, the moment something notices back. The car stopped. Not failure, finality. The radio turned on again. Still no sound, only breathing. But now it matched Isaac's pace exactly. He stopped breathing for a second. It did too. Jeff whispered, "What is that?" The spirit box answered immediately, "It is not that." Pause. Then, "It is correction." What? The car door unlocked itself. No one moved. It locked again, as if reconsidering. The forest without how the fuck do you pronounce this word? Continuity. Question mark? Continuity? Moving on. They stepped outside. The ground felt consistent under their feet, but movement did not. When Isaac walked forward, he sometimes appeared slightly ahead of where he should be. Ooh. When Jeff spoke, his voice occasionally arrived before he finished speaking. The forest did not move. It recalculated. Footsteps appeared in places no one had crossed yet. Not approaching, resolving. The spirit box still inside the car turned on without power. "You are observed incorrectly." Jeff said, "That doesn't make sense." The box corrected itself. "It does now." Part 7, the place that was always there. They found the building without finding a path to it. It simply became part of the space they were already in. No entrance, no transition, only presence. Inside, everything felt paused mid-use, not abandoned, unfinished. The air had weight, like it was waiting for permission to move again. The spirit box stopped, then restarted. No static, only a voice that did not begin speaking. "You are late." Isaac stepped back. Jeff stepped back. Isaac turned his head. Jeff was no longer positioned where he had been. Not gone, not moved, just no longer referenced in that place. As if the room no longer required him there. Part 8, the unweaver does not appear. It was not inside the room. It was the reason the room remained stable. Its presence was not visual, it was structural. When Isaac tried to focus on it, details failed to stay consistent. When he stopped focusing, something changed, but he could not remember what. The spirit box gave one final message. "I do not arrive." Pause. "I maintain." Then Jeff was not remembered correctly anymore. Even Isaac struggled to recall what he looked like without effort. That effort became harder each time. Part 9 returned without confirmation. Isaac reached the car. He did not remember leaving the others. The road back was shorter than the road in. That was the first undeniable error. The world was no longer pretending consistency. In the mirror, the passenger seat reflected briefly occupied, not by someone, by the idea of someone. Then it stopped reflecting it. The radio turned on. You are still adjusting. Pause. You were never removed. You were rewritten. Final. Nothing wrong remains. Isaac's car was found on the roadside, engine running, driver absent. No sign of struggle, no direction of departure. Only the sense that something had been recently corrected. Locals avoid the forest road, though no one remembers why. Cameras near the area consistently fail to store footage properly. Frames are missing, seconds repeat. People report feeling briefly out of sequence when passing through. And sometimes, when someone thinks too long about that road, they forgot what they were thinking about before the thought finishes forming. And in those moments, something is briefly closer than it should be. Not watching, not waiting, just ensuring everything continues correctly. You know what? Okay, this reminds me of like SCPs. Penepo said continuity. Oh, thank you. Continuity. Okay, I'll try to remember that. Continuity. Dude, so okay, I don't think this is a simulation. I mean, simulation theory probably works. What do you think? I think this is like an SCP moment. Because it's talking to him. But at the same time, if you were in a simulation, maybe your handler, the person playing you as a game, could probably talk to you, no? Trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty. I think this could be an SCP. I don't know why they're posting it here. They should just turn into an SCP, because I would be surprised if an SCP makes you forget. You know what would be a genius? I think if you have a monster that you only remember if you see it. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you're running away from it, you're like mid-running, and you're like, what the hell am I running? Until you see it, like, visually, then you're like, oh, this is why I'm running. Oh, that would be so fucked up. Oh my god. Imagine though, like, you don't know why you're so freaking scared until you see it. So then you keep forgetting and forgetting. Oh my god. Short-term monster memory? How scary is that? That should be turned into a short film or a movie, I think. Like, people try to run away from monsters, but then they don't remember it until they see it. Oh, that would be so good, but how are you gonna turn that into a plotline? People are just gonna constantly be running away in paranoia and shit and not knowing why until they see the monster. And then once they look away, they forget immediately. Oh, that sounds amazing. I thought this would probably be more interesting if it was that kind of monster, right? But this sounds like an SCP. Something that's keeping the balance of the world, but gets frustrated when things aren't perfectly aligned. That would be a really cool SCP. I think the concept is there, the execution is not that great. Could improve, person. I hope you improve your story. Yo, that is cool, right? Hello, Parasocial, welcome in. How you been? I'm good. How are you? That would make one hell of a movie. It'd like be like monster let one go in a group kill or something like that. Like, okay, a situation where this monster killed someone in the friend group and the friend group scatters, runs away, bolts for the door, run for the car, and try to speed down the road, but then going, why am I running? What just happened? And then does not just drives in a normal speed, and obviously the monster catches up, and then this person goes, oh, I remember, and then speeds, and then going, why am I speeding again? Oh my god, it's like a fucking mind fuck, dude. Yeah, I think that kind of monster, kind of detective monster hunt thing would be great. Like, imagine researching this ghost, this monster, and every 5 seconds going, What was I doing? And then you just have this whole wall of like pictures with red lines connected to each other, and then every 5 seconds you're like, what is this for? What am I looking at? That's so messed up. Dude, there's a monster who does that in Doctor Who, the silence. Doctor Who. Is that the one with the... Is that the British one with like the telephone booth? Is that Doctor Who? It's not by having memory since they will be gone. It's like having sixth sense, super good instincts, or ultra instincts. I don't know if that can help you because you wouldn't know what you're fighting from. Running from. You wouldn't know. I think... Is it scary though? Like, you know something is wrong, but you don't know what. You don't even know what to look for. I guess that's kind of like a little bit aligned with Final Destination. You know something's going to kill you. You don't know how, you don't know what, you don't know who. Yeah. Spoopy, welcoming in. Spoopy malam. Hari ini, it's not Jumaat, right? And then someone photographs the monster, it'll be like a counter. Oh, it would be even harder. Like it would be even harder if you take a picture of it and it doesn't work. You have to visually, physically see it, like with your own 2 eyes. Oh, then you have to. Oh my god, you have to juke it every time. Because it's not like a weeping angel situation where if you see it, it stops moving. It's still gonna keep moving. Oh, British telephone. Oh. You just instinctively know what you need to do. I don't think that's realistic. Yeah. Does a Slender Man have similar mechanic? Like if you witness Slender Man, he'd either take you or make you forget. Wait, what? I thought he would just straight up kidnap you. Night is the start of the day. What old tradition is that, Mod Sass? Is me mid-work? What am I doing? Holds grinder, bro. Sometimes I walk into my bedroom and I'm like, what did I walk in here for? And then I think, and then I'm like, and I'm like, oh. Or sometimes I just walk out and then I sit back down in my office and I'm like, oh, right, yes, that's why I went in. Yo, sometimes, man, my memories fail me. The flying telephone booth. Oh, okay, that's Doctor Who. I should watch it, but I heard that the series is long. The Weeping Angel is also a Doctor Who monster. I think the Weeping Angel is scary, but I don't want this memory monster to be like a Weeping Angel. If you look at it, it's not gonna stop moving. It's gonna keep moving. But you will not remember it unless you look at it, you see it. That would be so cool. Like a juicy horror movie. Someone should make something like that. Take me, ooh, woo, hey, yo. You're wild. He ain't necessarily because you're pro. You're wild now. Yeah, alright. I think the execution could be better. The concept is there though, but I feel like this would be suitable as an SCP. All in all, this creature or whatever bends reality. Yeah. Alright, that's the creepypasta for now. We're going to move on to No Sleep. No Sleep. I love this. This is my favorite subreddit. Especially for horror stuff. You still have the fear of fight or flight instinct trigger just so you know you're running from something. You still keep running, but in your memory something is missing. But usually people would stop, right? Like they do feel a fight or flight thing and the fear, but they can't remember why, so they're like, why? And they're like gonna beat themselves up trying to remember. So they will not run full speed. They will still, they're distracted by something. I think that's so juicy. What they did or what they're doing, I have no idea. Formation has been processed with instant kick in the body just move. But I don't think that happens for everyone. You know what I mean? Yeah, that is fight or flight though. Yeah, but I think that's like our, what do you call that? The nerves that sends panic to your brain, right? That something's wrong, the alarm, you know it, but you don't know what is sending down. I don't know if you guys remember, but I actually postponed one of the streams because I kept feeling that way. And before that, prior to that, the last time I felt something like that, I had just come back from a funeral of like my mom's friends, someone from my mom's friend, and I felt like something followed me home. Like something was wrong. I just felt like something's close to me, and I don't know what it is. And like fuck it, it was like getting under my skin. And then, but this one, the last time I postponed a stream and I felt like something awful happened. I still don't know what happened, but it was like my fight or flight was going off. It for no reason. It was kind of crazy. Yeah, so I know what you mean, but it doesn't cause you to panic, board up your house and lock all your doors. You just have that feeling and you're just like, what the fuck is going on? You just your senses are heightened. Yeah. Most people do freeze in the face of danger. That's true. Yeah. Some people are in between. It's not like good instincts versus like deer in headlights. There is the in between. I would say I'm a pretty good fight or flight person, but I would say I'm also still in between. Like unless I figure out what the hell is going on, I'm not gonna irrationally go lock all my doors for no reason. You know what I mean? Like get in the car and have to take off. I need to be like, what the fuck is going on? Yeah. So I think there is a middle ground. I don't know if most people are that middle ground, but there is the middle ground. Yeah. Dopamine? I don't think so. I think it's like adrenaline. But I mean, like, it's hard to physically, if you're being chased by something, your heart is like beating out of your chest. And not knowing why, it's gonna fuck with you. Yeah, I gather information first because I need to know what's the most efficient thing to do next. Maybe getting into my car is not the most efficient thing because what if that thing is right outside my door? You know? High cortisol, low cortisol. That word has been trending lately. I would look for another story for no sleep. This time we're in, let's see, we're under the hot category. So we're gonna look under hot, see what's trending lately. Because I feel like usually these stories get hella responses. Okay, let's see. This one's from 14 hours ago. 448 likes, 50 comments. Hello, welcome in. This is by Dr. AK Mist. Posted 14 hours ago. Duolingo has been teaching me a language that doesn't exist. This is a pretty long story, so hold on tight. I want to say this right away. I know how stupid this is going to sound, but I'm sharing this because I don't know what to do, and because I think I made a mistake long before I realized it was a mistake. I've always been one of those average people who know they're average. Not ugly enough to get noticed, not handsome enough either. Not dumb, not particularly smart, not athletic, not funny on purpose. The kind of guy teachers forget is absent until attendance time. The kind of guy who's always in group photos but never in anybody's favorite memories. I had no hobbies, no notable pastimes that made me stand out. I only did what other average kids in my country do in their free time. Doom scroll Instagram. Thank you for the 15 stream streak. Oh my god, 12-pack monster is crazy. And it was during one of those doom scrolling sessions that I came across a viral video. The video showed Maori MPS, what is MPS? In New Zealand stage a haka in the parliament. Oh, okay. I've seen this video too. It's the lady, right? The lady, she did like haka in the parliament. The incident inspired protests from other Maori people, including a hikoi. I'm so sorry if I'm mispronouncing stuff. That drew tens of thousands of participants. Every single one of these Maori haka videos had millions of views and comments full of people saying the same things. Powerful, beautiful, chills, warrior culture, etc. And I remember thinking the most embarrassing thought I've ever had. If I could learn this, people would think I was interesting. That's all it was. Yo, my culture is not your entertainment. Just kidding. Dude, we have a LARPer. This person is they're starting the story as a LARPer, dude. They're trying to LARP as like I don't know, a Kiwi Maori people's ally, bruh. Yeah, stop drinking Monster and make sure you drink enough water, because there's a content creator that I watch. He got kidney stones and had to pee the stones out from his wiener because he drank so much Monster and never drank water. So don't be like that. Alright. I mean, everybody around me was doing the same things, talking about the same music, the same shows, the same career plans, the same boring futures. And here was this one thing that felt unusual enough that it could become mine. Maybe this will be the one thing that finally makes me a cool kid in school. In school! This is a kid. The only way I could learn Maori in my country was using the Duolingo app. The problem was that the normal version of Duolingo did not help me much. The free version only gave me the common languages, and the premium version with Maori lessons had a subscription price too high for me to afford. But I was desperate enough to scratch my Maori itch, and that's when I made the biggest mistake of my life. I decided to download a modded APK of Duolingo. I checked everything. I searched around. I found old threads, half-dead forums, random comments. Eventually, I discovered a Telegram channel where people shared cracked apps and region-locked stuff. I asked if anyone had a premium Duolingo mod with Maori unlocked. No one replied except for a guy called Kifar. That was the whole username, just Kifar in all caps. He had a black profile picture that looked blank unless you turned your brightness up. He sent me a file, told me it was a premium build, and told me to uninstall the original app first. For free? In his economy? I did as I was told. Oh child. The first weird thing that was even though the app said Duolingo Premium, only one language was unlocked. Maori. At the time, I thought that was kind of cool. I told myself that the modder must have done it for my specific use case, like maybe he customized it because I had asked for something uncommon. That should tell you what kind of person I was going into this. The second weird thing was the app itself. It opened in dark mode by default, not weird, which normally wouldn't matter, except the dark mode looked wrong. I don't know how else to describe it. It wasn't just dark. The colors felt dead. The green owl icon was there. The layout was mostly the same. The little animations were mostly the same. But the whole thing looked like somebody had rebuilt Duolingo from memory after not sleeping for 3 days. Oh, bless my mom. I tried to go into settings and change the theme. The app immediately closed. Okay, good luck with work, Fabian. Thank you for coming. Damn. I did that every single time. Anything I clicked in settings made it crash. Account page, audio settings, theme, help. But honestly, that didn't even bother me that much, because mod APKs are like that sometimes. You install them knowing that some parts will be broken. And the actual lessons, they were incredible. That's the part I still can't explain. I learned absurdly fast. I'm not gifted with languages. I struggle with basic grammar in the languages that I already speak. But with this app, I was remembering words after seeing them once or twice. I was picking up sentence patterns without effort. Pronunciation drills felt natural. Within a couple of weeks, I was already repeating full phrases from memory. There were a few odd things though. Some of the sample sentences were strange. A lot of them were about death, shadows, old people, doors, names, and things being watched. Not all of them though. There were enough normal phrases mixed in that I could brush it off, but every few lessons there'd be something that made me pause. The dead are standing outside. Do not answer the voice behind the wall. Your family must not speak my name. Stuff like that. I figured that maybe Maori learning materials were just more ceremonial or metaphorical than what I was used to. Also, every time I completed a level, the screen would glitch for maybe 1 or 2 seconds. Not a normal lag, not pixelation, more like a pattern. Thin branching lines, pale gray on dark gray, spreading across the screen and then vanishing. It happened so briefly that I convinced myself that it was a GPU issue on my phone. Then again, I ignored it, because I was learning. And around the same time, everything else in my life started getting worse. My parents had one of those marriages that everybody pointed to as the perfect couple. They were always together, always on the same side. Even when money was bad, even when relatives were awful, even when life was unfair, they were a unit. Then they started fighting. Not once in a while, every single day. It happened so fast that even now it feels fake looking back. Small arguments turned into screaming matches. My father started sleeping in the other room. My mother started crying at weird times, like while folding laundry or making tea. Within weeks, they were talking about separation, then divorce, like they had both been waiting for permission to say the words. At the same time, my older brother had an accident. He was the one keeping us steady financially, not rich obviously, but dependable. The person everyone quietly leaned on. Then one night, he got hit by a truck while coming home. He survived, but his leg was badly injured. After surgeries, the doctor said he wouldn't be able to do his old job again. So my house became this miserable place almost overnight. Nobody talked normally anymore. There was always tension in the air. My mother blamed my father. My father blamed the stress. My brother stayed silent in a way injured people do when they don't want pity. And me? I spent more time on the app. Because as pathetic as this sounds, this was the only part of my life where I felt progress. The only thing I was good at. The only thing getting better instead of worse. So I doubled down. I started showing off. Not in some huge public way, just casually at first. Saying phrases out loud in front of friends. Correcting people when they mispronounced a new word I just uttered. Acting like I had stumbled into this niche, impressive thing no one else understood. Most of my classmates made fun of me for it. Fair enough. A few were genuinely impressed. A couple of them tried checking my words on Google Translate and said the translations didn't fully match. I told them Duolingo was teaching me a tribal dialect. I said it confidently too, like I had any idea what I was talking about. And somehow, that worked on enough people. Including Lamia. I'm not gonna be dramatic and call her the love of my life or anything. She was just one of those girls everybody notices immediately. Pretty without trying. Quiet in a way that made people lean in when she talked. She had Pacific roots through one side of her family, and when she heard that I was learning Maori, she was actually interested. That felt huge to me. Then one day she told me her grandfather was visiting. That man had grown up around Maori speakers. I should have made an excuse right there, but I didn't. I was too deep into the performance by then, so I met him. He was polite at first, old, sharp-eyed, the kind of person who can make you feel childish without raising his voice. Lamia asked me to say something in Maori, and I did. I said one of the longer phrases from the app. I even said it confidently, because by then, I'd repeated so many times that it felt natural in my mouth. He stared at me for maybe 2 seconds. Then he laughed. Not nervously, not kindly, just a real laugh, like he thought I was joking. He said that wasn't Maori. Not even close. Lamia looked embarrassed. I tried to explain that maybe I was learning a dialect. He stopped laughing then, but only enough to shake his head and said, "No, that's not a dialect." I tried saying another phrase, then another, and by the time I exited her house, Lamia's entire family was laughing. I felt like my skin had been peeled off. It was exactly the kind of humiliation I deserved, which somehow made it worse. That night, I went back to Telegram to find Kifar. The account was gone. Deleted, banned, changed. I don't know. The username no longer existed, but the channel still had old subscribers hanging around. So I started messaging people. People who had replied under the message where I originally asked for the APK. Most ignored me. 3 answered. One was from Brazil. One was from Turkey. One from somewhere in Eastern Europe. All 3 had gotten different versions of the same app from Kifar. All 3 had been trying to learn unusual languages, not Maori. One wanted Ainu. Ooh, the Japanese? One wanted Cornish. One wanted something I'd never heard of and still can't spell correctly. And the similarities got really uncomfortable really fast. All of them had started learning fast. All of them said the app felt off in ways they couldn't explain. All of them had gone through some personal disaster after starting it. Death in the family, sudden breakup, house fire, job loss, illness, different details, same pattern. And all of them talked about the app the same way addicts talk about the one thing that still makes life bearable. Like it was the only thing still working. One of them thought I I was just exaggerating. Another one said I was just embarrassed because I got called out for pretending to know a language. When I pressed too hard, he accused me of wanting attention and blocked me. But the third person stayed. She was a woman from Turkey. I won't mention her name. She told me she also started wondering if the lessons weren't what they claimed to be. She said the translations felt slippery, like they changed their meaning depending on context. She said the level up screen on her app also flashed with branching gray patterns. Then we started exchanging screenshots. I still get sick thinking about that part. Because even though she had been learning a completely different language, our lesson screens were the same. Not similar, exactly the same. Same lesson order, same sentence count, same achievement titles, even the same weird example phrases appearing at the same stages, just dressed up as different words. One screenshot from her app matched one from mine exactly, down to the punctuation marks in the English prompt. We were not learning two different languages. We were being taught the same sequence through different masks. I was typing a reply to her when my phone buzzed. It was a notification from the app. It simply said, "Final lesson unlocked." That was it. No lesson number, no cheerful icon, just those 3 words. I deleted the app immediately. I sat there staring at the empty spot on my screen, like that should mean something. An hour later, Lamia called me. I almost didn't answer because I thought she was calling to laugh about what happened with her grandfather. Instead, she asked me very quietly what app I had used to learn that language. I told her, and there was a long silence. Then she said that her grandfather stopped laughing after I left. He had apparently asked her to repeat exactly what I said, and she couldn't, obviously, so he wrote down the sounds that he remembered, and then he got upset. He told her it wasn't Maori, but it sounded close to something much older, something he only knew from stories passed down through older relatives, something that was impossible for me to have uttered because that language is officially extinct. There are no living speakers. There's no normal way for some random schoolboy in South Asia to even know a fragment of it. The app had been teaching me a language that does not exist. She asked me what else I learned from the app, and I lied and said not much. I don't know why I lied. Maybe because hearing fear in her voice made the whole thing feel real. That's why I'm posting this here. Not for attention. If attention was all I wanted, I got punished for that already. I'm posting this because I need to know if anyone else got an APK from Kifar or from somebody using a different name. Especially if you ask for an uncommon language. Especially if the app only unlocked one course. Especially if it crashed whenever you opened settings. And if any of this sounds familiar, do me a favor. Delete the app before you reach the last lesson. Because ever since I received that notification 10 years ago, I have been hearing someone muttering in my hallway. Not loudly, just under their breath. A low muttering, steady and rhythmic, like somebody trying to remember something line by line. Last night, without even meaning to, I recognized some of the sounds. Not because I understood them, but because I have repeated them before. Into my phone, into my headphones, into my own mouth. I've checked every room, I've checked the roof, I've checked outside with a flashlight like an idiot, nothing. I know what some of you are going to say. Stress, lack of sleep, grief, guilt, suggestion. I would honestly prefer that, but there's one thing I can't explain. When I'm lying in bed and the muttering starts, I sometimes know what sound is coming next before it comes. Like I'm not hearing a stranger speak, like I'm remembering a lesson. I deleted the app 10 days back, and something in my house is still speaking to me like it did. Tonight it started earlier than usual, and it doesn't sound like it's in the hallway anymore. It sounds like it's from the other side of my bedroom door. Ooh, that gave me hella freaking chills, dude. Hello, Madikun, welcome in. Nice hat, thank you. Dude. Quite a number of no, he said that it looks like full black unless you turn the brightness up. Right? Let's see. Where is it? He had a black profile picture that looked blank unless you turned your brightness up. Then what do you see? Seems like a true story. Oh my god, this got me fucking chills because I love the psychotic aspect of it. And I love how he included grandpa. Oh, sorry. Hold on, I want to turn on dynamic lighting. Give me a second. I think grandpa is the MVP here, bro. Hold on. Okay, dynamic lighting. ちょっとね. Wrong. There we go. Oh, please. Do not click on suspicious links. Do not download what you don't know. You know what I mean? Hold on. Okay. I knew it was interesting because I did go to an Ainu museum when I was in Japan. Came in the middle of story nights when I still have my Duolingo to do. Have you guys used Duolingo before? I have not used Duolingo before, but I was told that it's ass. I don't know. I still have hope that it's good because a lot of people did learn the language from there. But I don't know. I never used it. I feel like we'd give it a try, you know? But not from a stranger. Yeah. That's weird, huh? Makes you mix all the shots. I feel like APKs, I don't trust that shit. I'd rather not use that app at all if I have to download a fucking APK, bro. Fucking random app. I don't have to click a link to download an app. I'd rather find it. If I can't find it on the Google apps, bro, I'm not downloading it. You have not used it before? I've heard from people who used it. There's like a 50-50, like 50% people like it, 50% people shit on it. Yeah. Learned a bit, but not enough. You had a 1-year streak? Dang. In my phone several years ago, app I no longer see in Google Play apps, dating games usually. You have to be careful because these apps can read what you type. They can look at what you're looking at on your screens and stuff. It's like malware, right? It's like spyware. And also, some of them can connect to your Wi-Fi connection. So everyone in your house who's connected to the internet connection, they risk getting, you know, hacked and shit. Yeah. Fascinating story though, but I was hoping for something more conclusive. Tried Duolingo, can't see the progress. Duolingo made me feel like I remember more Chinese than I initially thought I did, but it's just a feeling. Repeatable weird sentence and words to translate, but it's fine, at least for me. But Duolingo, most of it is free, right? Dang, I thought of just pulling Duolingo up for shits and giggles, but I just didn't have the time or honestly the mood to learn a new language like that. Because once I want to learn something, I need to lock in. And I'll go at it like crazy. I do have that earlier, like what I mentioned, the addiction, what do you call it, tendencies. Like when I get obsessed with something, I go in like full, like, you know, I will spiral. So if I think, okay, I'm in the mood for Duolingo and I start, I'm going to do too much. That's just me. So, I don't know, I feel like I'm not in that mood for that right now, and I don't think I can afford it, to be honest. I don't have that time to spare right now. So I never tried it, but maybe one day. Bitcoin miner stuff, you can't delete it, you can't stop it. Oh, damn. What does that do to your phone? It drains the batteries quickly, or what? Get a couple of days of premium for free. I got 20 days. Oh, 20 days? Freemium, like free premium? Damn. That's nice. I mean, it's kind of fucked up to paywall it, but at the same time, I get it. You know, it's like Rosetta Stone. Is that what it's called? People said that's better than Duolingo. Yeah, I never tried because that's like a very Western app. You know, all the banks and stuff connects to US stuff. But yeah, maybe one day I'll get sponsored by Rosetta Stone and then try it out myself. My father's phone got infected. A mysterious app kept installing other apps until your phone is full. You can only stop if you turn off your data and Wi-Fi, uninstall all the stuff, and factory setting. Yeah, so you better watch out when you download APK, because sometimes it's not just you who's affected. Anyone connected to the internet in your house, every device actually would be affected as well. So be careful. I mean, some people are fucked up out there. They make some weird shit. But yeah. This is a fascinating story. It's not too long. It's not too short. It's there. You know, it's there. Yeah. Someone said, I didn't even realize this was on No Sleep. This is just realistically sounds like every post on Reddit of someone being stupid as hell. Stones beats owl. Yeah. 2 birds, 2 owls with 1 stone. That bird has always been sketchy, lol. Please stay safe and keep us updated on what happens next. I'm sure you can ward off any ill spirits with a hearty course of Tutera Maingao Iwi. Whatever you do though, don't forget the Awe. The owl's already terrifying enough without adding fake languages into the mix. Stay safe, OP. Hope you figure out what's going on. I thought it was gonna be a situation where he started repeating the words, and then every time he's done repeating the words, something unlocks. And then eventually he's gonna have like a secret door in his house that he doesn't know, which means motherfuckers summon a demon or gateway to hell. Or furniture's about to start flying. I thought it was gonna be one of those, but I guess this is not a bad ending too. Like something is in his hallway. He probably summoned something, you know? But I just wish it was more conclusive. Mainly our Windows Defender is enough for active protection. The other antivirus like Malwarebytes for its large library of known malwares. Yeah, I think you should all download Malwarebytes on your computer and all your phones and devices. Yes, they do have a mobile version. And yes, you can find it in the Google apps or your Apple. I don't know about Apple. I can't speak for Apple users. F in the chat. But download Malwarebytes, scan it every single day, multiple times a day if you feel like it, if you can. Yeah, I just turned on auto scan for Malwarebytes for all of my devices. So yeah. Malwarebytes is amazing. It's free. It's free. Someone wants to hack you real time unless an amateur don't really have any way to defend against them. That's true. That's true. Not sponsored, by the way. I don't think Malwarebytes has ever sponsored anybody. If you're gonna do sussy stuff on the internet and put your household at risk, learn the right way to do it. Use VPNs, and better yet, learn how to make and use isolated virtual machines. I think the virtual machine aspect is more important than the VPN, but the VPN is also very important. Yes. Yes, indeed. Alright, interesting story. Dr. AK missed. Good shit. Good shit, good shit. I like no sleep stories. They give me chills. Like they creep me out. Never say incantations from magic books out loud. I think this person didn't know, cause honestly you wouldn't have known. If you learn a different language, right? That is not, for example, if you're Asian and you do have the ear for most Asian languages, for example, if you hear Japanese, you know it's Japanese. If you hear Korean, you know it's Korean. And you learn some like dialects from Europe, you probably can't even tell what is what. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes, and I don't mean to be disrespectful, I may be a little uncultured, but I can't tell the difference sometimes between Italian and Spanish. You know, if you write it out and I'm reading it, I have to like really see if I recognize some words to be like, oh, this is Italian, or oh, this is Spanish, right? So if I were to learn a new language and they're like, this is Spanish, but it turns out to be witchcraft, I would still probably wouldn't be able to tell us. So I think it's such an interesting idea. You know, I know a lot of Western people can't tell the difference between Japanese and Korean. Sometimes I'm doing Indie Life Expo watch-alongs. People would come in the chat and be like, oh, is this a Korean program? And I'm like, it's Japanese. But I don't blame them. You know, it's not in their culture and I get it. I get it. So yeah, I feel like I could probably fall victim to if I were to be tricked into learning a different language, but I would not be tricked into downloading an APK. So if it was like Duolingo, the app itself, trying to teach me a sus language, I would probably fall for it. Yeah. Access content available by spoofing us as other countries. No, Razorgun, the whole point of VPN is so that they can't pinpoint where you are. Yeah, a lot of content creators, when they join Minecraft servers, when they join GTA servers, they use VPN because the server owner can see your IP address. I think a lot of people don't know this, especially VTubers, because they just be joining any and every Minecraft server that's available for VTubers. But you have to understand that the server owner and their mods can see your IP address. So use VPN every time you join. It may lag you up, but like, you know, if it's not meant to be, it's not meant to be. So yeah, be careful, you guys. Okay, only join servers that you trust. School in America don't teach other cultures, and that's fair. I don't blame them for not knowing the difference. I'm just saying it could happen to any of us. Yep. If you try to teach me Maori, I would probably believe whatever the hell you're saying because I don't know what it is. I don't even know what I'm looking at, right? Oh! Julia, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. What were you streaming, gorgeous? I hope you had a good stream. Let me give you a shout out. Oh, I missed the S. A frick. Shout out. Ah, frick. Come on, Twitch, work with me. Hello, breaking your chat's eardrums, basically. What? What? You were playing music? What do you mean? You were singing? We're doing karaoke. Welcome, Raiders. My name is Aruri, and I'm a wind-up VTuber. We are reading some Reddit horror stories today. Prepare to get spooked. I love this subreddit called No Sleep, which is where we're at right now. We just finished a creepypasta one. We read 3 stories from creepypasta. So now we're moving on to No Sleep. Oh, you were doing karaoke? No way! I would have loved to listen to it. Yo, I'm sure you blessed them. You blessed their ear holes. Bless. Yo. Isolated virtual machines does help. Yeah. That does help. I think if you want to mask your IP address, you gotta use a VPN. Hold on. Real quick. My blanket fell. My safety blanket fell. Okay. Alright. Moving on to the next story. Okay. This one is from 8 hours ago. By Dante is my uncle. Ooh. To my phone. And have you reading me creepypastas? I hope it's comfy, and I hope you have wonderful nightmares. Wonderful dreams instead of nightmares. You know what? I'll have nightmares of you, and I'll be happy. What? Who said that? That's crazy. Down bad. Sleep well, sweet dreams. Hold on. I think we can read another one from this subreddit, I think, before we move on to scary stories. Yeah. Thank you again for the raid. Rest well. Hey, welcome, Raiders. Yeah, welcome, Raiders. Fair point. Yeah, you still, as a content creator, don't want people to know your estimated area, you know? Hello, welcome in. How are you? You just came in for a new story. Good timing. All right. Some kind of shit Wednesday would say. I would vibe with Wednesday. I'm just saying. Okay, I would vibe with the whole Addams family. I'm just saying. Alright. 8 hours ago, I'm the new night manager at a 24-hour gym called Iron Eternal. The rules on the wall aren't for safety, they're for containment. SCP? What are we doing? We're reading horror stories. Hey, thank you for the follow. I was desperate. Bills, my mom's medical debt, the kind of exhaustion that makes minimum wage sounds luxurious. The ad promised $28 an hour for solitude. Perfect. The gym sits in an old meatpacking warehouse on the edge of redacted. No natural light in the back. The air always tastes faintly of copper and sweat no matter how much ozone the machines pump out. Marcus interviewed me during daylight hours. He was too tall. Veins crawling like living cables under skin stretched too tight. Oh, stop. Sorry. His handshake felt like it wanted to test my grip strength. He smiled with too many teeth and said, "The building rewards dedication. Just follow the protocols." Am I getting down bad over a character? Hello? He handed me the key card and left me alone with the sheet bolted to the staff room wall. Iron Eternal. Night shift protocols. 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. Break them and become part of the games. The paper is thick, yellowed, screwed into the wall so deeply that the holes disappear into something that doesn't feel like drywall. Different handwritings layer over years. Some rules are crossed out and rewritten in fresher ink. I photographed it that first night. Here it is exactly. Number 1. Front doors remain unlocked at all times. If they seal on their own, do not force them. A new member is learning the way in. Number 2. All members after midnight must scan their QR and state their full legal name out loud. Record both. If the voice doesn't match the file or they have none, send them to the deadlift platform. Do not follow. Number 3. Mirrors stay uncovered. If one fogs or show motion with no one in front, wipe it with a red cloth only. Stare no longer than 3 seconds. Longer and it stares back. Number 4. Temperature never below 68 Fahrenheit. They sweat more when it's warm. The smell helps them find you. Number 5. Perfect silent reps on the deadlift platform after 1 a.m. Leave one fresh towel and a full shaker on the bench. Do not watch, do not count. They hate being observed while feeding. Number 6. Treadmill 7 runs backwards sometimes. Match its speed to the shadow on the belt. Never let the shadow lap the machine. It gets frustrated. Number 7. Members may request a spot. Always give it. Place your hands exactly where they say. Do not flinch when the skin shifts. They need the transfer. Number 8. Sauna after 2:30 a.m. is for staff only. If occupied, enter and sit across. Maintain eye contact. Accept any sip they offer from their bottle. Swallow. It's part of the pump. 9. At 3:33 a.m. exactly, dim lights to 40% and start Eternal Pump playlist. Do not skip. Track 7 tells you what to do Track 7 tells you what to do to improve tonight. Obey silently. Number 10. If you find warm, slightly soft weights on the floor, rack them immediately. They're still digesting. Weighing them counts as interruption. Number 11. Never enter the basement pump room unless exterior door is locked and the emergency alarm is screaming. The code is your birthday backwards. If the door stands open when your shift begins, it has been waiting for you. 12. You must complete one full workout per shift and log your numbers. The building tracks PRs. Stagnation is corrected through redistribution. 13. If you see yourself on security cameras in a place you are not, wave and smile. It gets lonely in the walls. 14. The previous night managers never laughed. They are helpful. Listen when they whisper through the vents. They know which muscles to target. I laughed it off as bro culture horror theater. First week was almost normal. A few quiet regulars, the rules mostly held. Then the small violations started. Night 5. Silent deadlifts at 1:20 a.m. I left the towel and shaker. Next morning the shaker was bone dry and the towel had perfect dental imprints in the shape of a human mouth that wasn't quite human. Night 8. Treadmill 7 ran backwards. A broad shadow sprinted on it. My height, my build, but thicker. I matched the speed. The shadow turned its head and grinned with my face. My traps burned for hours afterwards like I'd actually lifted. I told myself it was stress hallucinations and bad lighting. I needed the money. Last night, I broke the big ones, 7, 8, 11, and 12. I didn't just break them, I embraced them. It began at 1:45. Derek, mid-40s, traps like mountains, one of the few who came every night, asked for a spot on the bench. His skin was cold and crawling, like beetles under latex. I placed my hands where he directed. Halfway through the set, his eyes went fully black and I felt something hot and wet push into my palms. Hello? Crawling up my forearms. I'm not gonna say it. When he wrecked the bar, he thanked me by my full name. I'd never told him. I felt stronger. My arms tingled with the new vascularity. At 2:22, the sauna light glowed red. Rule 8. I was already sweating, heart racing from the spot. I went in. 2 figures waited on the cedar bench, Marcus and me. Same uniform, same exhausted eyes, but the duplicate's veins pulsed black under translucent skin. The real Marcus, or whatever wore him, offered the water bottle. It smelled like iron and warm honey. I drank deeply. It burned all the way down and I felt something uncoil in my stomach. Stretching. Hungry. I left the sauna with a pump I'd never earned. My reflection in the hallway mirror looked better. sharper, hungrier. And that's when I saw the basement door standing open. Rule 11 shattered. The stairs descended into damp dark that smelled like a butcher shop at closing time. Pipes groaned. At the bottom, a circular chamber of full-length mirrors arranged like a panopticon. In the center, an Olympic bar loaded with plates that looked like compressed meat and bone. The bar throbbed gently with each of my heartbeats. The mirror didn't show the room. They showed possible me's. One version, massively muscled, face half melted into permanent rictus of effort, still wrapping with invisible weight. Another, my skin stretched, drum tight over too many joints and extra limbs folded beneath. The last mirror was empty, just the chamber. Oh my god. Oh, Razorgon, thank you for gifting 5 gift subs. Hey, congratulations, Bagas Brin, Haikal, Riza, Itsundere, and Aina Teza. Also, Kalia. And thank you for the 33 months, Razorgon. Oh my god, scared of shit. Oh my fucking god, Razorgon. I was really getting into it. I was trying to visualize what he was saying. Thank you. Oh, Razorgon. Thank you very much. Otsu, thank you for coming. Jesus Christ, brother. I was spiraling in my head. I was him lifting, okay? Thank you, thank you. Alright, we'll wait for one more. Actually, wait. Is that the last one? Oh, we have one more notifications, I think, you know? Oh, I think that's it. Oh, nope. Okay. Yeah, that's the one. Right? Get it. Where was I? Bro. Let's start again from here. The mirrors didn't show the room. They showed possible me's. Oh! Thank you again! One version, massively muscled, face half melted into permanent rictus of effort, still wrapping with invisible weight. Another, my skin stretched, drum tight over too many joints, and extra limbs folded beneath. What the frick? The last mirror was empty, just a chamber waiting for a new occupant. From the vents came my own voice, calm and encouraging. You're late for your workout, bro. Let's fix those weak points. Every machine upstairs turned on at once. Treadmills screamed. The playlist began without me. Track 7 wasn't music, it was my mother's voice, distorted, listing my insecurities and exactly which muscle groups needed redistribution. I ran upstairs, but the door had sealed Rule 1. I tried to hide in the staff room. My logged workout from earlier had updated itself on a computer. Every lift increased by 20%. My body felt the difference. Veins stood out. My jaw looked wider. I caught myself unconsciously flexing in the mirror. Perfect form, no weight needed. The whisper started. Previous managers, they told me which grip to use, how to breathe, how good it would feel to finally grow. I listened. I went to the deadlift platform and pulled an invisible bar while holding something inside my stomach. Wait, what? I pulled an invisible bar while something inside my stomach pulled with me. I am still in the building. My shift ended hours ago. The dame manager arrived, looked at me, and smiled with too many teeth. Good set. She's changing into my spare uniform now. There are 2 of her in every mirror. Here's the part that makes my fingers type this instead of running. I checked the rule sheet under the emergency lights. New lines appear in my own handwriting, fresh and wet looking. Rule 7 now ends. They need the transfer to finish moving in. Rule 12, stagnation will be corrected. You will thank it. Rule 14 has an addendum. The previous night managers never left. You won't either. Welcome to the Eternal. And a new Rule 15 at the bottom, still drying. Number 1, if you are reading this and still feel mostly like yourself, it is already too late. The building is improving you. Go lift. It hurts less when you stop resisting. My stomach is moving in time with the deadlift platform. I look better than I ever have. Stronger, more permanent. The thing in the mirror is doing my job now, helping members with form. They're all improving so quickly. Derek waved at the camera with my hand. I'm going back to the platform. The Eternal is hungry, and I finally understand progressive overload. If you work at a gym where weights feel warm and the mirrors watch you back, quit. Burn it if you can. But you won't. You'll come back tomorrow night. We all do. The gains are eternal. Update 7:41 a.m. Day manager and I greeted the first members together. They complimented our symmetry. My reflection high-fived me without me moving. What the fuck? Update 9:15 a.m. Called my mom. The voice that answered was mine. Deeper, telling her I'd finally made it. She cried happy tears. I don't remember making the call. Update 10:50. I can't see myself in mirrors unless I'm lifting. The version that appears is happier, bigger. It mouths thank you while rapping. I'm in the sauna again. It's crowded. They keep passing the bottle. This is my final update. The building thanks you for reading. If you hear perfect silent raps tonight, leave a towel. Better yet, come inside. We'll spot you. Bro, you need to go to the gym. Bro, my lazy ass could never. Hello, welcome. You should react to Minecraft ARGs. You know what? Maybe next time. Let's stay on topic today. That's crazy. Bro, how soon can I appoint for a task workout? Dude, where do I sign up for a trial? Hello, welcome in. Dude, this is an interesting concept because I think this is my first time ever reading a horror story that has to do with working out. Like the gym. Because yeah, this is so out of place, I think. But interesting concept. It feels almost like SCP. A SCP building, because it says the building appreciates you. The building requires sustenance. You know, the building wants you to work out. So I don't know, is it metaphorical? Is the building the corporation? Is the building the whatever is in there, the monsters, question mark? It's like kind of like a different concept of IKEA SCP. Yeah, I feel like it's the building that's alive. So what throws me off is this person is perfectly fine with lending his skin. He's perfectly fine with, I don't know, what did it say that was sounded weirdly sexual? Yeah. I felt something hot and wet push into my palms, crawling out my forearms. Bro, he's perfectly fine with that. But I think at that point he was probably in too deep. Metaphor for gym bro culture. Oh yeah. The passing of the bottle thing, I think that is disgusting, but at the same time I wouldn't be surprised if people do that in the gym. It's like, oh bro, I didn't bring my water bottle. Here bro, I can spot you, like you can drink from mine. You know what I mean? If he gets the gains. Do you read scary stories from No Sleep often? We haven't done one of these streams in a year, so I wouldn't say often, but we used to. Yeah, a year ago. But not anymore. I'm trying to get back into it though. I do love No Sleep. Yeah. My soul for the rib muscle, visible veins, in the body of a Greek god, but you can never leave. What's the point of looking so beautiful for the other gym bros to look at? But to be honest, a lot of times men perfect themselves for the male gaze. I don't know if you guys noticed this, but a lot of times men in gym, they try to look so ripped because they want other men to see them and go, oh my god, that guy's so ripped, I want to be like it. You know what I'm saying? So maybe they're okay with it because that's where they thrive, you know, that's where they live for. Yeah. Oh no, bro, I forgot my bottle, bro. Here's mine, bro. Thanks, bro. Yeah, literally, I wouldn't be surprised if that's their combo. It's like the building contains souls or something and they need a suitable vessel. It's like a building contains souls that are addicted to working out, but they can't physically, so they need to borrow your body to work out. Which is an interesting concept. Have you read the story of the Laughing Jack? It sounds familiar. Maybe? I joined your Discord. Okay, thank you for joining. I hope you verified your account. Yeah, can never leave, no one to show up to. You still have people to show up to, like the day staff, right? And your doppelgangers and the spirits that are sweating and working out. The spirit of past chats, dude, that's hilarious. Yeah. I like it because this is something fresh. We've never read something like this before, like a gym concept horror story. I think this is interesting. Yeah. But if you think about it, like how else, what else can you do with a gym horror? Like maybe you're working out and then, I don't know, dumbbells start flying. Maybe that could be scary too, maybe. Are you familiar with Slenderman? Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Okay, interesting, no sleep. Alright, Dante is my uncle. Let's read one more. Okay, let's read this one. He's got 20 likes. By still underscore I478. It's posted 6 hours ago. That's pretty new. Almost the folklore. Almost, yeah. Almost. Please do not add Brian B. Westbay on Facebook. This is not a real person and the account is back in 2026. Account is back in 2026. Not back in 2026. Because that means it sounds like you're typing from the future. But if the account is back from whenever to 2026, that makes sense. Also, I have a friend called Brian B. I also have a viewer from my past life called Brian B. But not Westbay. I wouldn't know if that's their last name, but they were called Brian B. I think it's like it came back. The account came back in 2026. Yeah. Okay. All right, y'all ready for the new story? His initials are BBW. Oh, add. Say less. I'm going to add. Don't even try to stop me. Okay, let's start. 6 hours ago is pretty recent. I never believed the old our no sleep threads about Brian B. Westbay. We all know the classic 2016 creepypasta. A guy humiliates himself off online, jumps off his apartment building, and his ghost becomes a corrupted, glitchy Facebook account that haunts anyone who interacts with it. It was a fun internet legend until last night when I decided to do something incredibly stupid. Oh, child. Wait, do you guys know of this? Or is this like something they made up? Do you guys know of this 2016 creepypasta? I don't think I've heard of a Facebook creepypasta. It was the middle of my summer vacation, and I was completely bored out of my mind staying up late. Earlier that afternoon, an old school friend of mine had called me up. We started talking about old internet urban legends, and he brought up the name Brian B. Westbay. He dared me to search for the name on Facebook to see if any of those old creepy pages were still active. Hi, Cartwright, welcome in. I left it off at the time, but the thought stuck in my head all night. Lying in bed in the dark, I finally opened the Facebook app. I honestly expected to find nothing but dead meme pages or abandoned tribute accounts. Instead, I found a single profile. It had no information, no posts, and a completely blank profile picture. The name read exactly Brian B. Westbay. Thinking about my school friend's dare and wanting to prove it was all just a dead myth, I clicked the blue button. I sent him a friend request. The moment I clicked it, the ambient hum of my bedroom fan seemed to drop in pitch. Before I could even lock my phone, a notification popped up at the top of my screen. Brian B. Westbay accepted your friend request. My stomach did a weird sudden flip. I didn't even think it was possible for an inactive or automated account to accept a request within literally 1 second. Before I could process it, my messenger app vibrated. It was a direct message from him. I'm happy to be your friend. Damn, bro, works fast. A chill crept up my spine. It matched the exact phrasing from the old creepypastas. Deciding to play it cool, I repeated, "Nice try, man. Who's running this account?" The response came back instantly. We are friends. No matter what I typed, whether I asked who they were or told them to stop, the reply was identical, sent within milliseconds. We are friends. Getting annoyed and slightly unnerved by how fast the script was responding, I typed in all caps, "Can we speak?" The 3 typing dots appeared. Instead of a text, a 5-second audio file popped up in the chat. I hesitated, the silence in my bedroom suddenly feeling incredibly heavy. I clicked play. At first, it was just aggressive, piercing static noise that made me want to pull my headphones off. But right at the end, The static dipped, and a deeply distorted, wet, unnatural voice whispered, "Hello, friend." I panicked. I slammed my thumb down on the screen to block the account, but Facebook glitched, displaying a generic connection error. I tried to unfriend him, but the button was completely unresponsive. I went back to his actual profile page to try blocking him from there, and that is when the air entirely left my lungs. The profile picture wasn't blank anymore. It was changing right in front of my eyes, shifting and pixelating into a dark, horribly deformed, grinning face. It looked completely hypnotic, yet entirely wrong, defying the normal structure of a human skull. Terrified, I didn't just close the app. I forced shut my phone. I threw it across the room and buried my head under my blankets. I told myself it was just a highly sophisticated hacker group using malware to mess with my phone's display. I tried to breathe, counting to 10 to stop my chest from heaving. Then, the temperature in my bedroom plummeted. I felt an overwhelming sensation of dread, a heavy pressure in the air that told me I wasn't alone anymore. Slowly trembling, I pulled the blanket down just past my eyes. He is back, and he didn't just accept my friend request on Facebook. He just accepted it in the real world. Right there, standing in the absolute pitch black of my bedroom, a figure was looming over the foot of my bed. It was only for a split second, illuminated by the faint moonlight filtering through my blinds, but I saw that exact, twisted, grimacing face from the profile picture staring straight down at me. It disappeared into the shadows when I blinked, but I know he's still here. I can hear the faint sound of digital static echoing from the walls of my closet. I'm writing this from my laptop, with all the lights turned on, because every time I close my eyes, his face is inches from mine. If you're on Facebook, I'm begging you, do not search his name. Do not seek him out. My school friend thought it was just an old joke, but I was the one who reached out to Brian B. Westbay, and now I have a friend I can never get rid of. Bloody Mary chain mail? I mean, it could be something similar. I've never heard of this. Maybe this would hit closer to home for the people who have heard of this creepypasta. But I don't know. I feel like, boy, you gotta leave your room, go to a church. You know what I'm saying? Don't even bother showering. Just change, put on a cap, go to church. Go get some Jesus up in here. You know, go to temple. I don't know what, you know, you do you. You know what I'm saying? Tell your family, bruh. Sounds like he just wants a friend. I think this is probably scary for kids who are obsessed with the internet, because, or like social media, because this sounds a little juvenile to me. Maybe because I actually would not go looking for this guy, Mr. BBW. I'm so glad I don't have Facebook. Such a deadpan comment. I'm so glad I don't have Facebook. But yeah, I don't know. At that point, I'm not staying in my room where that guy is. I'm getting my ass out of there. Okay, he can come on a ride with me, but we're going to the church. He can come sit in my car in the backseat, but we're going to a church. Okay? Don't fuck with Brian B. Westby. Imagine a year down the line, you can't get rid of him. Probably start talking to them about your day-to-day. You might actually have to be his friend. And to be honest, he hasn't done anything. Okay, hashtag justice for Brian. I think this guy just thinks he's ugly or something, because Brian has not done anything. Unless there's more to this folklore, or this creepypasta that we don't know. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, classic 2016 creepypasta, I don't know, he hasn't done anything. It doesn't say like he'll kill you or he'll do something. He's just your friend. He just wants to be friends. He seems passive, true that, and also this guy is scared of him, well, mainly because that's a ghost, but also he's kind of judging this guy's looks, you know what I'm saying? He's like deformed, grinning face. I mean, you could get used to that, right? You know, you could get used to that. You could have a really ugly friend, and that's perfectly fine. You wouldn't just go, get away from me. You would just be like, that's just how they look. It's fine. Like, we could still be friends. Other than the fact that it's a ghost, but then again, it's stuck with you, so you might as well make the best out of it. Don't judge your friend for being ugly or deformed or whatever, you know what I'm saying? That's just how they look. Just be nice. Don't judge a book by its cover. Yeah. Yeah, take it for 6 months. Oh my god, 6 months in advance? 13 months? Thank you so much for the 6 months in advance. Hey, how you doing, Yash? Been a minute. Brian could be useful. No one can see him. Probably help him in some way. I think he could be like a in-house therapist. You know, you get yourself a friend who would listen to you. And maybe if you need someone to rant to, that's your friend, you know? You'd be like, my boss was being such a dumbass today. Asked me to da-da-da-da-da. And then you have someone to listen to you. You don't have to go on the internet or rant to your friends about it or family members. You have a friend already in your bedroom. It's like Ryuk without the death note. Yeah, Ryuk, no tea, no shade. I love him, but he also looks a little deformed. But it doesn't matter to me. I could still be his friend. I think if I saw Ryuk, I would be his friend. It would scare me at first. I'd be like, God damn. But then I would be like, okay, I can work with this. So I want my word of advice, Mr. Still Eye or Miss, I don't know the gender of this person. Befriend this. You could be a really good friend, you know, rare friend too. Yeah, make them regret that you were the one that did the ranting. Oh my god, by ranting for, yeah, did the thing, like make them regret being your friend. Maybe they'll unfriend you. Brian is like, oh my god, when will this stop? This is worse than being in hell. And then they'll unfriend you and never show up again. You're like, oh my god, today my sister like called me fat. Oh my fucking god, can you believe it? And then Brian's on the corner of the room like, kill me right now. I'm already dead, kill me again, bro. Just exorcise me at this point. All Shinigami, actually. I only remember what Ryuk looks like, I'll be honest with you. The rest of Shinigami, I don't remember. Don't be judgmental, exactly. Bro, so funny though. I think if Brian is harmless, because we don't have enough context, maybe he is gonna hurt you, but in this context of literally not doing anything, just be its friend. It's scary, but who knows? Maybe it's a good thing. Yeah. Still, oh my god, they have a Death Note profile photo. They got an L profile photo. Maybe they are talking about Ryuk. Maybe, you know what I'm saying? I think that might be the inspiration. The inspiration, the facial inspiration. He's quite lovable. Yeah, he just wants some apples. I mean, it could rake up your grocery bills by a lot, because bro's a big guy. But you know what I'm saying? It's okay. It's okay. It's like having a pet that eats apples instead of, I don't know, dog food. Alright. Next, we have scary stories. Real alternative persona, Brian B. Wesley. That's so funny, dude. I need to watch Death Note again. It's been a long time. My god. Okay. Actual separation symptoms if he stops eating apples. Bro, so high maintenance. Bro, so high maintenance. Alright, next we have scary stories. I'm going to filter by hot. Okay, let's refresh this. Sometimes we get some new stuff. Okay. Oh, these are pretty recent. Hold on. This is 1 hour ago. This is 3 hours ago. This is 16 hours ago. Definitely we're going to be reading this. Shall we give this a try? I don't usually read like what you call it, newer stories. But let's give it a try. Let's see. Alright. Okay, this is Donovan221. Top 1% poster. Oh goddamn. Oh, cute profile picture. Okay, posted 1 hour ago. I think my smart glasses showed me the future. Is this a scary story? Okay, let's go. With all the craze around meta glasses right now, I figured I'd go out and get a pair for myself. I've always wanted to record content, but I've never wanted to be that guy walking around with a camera in everybody's face. These glasses were a game changer for me. For the first few days, things were going completely fine. I was excited to have them. I was recording things that weren't even entertaining. A dog running, people playing frisbee in the park. Sometimes I just record myself walking simply for the fun of it. Unfortunately, after only having the thing for about a week, I made the mistake of dropping the glasses on the sidewalk on my way to work. How much is it? Oh my god, expensive. I could hear the glass chip and break the moment they hit the ground, and the sound immediately put a pit in my stomach. They weren't cheap. I had paid nearly $400 for them. The red light still blinked at the corner of the right frame, and that made me a bit hopeful. But that hope was short-lived though, because when I put them on, not only were they not recording, I couldn't even see 2 inches in front of me. It was all black. Streaks of static lined the lenses, and all I could do was tap the frame, hoping the world would be displayed clearly again. I tapped once, then twice, and on the 3rd time the world did indeed come back into view. Only it wasn't the world that I had previously existed in. The surrounding buildings crumbled around me. Fires lined the streets. People lay on the ground motionless, while others ran away. I assumed they were screaming, judging by the looks on their faces, but I couldn't hear anything. All I could do was witness the horrors taking place in front of me. In my disorientation, there was one factor that snapped me back to reality and made my heart pound out of my chest. On the ground in front of me, a shadow grew. It was massive when I first noticed it, but by the time it was full size, it completely eclipsed the sun. I felt paralyzed. I had to force myself to turn and face the source of this darkness. When I did, I immediately fell to the floor out of dizziness and vertigo. A skyscraper-sized robot towered over me. It looked like the Iron Giant. When you see the movie, he looks all cute and harmless, but seeing him in person 20 feet in front of me, I thought I would die of a heart attack at any moment. The thing looked down at me, his glass eyes glowing red. It drew its arm back slowly, holding it in the air above its head for a moment before it came flying down towards me. I screamed so loud I thought my throat would bleed as I tore the glasses from my face, just as the robot's baseball field-sized hand came within 10 feet of me. I was crying. My heart felt like it was going to explode. In my episode, I had drawn a crowd, and once I opened my eyes, I found that I wasn't dead. I was just surrounded by people, all of whom stared at me like I was crazy. When I tossed my glasses, they accidentally ended up in the street, and once again, I heard the sound of glass and plastic being crushed as a passing taxi ran them over. Embarrassed, I ran home after calling off work for the day. I told them I was sick, but in reality, I was home hiding in my bedroom. After a few hours of recovery, I decided I'd turn on the TV to take my mind off the whole ordeal. As if some kind of twisted joke from the universe, the TV displayed a news channel the moment it came on. The article was enough to make me start packing my bags and planning my own disappearance. United States military prepares to deploy first fully autonomous Titan. America, you need to stop. I hope you all enjoy. Bless. Interesting. I was hoping the story would be more realistic and to our current time, but you know, I guess that's what they were trying to do. You know what I'm saying? Fuck the war, bro. AI is gonna rule the world. These clankers, man. Are we talking meta glasses from Mark Zuckerberg? Isn't the glasses that can film things like meta glasses, right? They look like normal glasses, but they film. If it was out of left field, yeah. If it wasn't a robot, I thought like this person saw the future and there was war or something, but turns out there was a shadow, and it's like a giant. That's a little goofy. Yeah, glasses showing what future they can do. Dude, I think it's a premonition. The glasses are like, I'm a clanker. I'm showing you exactly what I would do once I've been uploaded onto a Titan. We need a kaiju fight. The end is near. Doom. Doomfist. No, but seriously, I think the story started off well, and then it just fell flat. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, they tried though. It was pretty well written, like no typos, no nothing. Alright. Smart glasses, huh? Ooh, this one is fascinating because I love shit like this. Oh, hydrate first. Glug glug. Why won't the page load? Question mark. Hold on. Hello? Is my browser dying? Is my browser dying? Oh, never mind, it reloaded. It was well written, the plot twist didn't hit. No. The reveal was kind of weak. The glasses was showing a simulation of the Titan before launch. Because, I mean, the glasses could be a part of the clanker, you know what I mean? Anything on the internet, anything on the systems, ooh, don't trust it. But yeah, alright, this is uploaded written 3 hours ago by M00P Topia. The crawl space under Nana's house. In case y'all don't know, Nana's grandma. Grandmama! Meemaw! I think we're ready, bro. Scientists are crazy. Why would you build something like that, bro? It's like... What is this? You know? Alright. My Nana lived alone in a farmhouse deep in rural Maine. Where's Maine? No neighbors for miles. Just woods, a dirt road, and a house that seemed to groan even without wind. It was her homestead, her happy place. I stayed there for a week every summer. The first night I woke up around 2:30 a.m. because I heard someone walking around downstairs. Not unusual, I thought. Maybe Nana couldn't sleep. The footsteps continued for almost an hour. I missed the story. What did it end with? It was a big-ass robot. It was a big-ass robot. This one, right? This one, they saw the future of US military releasing a big robot trying to, I don't know, take over or whatever, but end up killing hella civilians. Yep. Okay, let's see. 2:30 a.m. Almost an hour? God, Grandma's getting her workout in. Slow, steady, back and forth across the kitchen floor. The next morning I mentioned it. Nana stopped buttering her biscuit and looked at me strangely. Sweetheart, she said, I take sleeping pills. I was asleep all night. I laughed it off, then she asked me something that made my stomach drop. Did it sound like shoes? I nodded. She went pale. Apparently my papa used to pace the kitchen every night before bed. There was never a reason, just a habit. He died 4 years earlier. I figured my Nana was just an old woman connecting unrelated things. Then the third night happened. I woke up to scratching. Not downstairs. Inside my bedroom wall. It sounded like fingernails dragging slowly through wood. Scratch, scratch, scratch. I turned on my phone flashlight and listened. Then 3 knocks came from inside the wall. Knock, knock, knock. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning I checked outside. There was no tree branch touching the house. No animals, nothing. That afternoon, while helping Nana clean the basement, I noticed a small wood door tucked behind shelves. A crawl space. Maybe 3 feet tall. With a hanging padlock that was rusted shut. What's in there? I asked. My Nana looked genuinely disturbed. Nothing, she replied. Then why is it locked? She didn't answer. That night, I couldn't stop thinking about it. Around midnight, oh fucking bitch, I grabbed my phone, turned on the flashlight, and went downstairs. You deserve to die. The basement air smelled like mildew and dirt. I found the crawl space door. Nana had tried to push the sleeves back in front of it, but I easily pushed it out of the way and finally got a good look at it. The padlock was ancient, but something was wrong. The lock was hanging open. I could have sworn it was rusted shut earlier. I remember because I had tried tugging on it. Now the door sat slightly ajar. A black cat stared back at me. I should have gone back upstairs. I should have crawled into bed, put on Adventure Time, and went to sleep. Instead, I opened it. The smell that seeped out was horrific. Rot, wet earth, something sour. I shined my phone flashlight inside. The crawl space stretched beneath the house. Dirt, floor, stone supports, darkness. At first I didn't see anything. Then my flashlight landed on something in the corner. A chair. Just a wooden chair, facing the wall. I remember feeling irrationally frightened. It was like someone had left it there intentionally. My tongue is dying. I turned my head to the left. I heard movement. A soft scrape, somewhere deeper in the darkness. I froze. My hands trembled slightly. Hello? I called out. I wasn't sure why I did, because either way I would be scared. But if I heard a reply, I'd be terrified. The movement stopped. Silence. And then something answered. Not a voice, a breath. Long, slow, right beside my ear. I swung my flashlight. Nothing. The crawl space was empty. I slammed the door shut and ran upstairs as if my life depended on my speed. I couldn't even tell you how fast I made it back to my bed, under the covers, and immediately began watching Adventure Time to distract me. I didn't sleep at all. The next morning I told Nana everything. She stared at me for a long time. Then she finally told me why the crawl space was locked. Years before I was born, she used to hear someone moving beneath the house every night. Scratching, crawling, breathing. My papa assumed it was an animal. One night he went down there with his shotgun. He came back 10 minutes later, white as a sheet. According to Nana, he immediately nailed the crawl space shut and locked it with the new heavy-duty padlock. When she asked what he'd seen, he refused to answer. For the rest of his life, he would only tell her it wasn't human. A few months later, he suffered a heart attack he never explained further. I was running on only a 2-hour nap that I took in the middle of the day while my Nana sat on the couch sewing a kitchen towel for her friend. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the chair, about the breathing, about what Papa had seen. Around 3 a.m., I heard footsteps again, walking across the kitchen. Slow, steady, back and forth. I pulled my blanket over my head and turned up the volume of my TV show on my phone. Then the footsteps stopped. I listened. Nothing. Then came 3 knocks. I don't know if you guys can hear this, but my neighbors are knocking again. Outer supremacy. Good timing! Maybe they're watching my stream. On my bedroom door, I whispered, "Nana?" No response. Then I heard something that I will never forget. Never. A voice. Very soft, very old, coming from the hallway. "Emma." My voice turned to ice. Nana was the only person in the house. She never called me Emma, always sweetheart or baby. I didn't move. The voice came again, closer. "Emma." Then from downstairs I heard my Nana scream. I threw my blankets off of my bed and ran out of my room. Down the stairs I found her in the kitchen, standing at the basement door, shaking, crying, pointing. The basement door was open. The basement door was open. The light was on, and muddy footprints led from the basement stairs into the kitchen. Not shoe prints, not animal tracks. Handprints. Hundreds of them, littering the tile, as if something had crawled out of the crawl space using only its arms. We left the house before sunrise. My Nana moved into assisted living the next year, unable to maintain her homestead. The farmhouse sat abandoned for nearly a decade. Then a contractor bought it. According to local rumors, he quit the renovation after 3 days. He told people he kept hearing someone moving beneath the floors at night. Last year, curiosity got the best of me. I looked up the property online, up for sale. The listing photos were mostly normal. Kitchen, bedrooms, bathrooms, basement. Then I saw a photo of the crawl space. The chair was still there, facing the wall. But that wasn't the thing that made me close my laptop. Someone had zoomed in and accidentally captured the corner beyond the chair. There was a person crouching there, naked, pale, thin enough to see every rib, looking into the camera. The photo was taken in daylight. The realtor later removed that image, but I downloaded it first. I've shown it to dozens of people, telling them what was happening in that house. Every single person notices the same thing eventually. The thing in the corner isn't looking at the camera. It's looking past it, like it's watching whoever is viewing the photo. And every time I open the image, I notice something I swear was not there before. The last time I checked, there were muddy handprints on the wall behind a chair. 3 of them. Fresh. Wet. As if something had just climbed out. Oh. Oh. Hold on, I need to process this. It's looking past it. And every time I open an image, I notice something I swear was not there before. The last time I checked, there were muddy handprints on the wall behind the chair. On the wall behind the chair, 3 of them, fresh, wet, as if something had just climbed up. What? I can't process this. I can't visualize this. Built-in sound system. It's my neighbor. They're knocking every freaking night, random times of the night until morning. So it's like the Ring. I mean, if it only moves with his handprints, is it dragging his body or is it just purely handprints? Like just muddy handprints. Like, is it doing a handstand every time? It's like, does it not know it got legs or something? Maybe it doesn't have legs. I don't know. I mean, interesting, but I feel like this is a little complicated for me. There were muddy handprints on the wall behind the chair. So every time this person opens the picture, something new is like they see something new. The last time they checked, there were muddy handprints on the wall behind the chair, as if now they see the muddy handprints on the wall behind the chair. On the wall behind the chair. Behind the chair? Because if you go into the crawl space, the chair is facing away from the door. But now, wall behind the chair, so it's actually technically in front of the chair. 3 of them, fresh, wet, as if something had just climbed out. 3 handprints. It's hand feet man. It's a hand feet man. It'll hurt you. Oh yeah, the shy guy. Is that the one? The SCP that's shy? The hand from Wednesday Addams. Oh man, Grandpa though. Grandpa went down with a shotgun, came back up, was like, that's not an animal. Poor Grandma. I think Grandma saw it. Heard my Nana scream. I threw my blankets off my bed and ran to her bedroom down the stairs. I found her in the kitchen, standing in the basement door. I think it was so hungry. It was just looking for food to eat. But bitch, what rent are you paying? Are you paying me rent? What bills are you paying to be living in my basement, in my crawl space? Like, you're eating my food and drinking my milk? Question mark? For free? It's scaring the living shit out of me, being loud as fuck, obnoxious as hell. You can at least be quiet. From not paying no bills. Bro. That would piss me off, dude. There's a human living rent-free in my basement. Don't you know the economy nowadays? I'm like, bro, I'm struggling too. Okay? I'm struggling too. You could at least, you know, I don't know, do some work around the house and not create more work for me. Like he got muddy handprints all over the kitchen floor. Now who's gonna mop that up? Me? Charge for that milk? I'm like, you could at least be an extra pair of hands. You want to live in that room? Fine. You want to live in a crawl space? Fine. You know, I don't need to provide you a room and a bed. Fine. But you can at least help me with the farm. You know, help me with the milk or whatever the hell. No, bro is just mooching off of us. Cute story. I don't hate it, but it's not my favorite. Alright, we've read 2, but the first one's pretty short, so let's read this one. This one is posted 16 hours ago with 27 likes, so it must be good, yes. Not too long of a story. This is by Excellent Maze 568. 17 hours ago. Oh, I guess I gotta refresh. I was rescued after spending 3 months in a cave. I should have stayed. Ooh, cave stories. They've been popping up lately. Okay. Carl was dead. He passed in the night, too weak from the cold and hunger to keep fighting. I couldn't blame him. I was about ready to go myself. Cold permeated every molecule of my being. The memory of what warmth felt like had long since vacated my mind. Forming thoughts had become as hard as moving my fingers, purple from the frostbite that ate away at them. The only thoughts I still had now were those of hunger. Staring at Carl's corpse, it looked less and less like my friend and more like another day on this earth. Oh. I lay face down on the stone floor, my head cocked towards what was left of Carl. His pale gray skin was flecked with ice crystals, his tongue hanging out of his mouth, purple and bloated. I licked my lips at the thought of biting into it, aching for the feeling of anything in my stomach, anything to fill the void in my abdomen that screamed for food. Carl, I rasped, my throat igniting into hellfire at the effort. I waited for an answer, my ears straining against the howl of the wind for a sound. Any proof of life. I closed my eyes against the hunger. Ted, you still with me, buddy? My eyes shot open. I stared at the corpse on the ground before me. His eyes were still glazed over, tongue still jutting from his mouth like a plum ripe for the picking. Teddy, you did it. You lasted longer than me. You lasted longer than me, old friend. His voice was as if it had been when the blizzard hit. He still had the SoCal accent with that nasally note Snow always gave him. When was the last time I heard of that voice? It had been a couple of days. Or was it weeks? Carl? I croaked again, the strain almost too much to handle. That's right, Ted, your good buddy Carl in the flesh. I blinked. His lips weren't moving, but that was Carl's voice. You won, Teddy. You remember our deal? Winner gets to eat the other person. Winner, winner, chicken dinner, right, dude? As a matter of fact, I couldn't remember the deal. I couldn't remember much of anything since we crawled into the cave. My stomach had resorted to eating memories, anything to keep going. I attempted to respond, but my throat failed me, only managing a guttural moan. That's the spirit. Looks like the tester is still kicking. Look, I don't want you to die too, buddy. No reason for both of us to go, right? Carl had a point. He always was the smart one. He had booked the ski tickets at a steal after all. And why should we both die? God couldn't be that cruel, right? Taking out two friends who went out for a little fun in the snow? No. Now you're cooking, Teddy. Don't let me just go to waste. I wouldn't do that to you. My fingers tensed on their own, twisting into claws against the stone. My arms pulled. The sound of my jacket scraping the stone and ice filled my ears as I inched towards Carl, my sense of touch long since killed by the cold. That's it, Teddy, you're nearly there. My legs followed behind me limply as I drew nearer, closer to Carl, closer to food. The smell of danger began to permeate the air. The smell of death began to permeate the air. It was intoxicating, better than any Thanksgiving dinner. Every pull towards his corpse gave me renewed energy. Carl really was a good friend. My fingers hooked into his jacket. With one last heave, I pulled myself onto him. On top of him, my face pressed into the icy surface of his cheek. Way to go, tester. Hard part's over. Claim your prize. I licked my lips in anticipation, slowly forcing my jaw open, my frozen muscles popping and straining from underuse, lowering my teeth down until they touched the pale flesh of his emaciated jaw muscle. Bro, we're about to read something real graphic, so if you're not comfortable with it, now's the time to click off and come back in like 5 minutes. Nice, Teddy, just a little bite. My jaw closed slowly like a hydraulic press. My teeth pressed into his flesh, meeting resistance as the pressure started to grow. The flesh gave, like biting into frozen ice cream. My eyes rolled back into my head from the pressure of eating. I had taken eating for granted. It was no longer a task that had little meaning. I would treasure eating forever, all thanks to Carl. My jaw slowly closed around the hunk of flesh. I chewed once, twice, then swallowed. A low growl of pleasure escaped my lips as I felt the flesh slide into my stomach. That a boy, Teddy. Don't stop now. Food's getting cold. I started biting and chewing with new ferocity. It was a blur of motion the cave had not seen since the first day we entered. Primal hunger took over as I devoured Carl, as I ate the last gift he had ever given me. I ate Carl over the next few days, stripping his clothes and layering them on myself. I didn't shiver as much anymore. First was all of the flesh. His face, arms, legs, torso, even his booty, the butt. Then the soft organs. His heart was sweeter than anything I've ever eaten. It makes sense, Carl was a nice guy. By the time I'd eaten his trachea, I could stand and walk freely around the cave. Look at you go, Teddy! Looking just like Schwarzenegger now. Arnold Schwarzenegger? Now, Carl's voice echoed through the cave. The last thing to eat was Carl's brain. Oh no. I held the rock in my hand, the sharp edges digging into my palms. Waste not, want not, Tatster. I wasn't going to waste any of Carl. The rock echoed off his skull with a dull crunch. I brought it down again and again until I couldn't take it anymore and began tearing his skull apart with my bare hands. The rock left covered in blood on the cave floor. As I wiped my mouth and sat back, I looked out of the cave's mouth. The snow had stopped. How long ago had it ended? How long was I eating Carl? I walked out into the gray afternoon, the sun already starting to dip towards the horizon. Stumbling, I followed it. I walked all night. Night turned to day, then back to night. I walked knowing if I stopped, I wouldn't get back up. The landscape around me was dead and infinite. All of the trees looked the same, their gnarled branches protruding like bony fingers down towards me. I walked until my legs gave out, face planting in the snow. My eyes got heavy as I lay there. My vision reduced to a pinhole as I drifted off into sleep. When I awoke, the first thing I noticed was the lack of cold. Warmth? A rhythmic beeping filled the air as I willed my eyes to show me where I was. No matter how hard I tried, how many times I blinked, I could only see white. I groaned, earning a shocked gasp off to my right. I spent the next 2 weeks in the hospital. I had been missing 3 months when the park rangers found me. Frostbite had destroyed my fingers, toes, and other patches of skin. My walk through the woods gave me snow blindness, which explained the gauze wrapped over my eyes when I awoke. Worst of all, I had lost almost 80 pounds, but thanks to Carl, I was alive. I was hooked to a feeding tube for those 2 weeks while I recovered. Doctors said I wouldn't be able to process solid food for a while after my stomach had gone so long without it, but I knew that was a lie. When they released me at the end of 2 weeks, I was a new man. The cops asked me questions about what happened. Where had I gone? How did I survive? Where was Carl? I didn't answer, unable to remember anything but the taste of Carl's flesh. That was something I would never forget, and something these people wouldn't understand. Carl had given me a gift and I wouldn't waste it locked in a jail cell. They let me go and I boarded a plane back to California. The first thing I did when I got home was stop at my favorite burger joint. I sat in my car holding the biggest burger they had on the menu. Real food. I took a bite and paused. It didn't have any flavor. I swallowed the hunk of meat, disappointed. Maybe my taste buds hadn't come back yet? I ate the burger slowly, sitting in silence. As I took the last bite, I threw my car door open and vomited all of it back up onto the pavement. Maybe the doctor was right. I was not ready for solid food yet. I returned to my apartment, getting lost a few times along the way. Sticking the key in the lock and giving it a turn, I saw her. She was more beautiful than I remembered. Ted? Her hands shot up, covering her mouth as tears flowed over her cheeks. Hey, Jess, I said hoarsely, tears welling up in my eyes. She ran over, wrapping me in a tight hug enough to split a boulder. Her words came flowing out like music to my ears. I had made it home, thanks, Carl. Life returned to some semblance of normalcy. I was fired from my job. Not that I had a desire to work right now anyways. Jess put me on a liquid diet following the doctor's orders. The shakes and broths had no flavor and left me hungry no matter how full my stomach felt. That was fine for the first week, but the longer I was home, the more frustrated I had become not being able to eat real food. The only real difference in my life was the dreams. I had 2 recurring dreams that filled my mind at night. The first, my teeth sinking into Carl's flesh, except in the dream he was sitting up. his dead eyes staring into mine while his mouth contorted into a wide smile. His teeth just a little too sharp, his skin pulled a little too tight. "That's right, Teddy, gotta get your strength back, buddy," he would coo as my teeth ripped and pulled skin and muscle off his bones. The second dream was something I couldn't remember seeing. I was walking through the woods completely nude. Snow and wind whipped past me, but I couldn't feel the cold. I could hear Carl's voice through the dead woods beckoning me closer. "Here, Tadster, I'm just over here." I was trudging through the snow after him. His voice was different, the accent gone, replaced by a malice I've never heard any voice utter. The voice never got any closer, no matter how far I walked. I would call out for him in the same voice I had in the cave, a hoarse croak that echoed off the trees. I awoke with the start of one night. How long had I been home again? Time was losing meaning. It's strange how meals have marked the passage of time. I reached over, placing a hand on Jess. Her soft, warm skin was a comfort. My stomach growled loudly as I traced the curvature of her arm. Maybe I could eat real food again. It couldn't hurt, could it? I padded softly to the kitchen, making myself a sandwich, sitting down at the kitchen table with only the fridge light illuminating me. I took a bite. Nothing. No taste to speak of. Swallowing, I devoured the sandwich, savoring the feeling of food going down my throat. "How's the sandwich, Teddy?" I froze, looking around the dark kitchen, searching for the source. Searching for Carl. I stood up from the table, an intense nausea flooding my whole body. Running to the guest bathroom, I barely had time to raise the toilet seat before a spew of greasy black bile erupted from my mouth. "Yeah, I was never much of a turkey guy myself," Carl's voice echoed inside the small room. I heaved until my stomach was empty again. The hunger gnawed at my stomach like a rabid dog. Flushing the toilet, I sat on the floor and cried, my back against the wall as I pulled my knees to my chest. "Aw, cheer up, Teddy. At least you got to have it for a little while." I looked around again, alone in the dark, the cold linoleum pressed into my backside. "Carl, where are you?" I asked quietly. "Where do you think, buddy? I couldn't let you just leave me in the cave, you know." I stood up slowly, backing myself into the corner. "No, you're dead. I ate you. You let me live." His chuckle filled my ears. His skin went cold, goosebumps covering my arms. Did Carl chuckle? He's always had that stupid laugh that could bring out a smile even on the worst days, but a chuckle? Unnerved, I went back to bed. That was the first time Carl talked to me, but not the last. The next few weeks were hell. I was starving. Jess left to go to a conference in LA for work, leaving me all alone. Surrounded by food I couldn't eat without throwing up unless it went through a blender first. The gray sludge in the blender had no taste. It had no substance. No matter how much I drank, I never felt full. I sat crying on the kitchen floor, with the fridge door left wide open. The shelves were bare as I had blended every morsel of food and consumed it. Egg, ham, lettuce, cheese, even raw hamburger meat jammed into the blender and blended into a puree. It didn't even scratch the hunger within me. "Whoa, eating for two, buddy?" Carl's voice taunted from everywhere. "Please, make it stop." I stopped into the empty house. "Oh, I can't make it stop, Teddy. You made your choice. You have to live with it." His voice was different, sharper, cruel and cold despite his teasing words. I hardly noticed the growl of my stomach louder than the concern in my head. I crawled over the floor towards the trash can, knocking it over the floor and spilling its contents. In a frenzy, I began devouring whatever scraps of food there were left in the bag. How the mighty have fallen, Tad. I didn't care what Carl had to say, shoveling scraps of whatever seemed edible into my mouth. It had no taste. The familiar feeling of nausea hit me. I ran to the bathroom, standing over the sink as a black bile projected out of my mouth. I cried, panting as I fought for breath. Looking up in the mirror, I froze. I watched in horror as a piece of intestine quickly retracted from my open mouth back down in my throat. I blinked. My mind must be breaking. The starvation making me see things. I stared into the mirror. My shirt moved just a fraction, like a wrinkle releasing from the fabric. I tore it over my head, staring at my stomach. Watching in horror, the intestine snaked its way around my bloated stomach. I couldn't let you leave me in that cave, Teddy. I was frozen. The only thought filling my head was the starvation that racked my body. My eyes fell on my reflection. The eyes in the mirror were not my own, sunken into my skull, ringed with black bags from exhaustion. My hair had thinned. Stringy patches where a full head of brown hair had once grown. The intestines coiling around my abdomen. You need to eat, Teddy. You know what you have to eat. The intestines continued to coil. I could feel it sliding around my stomach, stoking the flame of my hunger. I heard the key sliding into the lock of the front door. It's supper time, Ted. The words echoing within my very skull. It was no longer Carl's voice. I heard the door open, Jess calling out that she was home. How long had she been gone? My stomach growled audibly in response. Remember our deal, Teddy? I heard Jess gasp as she entered the kitchen, its disarray startling her. Ted? Are you here? She called shakily, my fingers tense on their own, contorting into claws. Food's getting cold, the voice whispered within my soul. I wish I could say I fought it, that I snapped out of it and got help. I wish I could say that I did the right thing. But I didn't. I sat in the kitchen writing down this account. By the time you find this note and the crushed bones of the woman I love, I will be on a plane back to North Dakota. The hunger is gone for now, but it will be back. I can feel it moving within my stomach now. I won't let it win again. I'm going back to the cave, secluded from anyone else who I could hurt. Back to Carl, back to where this thing came from. I'm sorry for the mess. Oh my god! Sounds like a modern story Wendigo story. Sorry, modern Wendigo story. You know what? You're right. To be honest, I feel like... Okay, scientifically speaking, we should not eat another human being, especially not the brain. Because apparently there's some kind of virus or parasite that would fuck us up. Like, we will die from it. Especially if it's like day-old body, bro. That thing as soon as you die, I've been watching this lady called Lauren the Mortician. She talks about like what happens to the body after we die, and like she's a mortician, so she explains like funeral stuff. But she has mentioned many times that the moment you die, decomposition starts. It's not like, oh, you died, it starts in one day. No, as soon as you die, your body starts to like decompose immediately. And so if you waited a day, that's already like a decomposed body. Like it may not be too much, but it's already started for a day. Meningitis. So it's like, I don't know. It's fucked up because it's like, if you were stuck in a cave and the only thing left was a human body, some people would eat it, and you know what? Gotta do what you gotta do. I personally would not do that. I'd rather die, okay? Like, if I got myself in that situation, bro, what's the point of living, right? But I can't speak for somebody else. Maybe they would eat another person to stay alive. But if you want to do it immediately. Don't wait a day, bro. That shit is decomposing, bro. Carl is already... And then that brain, you save the brain for last. Which is like, that brain has already been decomposing for 2 days. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy work right there, bro. Look, eat is eat, food is food, you mean? You know what? I don't know. It's just... It's quite heavy, but I thought the story was going to go like he got some brain parasite from it. And... like he just kept feeling hungry. But turns out it's like the parasite in his head doing something, you know? Tree barks outside or something. Yeah, honestly, yeah, but I think... he probably couldn't go outside. He would have died out in the snow, maybe. Right? Ooh, I don't know. I feel like, the snow covered up the entrance, that's why they couldn't go out. And so when after he was done eating Carl, he looked at the cave entrance and saw that the snow has melted. Right? I was hoping it was a kind of story where he ate something. He was gone for 30 days, he ate something to survive, and then after he got out, he told the police what happened, and the police was like, there's nobody named Carl with you. What do you mean you ate Carl? They There was no Carl with you. You went on that trip alone because you wanted some time to yourself. You went into the cave. He probably went into the cave alone. There's no record of a Carl with you. And maybe he ate something that he shouldn't have eaten, like something that lives in the cave. You know, I would have loved to see that. Like, he went back into the cave. Turns out it was not Carl. He ate something, not someone. Oh, that would have been some juicy shit. Who's Carl, right? That would have been a huge twist. I felt like that should have been how the story went. Yeah. I kind of saw it coming when he couldn't taste food anymore. I thought he had COVID. Because, you know, one of the symptoms from COVID, not for everyone, but it's a possible symptom where people would not be able to smell or taste anything. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, maybe it was that. Like, he or the snow, the cold fucked up his taste buds. Like, his tongue was so frozen that it killed his taste buds or something. Or that his tongue no longer works like it used to. Right? And it would have been dark if that was the case there, where like he killed a person and ate them and realized it still didn't help. Turns out it wasn't his hunger for human flesh. It was actually his tongue that was the problem. But he kept spiraling. He thought he had to eat human meat because the voices in his head told him to, and that was what he had to do. But after he ended up killing someone and eating them, he realized, no, it was not it. He could still not taste anything, but the crime has been committed. That would have been a good story too, right? Yeah. Also, welcome in Zeno. I was really into the story. I wasn't reading chat. Yeah, I think Wendigo was also an interesting theory. It got too long and the story writing is elite. Yeah. Something that lived there and waited out but couldn't on its own without a host. Oh, it needed something to eat it, or someone to eat it in order to live vicariously through them. Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah. All right, guys, I gotta take a pee break. We will be back to read another story from this, from this subreddit called Scary Stories. But you know what? I don't hate this story. I think it could be worked on more. It could be better. I do like the writing, and there's no too much type or anything, I don't think. But yeah. Parasites, mushroom infects ants. Oh. Wendigo is probably a type of parasites. Ew, fascinating. Fascinating. Alright, we're going to take a quick toilet break, 3 to 5 minutes. We will be back for more. Hey. Sorry. Meow. Okay, we are by the story was common, but the details carried it. So true. I like the writing. Yeah, I like the writing. It did like kind of get me on the edge of my seat a little. Hi, hello, Kai, welcome in. Hey, we got spooked by some stories already. Yes, we did. Some are okay. Some are okay. I mean, we've read some of the best stories on these sites, so it's like we can't expect every single story to be like that. But I'm keeping an open mind for other stories. I'm hoping to get spooked even more. Okay. Hold on, my mic height is a little weird. Alright, okay. Next story from Scary Stories. Let's refresh. Okay. Alright. Let's read something from this one we already read. Let's see. I guess some of these don't get too much traction, huh? The licking thing, wow. I think, you know, I'm gonna change this. Rising, how's that? Rising, does that help? No. New, top. Best. What's the difference between best and top? Okay, I guess we can do best as a filter. Every story so far has their strengths. Yeah. Spookery is happening. Yo. Alright. Okay, let's read this one from this. Okay, this is posted 3 days ago. Written by No Cardiologist 1353. My university paid me $2,000 to stay silent for one night. My university is performing strange overnight studies. Ooh. I first learned about them during my second semester when I was down to less than $40 in my checking account. The flyer was pinned to a bulletin board outside the psychology building. Overnight silent study. Compensation $2,000. Duration 1 night. Requirements: must remain awake, must remain silent, must follow all instructions provided by research staff. If interested, please go to Side 213 Studies and Tests on the 2nd floor of the Psych building. I must have read it 10 times. $2,000 for one night was ridiculous. It was more money than I made in a month working part-time at the campus bookstore. At the bottom of the flyer was a handwritten note: participants who leave early will not be compensated. For some reason, that line bothered me more than anything else. Not because I would leave earlier, but because whoever added that in felt like people who would want to leave. Makes sense. I would suss it out. Welcome back. Thank you. Easiest job for a mute, bro. That's wild. My empty wallet is what finally made up my mind. Taking the flyer in my hand, I entered the building and headed to the 2nd floor. On the other side of the room door, marked Side 213, was a small waiting room with a handful of chairs. And at the far side of the room was a hallway guarded by a small desk. Sitting behind the desk was a young woman not much older than me. As I entered, she looked up and smiled. "Hello," she said pleasantly. "Can I help you?" Yes," I said as I walked up to the desk. I was actually wondering if there's still time to sign up for this. I slid the flyer across the desk to her. As she saw it, her smile lowered slightly. And she quickly glanced up at me before her eyes returned to the paper and her smile again widened. "The silent study? Yes, there are still slots available. Would you like to sign up?" A burst of excitement ran throughout my body. Yes, I'd love to. $2,000 is too good to pass up. She forced a smile before asking for my information. She took down my name, phone number, emergency contact, and medical history. After she had everything she needed, she said, Alright, I think I have everything. You will need to be at the Garner building by 9 p.m. this coming Tuesday. The study will take place in vacant dorms at the top level. You are welcome to bring with you any books or homework you want, but please don't bring anything that can play songs or movies. Since this is a silent study, those aren't allowed. Fair? I nodded quickly. Garner building at 9 p.m. on Tuesday, got it. As I turned to leave, she said, "Oh, one more thing, I nearly forgot." I turned back around. She slid a packet across the desk. Please read and sign the consent forms." The packet was nearly an inch thick. I didn't bother to read it all, I just signed the last one. As I left, the secretary called after me, "Good luck!" Tuesday came quickly. I spent the day sleeping and putting together a backpack full of snacks and books for the night ahead of me. Oh, that's a bad idea. By 8:50 p.m., I was standing in front of the Gardner building. A few moments later, a balding man in his 40s came out and asked, "Are you here for the study?" I swallowed hard before nodding. "Yes, sir." "Great. Please follow me." He led me inside and into the building's elevator, hitting the button for floor 5. We headed to the top. The elevator opened to a hallway dimly illuminated by fluorescent yellow lights. The hallway was nearly identical to the other dorm halls on campus, only this one was strangely lifeless. It felt as though no one had used the floor in years. The man led me further down the hall before stopping in front of room 504. "Here's where you'll be staying tonight. Just so you know, we have installed security cameras everywhere except in the bathroom, just so we can confirm that you remain silent all night. We also have installed an intercom system." I looked at him confused. "What's that for?" He responded, "At the beginning of every hour, we will announce the time for you. If everything goes well, this will be the only voice you hear all night." Okay. Hello, welcome in. The answer wasn't particularly reassuring, but $2,000 had a way of making concerns feel smaller. I turned the doorknob, I walked in. The man said, "Remember, you are free to leave at any time, but just know that those who leave early will not be compensated." With that, he reached in and closed the door. I heard the quiet click of the door locking and realized the study started now. I turned to face the room, finding it not to be much different from my own dorm room. It was quietly lit by a single overhead light and a small lamp that stood on a desk in the corner. The floor was carpeted, and a lofted bed took up one full wall. Beneath it was a small reading chair and a mini fridge. Across from the bed was a full-size wardrobe and a poster of a cat hanging on a branch with the phrase, "Hang in there." The outside wall was home to a large window that granted a full view of the courtyard. Unlike my dorm, this one had a short hallway shooting off to the right side of the door. There was a tiny kitchenette with a few cabinets and a sink. There was a miniature coat closet. At the end of the hall was a door to a small bathroom with a sink, toilet, and a tight shower. Instinctively, I opened my mouth to comment on a room before remembering I wasn't supposed to speak again until morning. Taking the backpack off my back, I pulled out one of the books and took a seat in the chair. The first hour was boring. I didn't leave the chair, nor did I put down the book. I jumped an hour later when a loud monotone voice broke through the silence. "It is now 10 p.m. I released a breath I hadn't realized I was holding, rebuked myself in my head for so quickly forgetting about the intercom before returning to my book. At 10:30, I needed a break from reading. The words on the page were starting to hurt my eyes. Standing up, I stretched and began to absent-mindedly examine the dorm. I opened all the cabinets in the kitchenette, but only found a few cups and bowls. I stared out the window, watching my fellow students come and go. Then I went to the bathroom and opened a closet, which was empty except for a single winter jacket. Finally, I opened the wardrobe, and as I did, a crumpled piece of paper fell to the ground. Seeing that something was written on it, I picked it up, and here's what it said. "If you found this, read it before midnight. The researchers won't tell you anything. The researchers won't tell you everything. Stay silent, not don't talk. Stay silent. The researchers are studying what happens when nobody speaks. Do not interfere with the observation. If another participant enters your room, do not acknowledge him. Participants are assigned to one room each. If the intercom asks you a question, the study has ended. Leave immediately. The hourly announcement should only happen on the hour. If the intercom speaks at any other time, cover your ears and do not listen to what it says. Do not look into the hallway between 1:13 a.m. and 1:20 a.m. If someone knocks 3 times, ignore it. But if someone knocks 4 times, move away from the door immediately. If you hear crying from the bathroom, do not investigate. If the lights go out, close your eyes and count to 100. If you see someone standing in the courtyard staring at your window, close the blinds and do not open them for 2.5 hours. At some point during the night, you will hear your own voice. It will ask you a question. Do not answer. If the intercom announces it is now 3:07 a.m., hide in the closet until another announcement is made. Whatever happens, do not open the wardrobe a second time. I couldn't help but roll my eyes after reading it. Clearly, someone who did the study before me had gotten bored and wanted to prank the next participant. I crumbled the paper and tossed it into the trash can. After filling a glass of water and grabbing a snack, I returned to the chair and my book. I glanced up from my book at 11 when the intercom announced it is now 11 p.m. I scanned the room slowly. After 2 hours of silence, I felt like the room itself had grown louder. Every squeak and groan of the building felt louder than it should be. After glancing around the room a few times, I returned to my book. Around 11:40, I started feeling drowsy, so I stood up and did some jumping jacks and ran in place for a while to get the blood flowing. I was on the toilet when the clock struck midnight. The intercom declared it is now 12 a.m. I finished in the bathroom and returned to my book. I nearly jumped out of my skin when 20 minutes later at 12:20 a.m. the intercom said, "Participant 3 is now reading a book." I lowered my book and looked around quickly. That was weird. I thought it was only telling the time. Am I participant 3? I sat frozen for a few minutes, waiting to hear anything else. I noticed a low hum that hadn't been there before. But after waiting for 10 minutes, I stood up and grabbed the snack from my bag. As I did, the intercom said, "Participant 3 is eating." I froze mid-chew and looked up at the little camera in the corner staring down at me. Why would they announce my actions like this? The hum grew louder as I returned to my chair. At 12:39, the intercom spoke again. "Participant 3 is breaking the rules." I looked around in confusion. What rule had I broken? I hadn't said anything. The hum was now so loud that it was hurting my ears. 5 minutes later, at 12:44, the intercom announced, "Participant 3 is going to die." Panic filled my mind as the hum grew painfully loud. It felt like my brain was going to explode, but in that moment I remembered the note that I had thrown away. And rule number 4. I squeezed my hand over my ears. Even with them covered, I could feel the vibrations radiating through my hands. But after a few moments, it stopped. Cautiously, I removed my hands from my ears and everything was perfectly quiet again. The hum was gone, as if it had never been there. Sweat formed on my forehead as I moved to the trash can and unwrinkled the balled-up paper. I stared at the rules for several minutes, but then I heard the jiggle of keys and the sound of someone fumbling with the lock. Before I turned and saw the front door swing wide open. At the door stood a man who looked roughly my age. He had shaggy blonde hair, wore shorts and sandals, and a sweatshirt bearing the school's logo. There was a bag at his feet. He looked at me and smiled. "Hey man," he said. "Guess we're going to be roommates. What's your name?" "I'm Chris." I was too confused to answer, but he kept going. "What's your major?" "Mine's business." "Are you as pumped as I am to be here?" I was about to answer, but the rules in my hand caught my eye. Rule number 2. If another participant enters your room, do not acknowledge him. Participants are assigned 1 room each. I felt cold as I read it. "What you got there?" the man asked as he noticed the sheet in my hand. I lowered my eyes to the floor and didn't respond. He went quiet as he walked closer to me. He stood mere inches from me. "Is that orientation information?" he said as he pointed at the paper. "Why don't you give that to me?" he asked smoothly. I instinctively pulled my hand away, but as I did, he screamed, "Give it to me!" My hands shook as I folded the paper and put it in my pocket. He grunted and said, "Look at me." His voice had changed, growing deeper and cracked. "Look at me." I swallowed as I closed my eyes. I could feel his hot breath on my face. It smelled rotten. I stood there with my eyes closed for what felt like hours, but when I opened them again, he was gone. The doors shut and locked. It was 12:57 a.m. I was a wreck. The rules in my pocket must be real. I wanted to leave, I wanted to get out of here and never come back. But after what I had experienced, I seriously doubted that I truly could leave. It felt safer to listen to the rules and make it through the night. After taking a few minutes to calm my nerves, I pulled out the rules and reviewed them. Rule 5. Do not look into the hallway between 1:13 a.m. and 1:20 a.m. It was 1:05. I looked at the little hallway leading to the bathroom, wondering what could possibly happen there in 8 minutes. Whatever it was, I won't be looking. The chair faced towards the door, and I could see the hallway from where it sat. So I turned the chair to face the window. As I did, I glanced out the window. There in the courtyard was a tall figure, holding a single lit candle in his hand as it stared directly into the window. I couldn't tell how far away it was. I only knew it hadn't been there a moment ago. Without hesitation, I shut the curtains and set the timer for 2.5 hours. As I did, I felt the room become noticeably colder. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up as I heard the sound of dishes moving, coming from the hallway. I didn't dare to even turn around. I couldn't risk seeing what was in the hallway. It sounded like someone was trying to cook a meal. I heard the sound of vegetables being chopped and a pot of water being boiled, even though the kitchenette I saw did not have a stove. Every now and then I heard someone trying to whistle a tune, but it was monotone and lacked any sense of music. At around the 6-minute mark, I heard a quiet, dry voice say to itself, I need to get some rosemary. Then I heard heavy footsteps leave the hallway. They crossed the carpet slowly. One step, then another, then silence. Complete silence. I could no longer tell where it was. I was about to turn around when directly in my right ear I heard a mocking whisper. You're still here, huh? After that, I heard footsteps walk away and the sound of the door slamming. Slowly, I turned around. It was 1:21 a.m. Everything was pretty quiet for a while. At 2:30, loud wailing came from the bathroom and lasted for about 20 minutes. After it stopped, I cracked the bathroom door open. It was empty. Sometime after 3:20 a.m., I was getting pretty tired. The silence was making my eyes heavy, and right as I started nodding off, the lights went out. The darkness pumped adrenaline through my veins, waking me up. From the bathroom, I could hear a clicking sound. It sounded like a dog with long nails walking across a hardwood floor. It was getting closer. Remembering the rule, I squeezed my eyes shut and began counting to myself. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The sound was now right in front of me. 10, 11, 12, 13. The sound stopped, and directly in front of me I heard creaking bones. 20, 21, 22, 23. A cold bony hand gently caressed the side of my face. I squeezed my eyes tighter. 30, 31, 32, 33. A raspy voice vibrated off a long dead vocal cord. Just open your eyes. My throat went dry as I continued counting in my head. 45, 46, 47, 48. A damp, rough tongue licked the side of my face. 67, 68, 69, 70. Right as I hit 100, the lights flipped back on. Even though my eyes were closed, the sudden brightness was a shock. I opened to see the empty room just the way I left it, though my cheek was still slightly wet. For the next 2 hours, I hid in the bathroom. I figured that since the only rule involving the bathroom had already happened, it was probably the safest place. I sat on the toilet lid waiting, hoping time would move faster. Near 5:15 a.m., I heard a quiet voice behind me. You sure have been quiet for a long time. It was my voice. Not in my head, but in my ears. It was my exact voice, like I was listening to it on a recording. I tried to ignore it. Why did you stop talking to Mom before she died? I clenched my teeth. How did it know about Mom? It asked again. Why did you stop talking to Mom before she died? And again, from 5:15 till the sun rose. It asked the same question over and over again. I couldn't take it. I was near my breaking point when the sun peeked over the horizon. As it did, the voice stopped. Everything was quiet once more. Between sunrise at 7:30 and 8:30, nothing happened. I braced myself for the worst, for something terrible to jump out of the wardrobe, but nothing did. At exactly 9 a.m., the intercom announced, "It is now 9 a.m. The study is complete. Do you have any questions?" I immediately rose from the chair, grabbed my bag, and headed out the now unlocked door. By the elevator stood the same man from last night. He smiled and said, "Congratulations on remaining silent the whole night. Your time has been very beneficial to our study." He handed me a check for $2,000 and what looked like a business card. "Here's your pay, and if you'd like to participate in any of our future studies, please call the number." I stared at him in silence. "Please follow me," he said, ushering me into the elevator. I decided to go home to my dad's for a while. I'm even thinking about transferring schools. I just can't be there right now. I'm writing this late at night while I'm lying in bed. I haven't spoken much since this all happened. I'm scared something will hear me. My clock just hit 3:07, and as it did, a cold mechanical voice just filled the room. It is now 3:07 a.m. Hello, Dime, you finished your stream? Yo, inappropriate boundaries. How could you lick my face without my consent? But also, he never pulled the curtain back open. That too? He never pulled the curtain back open. And also, he never hid in the closet. Because he's supposed to hide in a closet, right? Okay, let's read the rules again. Oh my god, that was pretty scary. Let's read the rules again. Oh, sorry, we passed it. Okay, here goes. Where is it again? Where's the rules? I think it was early, right? Oh, here it is, here it is. Okay, let's read this again. 2K for all that, bro. But this person only got $20 to their name, so... They did try to cook dinner, right, Kai? But they were missing rosemary. Okay. Here comes. Stay silent. If another participant enters your room, do not acknowledge them. Participants are assigned one room each. If the intercom asks you a question, the study is ended, leave immediately. The hourly announcements should only happen on the hour. If the intercom speaks any other time, cover your ears and do not listen. Do not look into the hallway between 1:13 and 1:20. If someone knocks 3 times, ignore it. But if someone knocks 4 times, move away from the door immediately. If you hear crying from the bathroom, do not investigate. If the lights go out, close your eyes and count to 100. If you see someone standing in the courtyard staring at your window, close the blinds and do not open them for 2.5 hours. At some point during the night, you will hear your own voice. It will ask you a question. Do not answer. It says at some point during the night because that was dawn, right? When they kept asking you the question. If the intercom announced it is now 3:07 a.m., hide in a coat closet until another announcement is made. So this is not over yet. This person's gotta go hide in a closet now because the announcement said it is now 3:07 a.m. Right? Yeah, see? It is now 3:07 a.m. Yeah. Hold on. Here it is. Whatever happens, do not open the wardrobe a second time. I couldn't help but roll my eyes back. Oh, so that's all the rules. This is such a fun read though. I liked it. It did get me intrigued. I was roped into the story. You know? He's still in the experiment. Yeah, he's still in the experiment. He's still stuck in there. Damn. You know what's interesting? If you told me it is a silent experiment, I would not personally... I would bring a book. Or I would bring like a Kindle tablet. I would not bring something that would make noise. Like this, he said he brought snacks, right? And I'm assuming if you take snacks, you try to open the packaging, it's gonna make some noise. If you try to open a container, it makes some noise. And that's not silence. Silence is like silent, bro. I don't think it's just, unless they mean you have to be mute, then that's a different story. Which means, oh, as long as I don't talk, I can make as much noise as I want. But I don't think that makes sense, because that's easy to do. They're not gonna give you $2,000 for that, right? I think you have to be quiet as a mouse, you know? You have to be as quiet as a mouse. You can't even fart. Or you have to like pry your booty cheeks open and slowly and gently do a silent fart, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah. Near 5:15 a.m. I heard a quiet voice behind me. Sure, I've been quiet for a long time, bro. He understood it as no talking. Yeah, he thought it was just no talking. I wouldn't trust that. Yeah. This is well written though. I like it. I just wish there's more to it. Yeah. I don't know, but it was also a good length for a story. Yeah, I was thinking like flipping pages makes sound, so I think like Kindle, you know, like Kindle books, like it's the tab, right? It's like an iPad, but it's only for books. So you can't play songs unless you jailbreak it, I think. You can't play songs, you can't play videos. It's just for the books that you can subscribe to on Kindle, right? So I think that would be a better thing. You can just read it. Maybe you need to bring some charging stuff, but books, I think you would make a noise. I could put it down, you flip the page, pressing the page down, your fingers running along the pages will also make a sound. Tapping on a screen? Not really. Well, you don't have to go hard. I guess you could just gently swipe it, you know, gently tap, gently swipe. Yeah, like take it easy, you know. I think that would be more quiet than a book. You can summon something that saves you. Just bring a book of witchcraft. Let the demons fight it out. Yeah, but this was really fun. I don't know. I feel like it should be turned into a short film. Or maybe it already has. I don't know. Yeah, this is a fun experiment. Like silent. You have to stay silent. What happens though? I wish there's another version where we could see what happens if they didn't have the page. Sorry. The note at all. Like, what if they never found the rule note? What is this person gonna do? You know? This is fun. I liked it. Good right, no cardiologist 1353. They still, Legend says they still haven't gotten the money. Legend says they're still stuck in the room. To be honest, you won't really know the time until they tell you, right? It is now 3:07 a.m. What if the clock lies to you, you know what I'm saying? Near 5:50 a.m. and it's like the clock is the anomaly. The clock is lying to you. In reality, it is 3:07 a.m. But they would only tell you by the hour though. It's like they will only say it is now 3 a.m. They wouldn't be like it's now 3:07 a.m. They would be like it is now 3 a.m. So something just... I don't think this should be trusted. I don't know, it's kind of fucked up. He said he got the check, but we don't know if that's true. Oh, wait, I think I know what the ending is trying to say. He did get the money, he did leave, but ever since then, every night at 3:07 he has to go hide in the closet. Do you think that's what it means? Because otherwise, why would you manually set a clock to tell you that it is 3:07 a.m.? Right? The intercom announces it is now 3:07. Hide in the coat closet until another announcement is made. Is he already in his father's house now? But he's still doing this experiment? I decided to go home to my dad's for a while. I'm even thinking of transferring schools. I just can't be there right now. I'm writing this late at night while I'm laying in my bed. I haven't spoken much since all this happened. I'm scared something will hear me. It's like it's following this person. And now he's paranoid. Even in his own house, he sets alarms and stuff. Dang. That's not worth the money. If you get PTSD from $2,000, bro, 2,000 is not enough, cheapskates. Pay me like, I don't know, 200,000, bro. If it's gonna be with me for the rest of my life, 200,000 is not even much. Bro. Overnight, more like for the rest of my life, dude. Must remain awake is psychotic. Yeah. The voice followed him. No, that's an intercom voice. Yeah. Cold mechanical voice. Mr. Cheap? What is this? But I liked it. I like that story. Yep. I don't hate it. Good stuff. Good stuff. Okay. Next, we have... Should we stay with this? How about this? Last story from this. And then we'll move on to the next one. Because this one's at 130 likes. Posted 17 days ago. Quiet Vanilla 5414. Top 1% poster. And this story's not too short, but not too long. Alright. Okay, copy telephone alarm. So I'm sure. Okay, I buy dead people's history. I should have never bought that 1994 tape. Why would you do this? Why would you do this? My name is Liam, and I buy dead people's history. I run a small antique shop in an isolated foggy town in Oregon. Last month, I went to an estate sale at an old abandoned farmhouse. Okay, so they have a small antique shop. That makes sense. The family had vanished back in 1994. In the basement, buried under layers of dust, I found a heavy vintage reel-to-reel tape recorder. A beautiful wooden Panasonic model. Hashtag not sponsored, please sponsor. Inside it was a single unlabeled magnetic tape. The auctioneer sold it to me for $20. He just wanted it out of his sight. That night, inside my empty shop, the rain was pouring against the glass. Tap, tap, tap. I cleaned the machine, plugged it in, and pressed the heavy mechanical play button. Clunk! The plastic reels began to spin slowly. For the first 30 seconds, there was nothing but the low, warm hiss of empty tape. Hiss! Then a sound emerged. It was a child's voice. A little girl giggling. But the laughter was strangely slowed, distorted. Daddy, she whispered. The man in the wall is playing the skin game again. Ooh, my skin crawled. I reached out to stop the tape, but then a second voice broke through. It was a man, sobbing, breathing heavily. I love the basement. The man wept into the microphone, but he didn't come through the door. He grew out of the shadows, under the floorboards. Suddenly, a violent, wet, tearing sound echoed from the speakers, like wet cloth being ripped apart. The man let out a blood-curdling shriek that was cut off instantly by a loud mechanical click. The tape went silent, just a static hiss remaining. Yes, I sat there frozen, staring at the spinning reels. That was when I noticed the smell. The smell of old, stagnant blood and wet hair filling my entire shop. I couldn't sleep that night. The sound of that tearing flesh kept echoing in my skull. The next day, I decided to do something stupid. I wanted to see if anyone on the internet knew about the 1994 farmhouse incident. I set up my phone on a tripod and started a live broadcast on Reddit for my followers. Oh! I wanted to play the tape live to see if anyone recognized the voices. Hey guys, I said to the camera, listen to this tape I found. I pressed play. The audio began, the little girl's whisper, the man sobbing, the wet tearing sound. The comment section in my live stream went absolutely insane. Fake, creepy, turn it off. But then one user named Shadow_94 commented something that made my heart stop. Look behind you on the monitor. Behind my desk, I had a large black security monitor displaying the live feed of my shop's showroom. I slowly turned my head to look at it. The showroom was dark, lit only by the street lamps outside. On the screen, I saw myself sitting at my desk, broadcasting. But then the tape on the reel-to-reel recorder hit that violent click sound. On the security monitor, the reflection of my shop window changed. The glass didn't show the rainy streets anymore. It showed a massive, impossibly tall creature pressed flat against the glass from the outside. It had no face, just a giant wet vertical slit down the middle of his head. I whipped my head around to look at the real window. It was empty, just rain. I looked back at the monitor. The creature on the screen was now inside the room. It was standing directly behind my chair. It raised a long skeletal arm and placed a single pale finger onto my shoulder. In real life, in that exact second, I felt a bone-chilling, freezing pressure drop onto my left shoulder. I screamed, throwing myself off the chair. My phone fell, breaking the live stream. I didn't look back. I sprinted out of the shop into the freezing rain, leaving the door wide open. I drove to a hotel 3 towns away, shaking, crying, locking myself in the bathroom. I stayed there for 3 days until the police finally agreed to check the shop. When they went in, they found the shop completely untouched. No monster, no signs of break-ins, except for one thing. The vintage tape recorder was gone. They thought I had a psychological breakdown. I never went back to that shop. I closed the business, sold the inventory online, and moved to a small modern apartment in Seattle. No antiques, no old things, everything new. But yesterday was my birthday. A heavy cardboard box arrived at my door with no return address. I thought it was a gift from my sister. I opened it. Inside, resting on a bed of old newspaper, was a single black modern cassette tape. Written on it in permanent marker was my name, Liam. My hands shook so badly I could barely breathe. I didn't want to play it. I threw it in a trash chute of my building. I went to bed praying, trying to forget. But at exactly 3:14 a.m., I woke up. The apartment was dead silent, except for a faint rhythmic sound coming from inside my bedroom closet. It was the sound of magnetic tape spinning. I froze in my bed, paralyzed with absolute terror. The closet door slowly clicked open an inch, and from the darkness inside, a voice drifted out. It wasn't the little girl. It wasn't the man. It was my own voice. It was a recording of me from 3 years ago, screaming in my hotel bathroom. But the recording was slowed down, distorted, wet. And beneath my screaming voice, I could hear the wet, rhythmic clicking of fingers tapping against the inside of the closet door, moving closer to my bed. Ooh. Wait, what? What's the logistics? Hold on. Bro got fingered. Hey, yo, that's a crazy thing to say. Yeah, I think the slit is probably how it wears your skin. And kids, they don't know what it is, so they call it the skin game, right? Or something like that. Okay, let's see. Beneath my screaming voice, I could hear the wet, rhythmic clicking of fingers tapping against the inside of the closet door, moving closer to my bed. So, the closet is moving closer to our bed? Or is the doors are open? Right? The door slowly clicked open an inch, and so they hear the clicking, the tapping noises come from inside the closet door, clicking closer to the bed. I think that's what it means. So it's crawling closer to the bed, right? Interesting. You're a great storyteller. Okay. Yo, I don't know. I feel like there should be more to this. It feels a little empty. The sound's getting closer, yeah. Okay, well, how did it come to be? How did it come to be? Yeah. I guess they don't plan to let you know. They're just saying like, oh, it's somebody experienced it and now your turn. Yeah, I wish there's more. I wish there was layers to this. But it's pretty simple. No multi-layer. It's cool that they made it personal because they said they streamed it to their Reddit followers. So it's like, wow, okay. Shadow94. Alright. They are a top 1% poster, goddamn. Wow. Okay, cool stuff. I don't hate it. Skin game. It's just made up by the kid, I think. Can I even stream on Reddit? I don't know. Should I try? Should I try? Someday? It would be nice, right? If it works, I don't know. Maybe I need to be verified or something. Maybe I need to verify and be a content creator. Like a verified content creator. Otherwise, I imagine anyone can stream on Reddit. Right? Oh my god, my model's going crazy. Hello? Alright! Next subreddit, we have creepy encounters. And like I mentioned at the start of the stream, this is not paranormal or supernatural. A lot of the creepy encounters are actually by humans. Kind of like you meet some creepy people IRL. And they freak you out and stuff like that. It could also be paranormal, we don't know. But most of the time in this subreddit, they're like more relatable human interactions. Your Reddit got hacked? Why would anyone hack a Reddit account? Just make a free one. That's so weird. They're so weird. I've never seen a Reddit stream. Me neither. I don't use Reddit except for these streams, by the way. So I'm pretty new to Reddit. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Let's do... What was it that I did best? Let's do best. Okay, this was posted 26 minutes ago, 54 minutes ago, 3 days ago. 3 days ago, 4 days ago. I'm more comfortable reading stuff that are posted a while ago, so let's read this one. Whoa. Okay, 3 days ago, by flower does not know. Does not know what? What does the flower not know? What to do if a regular could potentially be close to stalking you? Regular what? Regular customer? Regular viewer? No! Don't stalk me. You'll get nothing from it. I'm not gonna miraculously fall in love with you. That shit's not gonna happen. If anything, I'd be disgusted. I judge the fucking shit out of you, bro. That's some loser mentality. Don't be stalking me IRL, bro. Okay, anyways. Hopefully not looking for legal advice, just wondering, just would like to get people's input on this. Alright, chat, let's get ready to put our input. Start your own subreddit, not sure if we have a lot of activity though. Like Auregalia Aruri subreddit? Nah, I have to manage too many things. I also got a Tumblr account and everything. If other people can start it and manage it, I'll drop by from time to time, but I still gotta run my own Discord, I gotta run my own channels. I don't have a manager, I'm doing everything myself, so I don't know if I can handle so many platforms. Yeah. But I know the Reddit people are really cool. Yeah. Also, people have been posting my streams, well, I don't know how frequently, but people did post my streams on 4chans and stuff to try and promote them, so thank you, whoever you are, I love you, mwah. Yeah. I've seen them. But I don't know if I can be a regular on these websites. It's too many. When I'm not streaming and working on contents, I'm not usually on platforms. Twitter maybe, but otherwise I'm just playing mobile games and watching Netflix and just de-stressing. So yeah. All right. Let's read this. There has been this regular at my work that comes through just about every night at around 9:30 p.m. I work at a coffee shop and he usually gets the same drinks, which are thankfully easy to make. Oh, you're a bartender. Since he comes so close to closing, he chats us up and usually leaves. This has been a routine for around 7 months since our shop opened. Initially, I never had a good read on this guy. He's the type of person where you can't tell if he's just like that and kind of awkward or if he's hitting on you. None of the closers actually have a great read on him either. One of my coworkers feel uncomfortable with him, so I've always been a little wary but still friendly and minding my own business. If your intuition tells you something, listen to it. I don't care if you are a man or a woman, if your sixth sense is telling you something, that is your body recognizing alarming patterns from what you read and seen, heard of, and experienced, and now it's telling you, yo, this is one of those moments. So listen to it. Okay, Linda, listen. I want to speak to your manager. I am the manager. I'm the boss. I'm the manager. I'm the staff. I'm everything, okay? Bro. Okay. One night he begins asking if I enjoy going out and gets weird when he finds out that I'm 20, he's mid-30s, and proceeds to make a comment on the age of one of my baristas who's 17. Barista? Okay, never mind, not bartender. I bring this up to my managers, they agree it's weird, and we all agree to sort of wait to tell him off because he isn't necessarily crossing any lines yet. Dude, that's weird. A comment on your barista who's 17. Again, nobody has a solid read on this guy. Some says he has a girlfriend, some says he lives alone with cats, and one of my old managers ended up hitching a ride home with him from going out one time and says he's gay. Maybe all of it could be true, okay? I don't know. Maybe he has a girlfriend, but they don't live together. He has cats. And he could also be bisexual, who knows? I keep minding my business until one day he brings up out of nowhere that he thinks he followed a girl that has my name on Instagram and was wondering if it was me. I say no, he drops it and leaves. Until the next night he brings up the same thing, but tells me exactly what the account he followed and asks if that's me. I go by my nickname at work and I tell him that. He drops it again and leaves. A week later I see him viewing my stories on Instagram where I never told him what my full name or username was. I block him, don't see him for another week. Interactions are minimal when they happen. Whatever. Then a week or two ago, he out of nowhere brings up that he was in my city in this specific neighborhood right behind a university, which is my exact neighborhood. For context, my shop is in the city about 15 minutes away from my house, and this guy lives by the shop. He knows I commute to work and lives in another city, but that's all he knows, and that's information I conversationally told him months prior. Bro, my English. Pretty much everyone in my shop is aware of the developments that have happened with this guy, and none of us entirely know what to do because again I feel like he hasn't done anything necessarily. Has anyone had a similar experience to this, and how is this dealt with? Do I just wait until he directly tells me he's stalking me? No, you have to report it and let people know. You don't have to wait for a crime to happen to report it. Sometimes it's good to let the police know or let people around you know so that there's a record of you saying that and pointing this guy out, so that if anything unfortunately ever happens, they know immediately who to look for. They already have looked him up, have his address and everything in the data. They don't have to then when you're missing go look for it because they already have him in the system. Do you know what I mean? Also, he is definitely stalking you, you know? I don't know, maybe people don't know if they're being creepy or weird, but if you find someone's personal account, okay, like he found her and he keep asking, is that you? Is that you? If you found it, don't follow it, don't say anything. If it's a public account, fine. It's out there for people to see. You can go look at it a million times. Don't drop a follow. You don't know her like that. She don't know you like that. Also, she's clearly uncomfortable with you knowing that that's her. Don't bring it up to her ever again. And also, if I was her, immediately, the first time he asked me, I would have gone home to private my account, soft block this guy, which means you block and unblock so they lose the following. Then they can't see your shit anymore because you forced them to unfollow you, right? And or you could just remove follow, and it's a good time for me to purge people that I don't know out of my friend list, so then only people I know are following me. Then I don't have to deal with him knowing where the fuck I live and shit like that, you know? This is not like, oh, when he's standing in front of my house is when I know he's stalking me. This is how it leads to that. Before it leads to that, you gotta stop it, you know? Thank you, 0 Point, for coming. Also, Dwarf Gator, hello, welcome in. So, I don't know, I feel like a lot of times it's hard to maneuver these things because technically these people have not done anything weird or wrong yet. But you can confront them and be like, I'm not interested. Whatever you're doing, stop. You know? It's actually making me uncomfortable. It's creeping all of us out and the whole shop feels that way. We appreciate your patronage, but that doesn't mean you have the right to our privacy. You know? You're a customer to me. You are literally, I don't know you like that, right? You're a customer to me. I don't want you to know where I live, who I'm seeing, who my family members are. I think if you don't communicate that, it's hard. But at the same time, if you communicate that, this is why women are scared of men. Because a lot of times when women verbally decline a man, the men will retaliate with violence or aggression. It's scary. Because if she told him that, he could, I don't know, be aggressive and hid in her house or some shit like that, and next time he would pounce out and hurt her or something. So I think it's a good plan for her to not go home alone if she lives alone. Hello, welcome in. And have someone escort her home or stay with a relative for a while. Just don't go home, don't be alone. Don't give this motherfucker a chance, bro. And if your lease is up, move away. You know, see if the shop can transfer you to another branch quietly so that this person never knows. And please, for the love of God, if you're not a celebrity, you have no reason, or if you're not an influencer celebrity, you're just trying to make it big on social media, you have no reason to hang on to your public profile. Just private it. People are fucking weird. They will find your shit out. Private everything. Tell your family to private their shit too. You know? Hello, Zeph. Welcome in. Reading spooky stories. Yeah, this one is called Creepy Encounters. This one that we're reading right now, we finished a few, but this one we're reading right now is Creepy Encounters, where this person thinks they're being stalked by a regular of their shop, of their coffee shop. Yeah. I'm a human now. Good for you, Sean. Good for you. Yeah. If you don't type like that, the bots will... The Autobot will not... The auto mods will not ban you. I don't do it, by the way. Like the other day, it just auto banned you. Anyway. Yeah, so this is a very tricky situation, but at least let people know. It's good that her shop everybody knows. So, yeah. I just think it's hard because if she doesn't have a roommate or someone who can tell others that she's home, that's rough too. Yeah, just honestly, don't be creepy. Don't be a fucking weirdo. Don't stalk people's houses. Then nobody needs to be in this situation. You know. Okay. Original post. Okay. Whoa, this one is like from 6 months ago? 758 likes. Is this a long one? It's pretty long. Okay, but not too long. Do you think I'm a robot? Never. I don't think you're a robot, but these sites will think you're a robot because of the way you type. But anyways, good to see that you're not being banned, Sean. Good for you. Okay. Let's see. This is a month ago by that one clone trooper. Update: for months I was confused by why I kept finding long hairs in my house. Then I saw my neighbor coming out of my house. What? Original post. So this is the re-upload. Wait, what? So is this deleted or... Ah, okay, so this is the update. Oh, we got 2 stories to read. Okay, so we can read the first post and then this is the update. Oh, I love shit like this. Just remember the wind-up doll outfit is on a rerun for the next 12-ish days. What is that? Wind-up doll outfit? Is that a game? Wait, what is it? Is it a game? Because I want to play it. What are you talking about? Oh, Infinity Nikki. Oh yeah, I should download that game. I think that was a good time to play it. Is it free? How much is it? I'm not gonna pay for a game that I'm not playing, you know what I'm saying? I hope it's free. Tell me now before I start this story. I must know. I must know. If they ever collab with Sanrio, let me know. I want to know. I freaking accidentally. I assume this time I can do this right. Yeah, it's free. The outfits are gacha though. The devs are super generous. Okay, okay, say less. I'll download it on Epic Games after this stream. Ooh, drop some pictures on Discord. I want to see. Alright, let's see. For months, I was confused why I kept finding long hairs in my house. Then I saw my neighbors coming out of my house. Okay, I can already guess. Your neighbors are trying to save their own water bills and electricity bills, so they're using yours. And somehow you don't lock the door, maybe. I don't know. I'm a man in my 20s that lives alone on the very top floor of an apartment block. I've had short hair for the last 10 years of my life. The longest hair on my head is maybe an inch long, if that even. However, across my house, I kept finding long hairs on the floor, like long brunette hairs, at least 5 to 6 inches, sometimes longer. And they would be everywhere. Bathroom floor, in the shower, in my cupboard, in my kitchen, on clothes, old clothes, living room floor, and sofas, etc. By the way, this is very, very common, like, for women to shed hair. I don't know if because our hair is long or some shit, but if you got women in the house, you're gonna see hair all over the floor. You gotta vacuum and sweep the floor every time. Yeah. Those are rats! You got rats in your house. I've been single since November and clean often enough that I'm certain it's not my ex-girlfriend's hairs. Plus the colors doesn't match anyway. She had solid black hair. These are more a light brunette. Plus finding them in the places like the shower while running water is hitting all the sides 5+ times a week. Anyway, I waved it off as well. I work with a lot of people and use the gym and bus sometimes, so naturally hairs are going to stick to my clothes. That's some crazy copium. Well, one day this past April, I finished my early AM gym session and got the call that I didn't have to go to work that day. So naturally, I start to walk home all happy that I have the day to myself. I'm on the 5th floor, the uppermost floor of the building, and the apartment is in such a way that there's only one apartment per floor. I start to hustle up the stairs and don't use the elevator since I'm sweaty from the gym anyways. Just as I whip a right to go up to the last set of stairs from the 4th floor to the 5th floor, I see my neighbors on the 3rd floor's daughter coming down the stairs. We lock eye contact. We've never spoken before, mostly because we never had a reason to, but also because out of respect, I didn't want to make her uncomfortable since she's 1921-ish and I'm slightly older. The most interaction we've had is that I've spoken to her mother and father before when bumping into each other on the stairs. Okay, very respectful, I love that. I gave a confused hello. At this point, I'm thinking that maybe she went to knock on my door to ask for something. A cup of sugar, maybe? I don't know. I was expecting her to reply with something like, "Oh, hi, do you have XYZ? Nope, she gave a silent hey and brushed right past me. And only then when the smell of my own shampoo hit me, did I notice her hair was wet. Like fresh out of a shower a minute ago wet. Now, I'm not saying she showered in my house, or that I have a stalker that's been living in my house while I've been at work. She's very easily could have just been there to ask for something, and most generic brand shampoos smell the same. But don't the pieces all fit a bit too well? Her hair color matches the hair that I would find around my apartment, and like I said before, they were everywhere, in my bed, in my sock drawers. Okay, look. I don't know if that's a stalker. I think she's just using you for like utility bills, bro. But at the same time, go check the shower. If it's still wet, then it's her. Because you haven't been home all morning. And if it is a case of me having a stalker, how does she know I came home early enough to bolt out of the shower in time? Our apartment doesn't have cameras. It's an old building from before 2000s. And why would she be stalking me? For how long has she been doing this? That makes sense. We've never dated, never had a proper conversation. I maybe saw her 20 times in the past 2 years given that I work and she presumably studies or works too. As all of these thoughts are buzzing through my head as I'm standing outside my door for a solid 2 minutes, grappling with what just happened. I go to turn the key to my door and it opens without me having to unlock it. And I know for a fact that I always double lock my door. It's the type with a lock near the waist level and a second more secure lock with a different key around the shoulder level. I drop my bag, throw off my shoes and run to the shower. And yep, it's wet. I hadn't showered since yesterday morning. I'm a confrontational person, not that I go looking for fights, but I'll definitely pursue an answer if something's bugging me. So back down the stairs to the 3rd floor I went, knocked on the door of my apparent stalker and her family. She opens the door but with the chain still on. I see half of her face from behind the door. Yes? Can I help? Were you at my door or inside? I don't want to make this a police thing, but now that you came down the stairs, I know you were inside. I just have to get something. It won't happen again, okay? Bye, see you. Door closed. This happened last month. I've been cleaning my house every weekend closely now that the locks changed and put a motion sensor camera above my door. It only films and triggers on the steps coming out to my door, so the 4th apartment still have their privacy. So far so good. I don't think she's been inside since, but looking back, I think she'd been living in or going in or whatever into my apartment since January, because that's my earliest memory of finding hairs. She never took anything of value like my laptop or the few watches I have. Seemingly she just showered and ate some of my food and laid in my bed. I do know now, always take the elevator and avoid third floor like the plague. Edit, I'm not really worried about my safety because 1, I'm 2,000 pounds and do a lot of fighting training, damn. And 2, the new cameras has never gone off since installed other than myself triggering it when I'm home. Finally 3, I told the old retired husband and wife on the 4th floor that I suspected a robber was trying to break into my apartment last month. I didn't want to start spreading rumors and gossips, and asked them to keep an ear out while I'm at work. I feel fine and safe, just creeped out like my personal space has been violated. Edit 2, someone DM me to check on my coats and bags for air tags as to how maybe she knew I was coming home early that day. I don't have a lot of stuff to do. Wait, I don't have a lot of stuff, so I think I would have 100% found it by now given how often I clean, but I'll definitely do another sweep of my stuff. That is true. Air tags, they track where you are, right? Yeah. Is she pretty? Demong said. Bro, who knows? Who knows? She could be butt-ass ugly if she's so desperate to do something like this. But it sounds like she's just trying to reduce electricity and water bills. Oh, sorry, 200. 200 pounds. Did I say 2,000? What the fuck? Put rat poison in the shower head and counter. Coom in your shower. No, wait, what? Coom in your shampoo. Let her use it. As a matter of fact, put a sticky note on it and say, bitch, you can keep this. Keep it. I'm not gonna use my own Coom shampoo. You can use it. It's good for your hair. Sometimes, I'm telling you, sometimes I get fucking paranoid. Because when I go to a hotel and I see that you can't really... You know how like the shampoo and the conditioner and the body soap thing in the toilet, in the shower, sometimes it's not locked. And I'm like, what if someone coomed in it? And then I'm just using it to wash my hair. You know what I'm saying? What if someone like twa in it and like I'm just using it to wash my hair? Because psycho people are everywhere. And I'm fucking paranoid. I'm like, why don't I have locks on these? In Japan, they like to use like the big bottles and then they will refill it. And it's not locked, it's just put on the shelf and then you want to use it, you take it. And some Japanese hotels, they have the small little tubes, like small little bottles, like single use or 2-3 uses for short stays, and then when you're done, they throw it away. Once it's open, they throw it away. They don't keep it. But some are like those, even bougie hotels, they don't lock down their shampoos and stuff. And I'm like, someone could put like some shaving stuff, because some solutions, like if you put it under your pits, you leave it on for like 5 minutes and you just use like a plastic scraper, you'll be able to scrape like your hair off. So what if someone put that in the shampoo and I put it on my hair? I'm gonna lose my hair, bro. Freaking me out, dude. So I don't know, man. I get really paranoid when I use shampoos like that. Or like body soap. But this bitch, she asking for it. So just put some, I don't know, like some stuff that caused her to lose all her fucking hair. So the next time you see her and she's bald, you just know that's her, okay? Oh yeah, she might be putting a curse on us, bro. Ever since that one video, McChicken for McDonald's? Free protein, that's crazy. Yo. I was asleep there, dream about me having fun in the bath until a hair appeared. Soon a female ghost ambushed me. I woke up before a ghost attacked me. That's how I woke up from my nightmare. Oh, damn. For the gacha banner, thank you! Thank you for putting it there. Yo. That's why you always have your own. I don't mind using the ones from the hotel, but I suss it out. Every time I go in, I'm think about it. I'm like, what if... You know, what if the customer before me used the hotel and decided to just come in it because they're fucked up? I don't know. Weird people are everywhere, right? It wouldn't be the first time if that happened, so it's wild, right? You know, what if someone put some like shaving cream in there? I don't know. Not the regular shaving cream, but the kind that will literally burn your skin off. Because women, we do use that sometimes to shave our armpit hairs and stuff. Like you just, it looks foamy, and then you just put it on and you leave it there for like 5 minutes, and then you take a plastic shaver and you just scrape it off, and the hair will come off. You can't leave it on for too long. Oh, Connie, thank you for pressing F for 10 jewels. Thank you for pressing F for 10 jewels. Yeah, I get really freaked out. But this is definitely a weird situation. Like, bro, I mean, I have questions because as somebody who pays the bills, okay, if I moved in from say January and my water bills were like $20, okay, say if, right, and then suddenly in March or April it's like $40 because someone else is there doing shit in my house while I'm not there, I would be like, is there a leak in my house? I would like, you know, something would throw me off. Like electricity bills, if it suddenly goes up, I'll be like, wait a minute, what's going on? You know, like I'm not even home this whole time. Like, why is my electricity bill doubling? You know, someone's there using my shit. I feel like I would know. Especially if I live alone, that's easy to track, right? That's because we're doing the deed, you have to sleep in it. But at least they changed the bed sheet. You know, you're not sleeping on the coom. You're just sleeping on a bed that has been coomed on before with bed sheets on, right? Hopefully, question mark. But it's a different thing with the shampoo where literally the coom is inside the shampoo. It's in it. It's in it. You put it on your body. You rub it all over you, you know? Like the body's so... Ugh. Yeah. AI slop data centers. I feel like people would notice if their electricity bills went up or water bills. Yeah, I don't know. I have logistic questions. The logistics of, do you pay your bills, bro? Maybe it's so little that he didn't notice. Like, it's dismissible. Right? Yeah. I mean, I'm like him though. I would actually confront them, but I wouldn't be so polite. I'll be like, so this is what I've gathered, and I know this, so don't even try to refute it. I don't want to escalate this situation and turn into a police thing. So, you know, you need to stop doing that. If I catch you again, I'm not gonna be so nice. You know, be like, bitch, you better take me seriously, cause like, I'm not playing. Yo. Yeah, I bet she's 19, 20, so she probably still has that teenager mindset of like, you know, when they find abandoned places and they like bring their shit there and they make a little hangout spot there. I think it's that situation where it's like, oh, I found a spot that I can hang out with away from my family because I'm an angsty teen, and just do that, you know. If you're gonna sneak in and use my wallet, at least sweep. Yeah, bitch, you're slacking, okay? If you're trying to mooch off of me, you could at least clean up after yourself, pretend you were never there before. Then you could use that for forever, but now I caught you because you left your hair everywhere like a dog, bro. Why are you leaving your hair everywhere on the floor like a freaking cat, bro? She's shedding. Women shed a lot, like especially if you have long hair, guy or girl, you know it's just gonna fall everywhere. And it's annoying to pick it up. Because you can't go strand by strand, you have to like use your fingers to gather them and then like swirl them around so they bunch up and then pick them up, okay? That's how much we shed hair. So it's like annoying. Obviously you can use a vacuum cleaner, but if you have like one strand of hair on the freaking ground and you try to pick it up, it's so damn annoying. Just for one strand of hair, bro. At some point my mom started using tape. She just would take a small piece of tape and then she would just stick it. Just for one strand of hair. Yep. It's so annoying. You know it all too well, dadass. Yeah, we shed a lot. Women shed a lot. The same thing happened with the... Oh, sorry, I read that already. So, it's, yeah, I don't know. I feel like... At least he did some measures. Like, he put up some safety measures, like motion sensor stuff. Yeah. Good shit. Okay. Interesting. Here's the update. This is also a month ago. Clean the drain after each time after I shower. Honestly, yes. I'm lazier. We usually leave the drain open for when we're showering and then we close it when we're not. Because otherwise you get rats and hamsters. Not hamsters. Rats and mice sneaking up. Or even snakes sometimes. Never in my house, but other people's houses. So you can't leave it open. But in Daem's house, it's usually closed. I don't know how to open it, so that's why I always leave it closed. And we do have to clean it like every 3 days or so, 2-3 days or so, because I don't wash my hair every day. If I do, I'm gonna go bald. So yeah, my hair is like thin. It's not like normal people's hair. How do I say this? Each strand is very thin. I have like a very specific genetic of like really thin hair. Not the volume, but the strand. Each strand of hair. Because some people's hair is like thicker, you know? Each strand is like kind of thick and not as slippery. Am I making sense? I'm the opposite. Yeah, they got it from my mom's side. So yeah, we just have very dainty hair. And I can't wash it all the time. Because if I wash my hair every single day instead of every other day, I'm gonna go bald. Got that angel hair. No, I don't know how to explain it. I think I have a picture of my hair. Well, let me show you guys. Super random, but let me show you. Do I still have it? Okay, you know what? This is the only picture I have of my hair, but it's really thin. It's not like coarse. My hair texture is super thin. You see that? It's like a strand. It's like a string, literally. It's as thick as a string, like a thin string. Some people's hair is like more thicker, and that's why when they style their hair, it's so voluminous. My hair is like on the thinner side, so it's like it usually looks less voluminous. But I have a lot of hair, and I shed like a bitch. It's everywhere. Every day, me and my mom are just busy picking hair up from the ground. Yeah, you know, a person with the same hair type. Apparently, we're rare. Yeah, it's a genetics thing. I got it from my mom. She got it from her mom. Yeah. Angel hair spaghetti. Yeah. So that's why it's hard for me to wash my hair every day. I would love to wash it every day, but I can't. I'm gonna go bald, bruh. I already shed a lot to start with. Hold on a second. Okay. Hi, using all the toilet paper. Not in Southeast Asia. We use the bidet. But you do have to use toilet paper to dry off, if you know what I mean. Yeah, okay. Let's read the update. Alright, this is interesting, it's juicy. Hi all, update following my last post a week back about me catching a neighbor coming out of my apartment, having used my shower. My cousin's husband is a police officer, so I went to him directly about filing a report. Hey, you say you wasn't going? Oh, but okay. He came over to my apartment first, as I gave him a visual breakdown of what happened on the stairs, and changes odd things. Wait, what? And changes odd things I noticed in my apartment since January. Primarily just hair everywhere and missing food, and how my door was unlocked that day. Though I did do a thorough clean following the events on the stairs, my police friend was able to still find some hair, so he bagged those up. Good shit, good shit. I gave him my statement in detail and some dates best I could. When I remember finding the first hair, when I noticed food going missing, etc. Also, he advised me not to talk to the family, not even with a friend, to avoid any confusion or get lawyers involved or muddy the waters with accusations. With all that done, he left and came back 2 to 3 days later. He and his partner went to talk to the family on Sunday because they knew both parents would likely be home then. Long story short, she confessed to everything immediately and broke down into tears and apologized once my police friend brought up how 5 months of entering someone's house even with keys is still very much an offense, and she could easily end up with a sentence of some should I pursue it. And that sentence could very easily evolve inside of a jail cell, irregardless of if she stole anything or not. I don't know how true this is. It might have just been my friend and his partner pressing and exaggerating for a confession, but it worked. They talked for an hour with the parents and her all in the same room to get answers from her. Then the same day he came up to mine with his partner and they gave me the breakdown. Answers to commonly asked questions below. How did she get in or have her own keys? The lock on our doors are the type that use a code on the lock barrel that only the manufacturer or partner approved locksmith have access to. She knew this because her parents got the locks changed when they first moved in, and in fact she used the same locksmith from all the way back then. The locksmith presumably remembered the family and apartment, just didn't pay attention to it being the 5th floor this time instead of her own 3rd floor. So he came over and took the barrel out, saw the code, went and made a set of keys, and done. I was none the wiser. Both my locks on my doors are different brands, but presumably they operate in the same way, so having 2 locks made no difference. Wait. What was she doing in my apartment? Anyone who said she just needed space, you were right. She has 2 younger step-siblings, and her mother is a tutor, not a teacher. As I presumed previously, she tutors at home. So at any given point, there's always some kids around the house. She would say to her parents she was going to study or work or a girlfriend's house, and use my house as a hotel while she studied or relaxed. The reason she used mine was partly because she knew it would be empty, but also because my schedule was predictable, as I worked an average 9 to 5 like everyone else, but leave the house at 6:30 to go to gym done, so that essentially gave her the house from 6 to 5. How long? My guess was right. It started in January once she figured out I'd broken up with my girlfriend at the time around November. My girlfriend would stay at mine when I went to work and back sometimes. So yeah, that would have been an interesting situation if they had crossed paths. Ooh! So then, how did she know I was coming home early that day? And that I wasn't going to work straight after gym like usual, so she bolted out of the shower. Or on the days I didn't go to the gym, how did she know not to come in? Twofold. First, I go to the commercial gym in my country, so they have an app. Irregardless of if you're a member or not, one of the things the app lets you see is how many people are in each branch, so you can see how full it is. All you have to do is download and scan the QR code at the entrance by the turntiles to add it to the My Gyms tab. It literally shows you like branch 21 address 80% full. She would refresh the app in the morning, and if it went up by 1 at around 6 to 6:30, she would hear me go downstairs or use the elevator. It's not hard when it's 6 a.m. and the apartment is otherwise silent. Then she would know the house is empty. Now for the creepiest, most messed up part of it all, she had put an AirTag on my car. She insisted that she had only put it recently and initially just presumably gambled that I wouldn't be home sooner than expected. Or maybe she just put an ear to the door. But then one thing led to another, and yeah, I don't know how much I believe this. Again, it could be an attempt to look not so guilty. The day when we clashed, she refreshed the app and saw that I left the gym, but then my car didn't move. She connected the dots and tried to leave ASAP. When she heard me coming up the stairs, she didn't have time to lock up, so we met on the stairs with my door remaining closed but not locked. Extra detail, the AirTag was stuck to under my car. Yo. The using my shower, she claimed she didn't do it always, just on hot days or days she couldn't at home. I can't deny or confirm this. Like I said previously, being a gym goer, I'd shower 5+ times a week or so. How did her parents never notice? Well, the dad leaves early for work, 5 a.m.-ish, since his bus route starts around 6. The mom is up around 6 to 6:07, but since she's preparing for her own students for the day plus her own kids to send to school, she wasn't too bothered with what her eldest 20-year-old daughter was doing really. She'd just say, I'm going to the college library, or I'm going to my girlfriend's, and that was good enough. Did she have a thing for me, like a crush? My police friend didn't really say anything about this. Presumably he never asked, since it's not as important as other details, or it never came back. It makes a little difference. How's my standing with the family right now? The mom and dad both apologized to me, the mom via text and the dad in person at my door. He offered to pay for the camera I installed as his daughter was the direct cause of it. But it was cheap off of Amazon, and I said no, it's fine. We had 10 to 15 minute conversation. He was very apologetic and explained his daughter has always been extremely quiet and well behaved, so something like this would have never crossed his mind in a million years. He added that his daughter never had a boyfriend, at least that he knows of, only has a few friends, so her social interaction skills aren't necessarily top-notch, and that even when guests would come, she'd hide away in the spare room. So to the few people who predicted that maybe COVID and lockdown led her to not having good social interaction skills, you were half right. He again offered me the money for my troubles, like missing food, new locks, and cleaning, etc., but I felt bad enough already. I declined. He did ask if I would press charges, and I again said no. More on that below. He said he will send his daughter to apologize to me in person too, when the situation has calmed down, as she's apparently very, very tense and upset and hasn't left her room in days. Am I going to press charges? No. I'm still not happy about the situation, especially the fucking AirTag on my car, but the family is apologetic as hell, as well as the culprit herself, and honestly, no one is going to gain anything from this. I would like an apology though, for anyone that cares about the extra details. She got the AirTag as a gift a while back from her parents because she kept losing her stuff. Have I seen her since? No, she won't apparently leave her room and is terrified that I'll press charges, though presumably her family's told her that I said I won't. How do I currently feel? Well, I was never especially worried or nervous, just really creeped out by the whole situation. It felt like I'd been a parasite host and somehow never noticed until then. I currently still feel a little angry, and a small part of me is thinking seek revenge, but any revenge I seek, like money or slander, is truthfully going to impact the parents more than her. True. Do I feel bad for her? Truthfully, no. She's not 10, she's 20 or something, valid and educated, so yeah. You should be remorseful, feel guilty and scared. Get over that hump and we'll talk. Plus, there's loads of spaces for young adults like public libraries or college spaces. By no means was my house the only viable option. Finally, did she use my bed or wear my clothes? Believe it or not, yes she did. Any advice I can give? Check your Wi-Fi devices. If I had checked that, I would have noticed her phone and laptop all the way back then. Obviously, my Wi-Fi modem is in my house, so she helped herself to that. Again, it's one of those things, how often does one check their Wi-Fi devices? Truthfully, with all of my family visiting me and their devices, I probably wouldn't have noticed one extra phone amongst the existing 10 plus, but I would 100% have noticed the one extra laptop. So let that be a lesson to y'all. And yes, I have removed her devices from the list and changed my password. Wow. Alright. I mean, I stand with him. Like, should he feel bad? Why? He's the victim. She's not a child. She's 20 fucking something. She knows. If she was 15, she would still know that this is something wrong to do. So the fact that she's 20 is like, bitch, you're a little too old for this, you know? Like, social skills aside, own up to your mistakes, sis. Come on. But yeah, like I said, I think she just wanted a hideout. You know, like I said, like kids, they find abandoned places, they find like unused classroom, they will make it their spot. They will decorate it, they will make it their spot. They would bring their computers there or whatever. And this is the same thing. She just wanted some time away from her family. I'm not saying this is okay, I'm saying this is a very common reason why kids would do this. Or why people would do this. She just thought, oh, I don't have to go to the library because this is just upstairs. I don't have to go outside. I can still be in my pajamas and walk up the stairs. So yeah. Anyway, interesting story. So y'all be careful, and honestly, just the fact that she knows the air tag thing makes her just really fucking alarming. Also, if you know, even though this is a man, he feels really fucking uncomfortable. He feels really creeped out. Oh, where's this? This is the comments. He's like, yeah, he just feels like his personal space is being violated. Like, just really creeped out about the whole situation. Look, anyone can feel this way, regardless of gender. The best thing is for creeps to stop being creep. Then nobody will feel this way. Because if you're a fucking creep, you will probably still feel uncomfortable if another creep started creeping on you, especially if you're not even interested in them. You know? Like, you don't even know them and someone's in your personal space. That's really fucking creepy. So, don't do unto people what you don't want to be done upon you, bruh. Stop that shit. Damn. I'm glad that he got the whole situation sorted. Don't do it. Don't do it. If she's cute, I can forgive. What if she's not? What if she's cute, but she just keeps, I don't know, she keeps using her stuff and like she like rubs shit all over the place. Okay, that's weird, but like, I don't know, people can do some really creepy stuff. That's still gonna creep you out. Like, it's hee haha now, but when it actually happens, you're gonna feel like, oh my god, violated. Yeah, dude. No. She can always be disgusting. You don't know. She might be brushing, you know, her teeth with your toothbrush. I don't know. Maybe that's not creepy enough. She might be combing her pits with your toothbrush. Who knows? Hello, welcome in. It's just weird. Creepy people are really fucking weird. Just stop being creepy. Then nobody has to set up extra locks and set up cameras and shit. You know? I feel like sometimes we gotta nip it in the bud. If people realize they're the problem, they need to stop. Then other people don't have to be like, am I gonna dress more properly because I don't wanna be kidnapped. I don't wanna... No, if kidnappers stop kidnapping people, then nobody would have to be so scared. Same thing. is the problem, bro. Yo. Yeah. Is this actually fake or real, by the way? I don't know, but whatever it is, it's a learning lesson for everyone. Yeah, thank you for checking in. It's a learning lesson for all of us, because any of us could be stalked. And, like, you don't have to be a celebrity to be stalked. Yeah, some people are just creepy like that. Yeah. I would forgive if she would come and explain everything personally, not with the help of my police friend. I think he did say he wanted the apology from her personally, but I don't think he would feel guilty for making her do it. Because I wouldn't either. And honestly, even if she said sorry, I would just be like, don't do it again then. Because if I catch you next time, bitch, I might throw you down this flight of stairs. Self-defense. You know? I might get a gun if I lived in a country that allows a gun. And I might shoot you. Castle law. Is that what they call it? And I wouldn't even feel sorry, bitch. But yeah, it's like, don't be a fucking creep. And it's a lesson for everybody. Don't be a creep, that other people won't be affected, okay? I think like this one is very fascinating, like this one, creepy encounters, because it's so close to home, and like it can happen to any of us. Yeah, I had a stalker in my past life. I mean, I was stalked before when I lived in Korea, and that person actually knew where I lived, and I figured out how they figured out. That's a story for another day. But in my past life, I had a fan who was stalking me, and he somehow found out who I was behind that character. And I was at an anime convention meeting up with some other VTuber friends, and he just kept following us around, and to the point where I had to tell my friend to pick me up instead of my mom, so that we could drive to a bar and hang out and go to other places before he would send me home. Yeah, it was fucked up. So don't do that shit. Yeah, them. So yeah, don't do that, because imagine being the person who, I don't want to drop the word victim all the time, but let's say, okay, the person who was impacted, okay, the person that they were targeting. Imagine being in that situation. Like, you feel so, I don't know how to explain, uncomfortable and annoyed. Like, you're angry, but at the same time you can't do anything about it, because like the thing earlier, they haven't really done anything, but you want to get out of that situation so desperately and so badly. That's what it feels like. It's like just gnawing at your I don't know, your safety. It's just, it feels very intrusive and annoying. So don't be a stalker. Don't be a fucking creep, okay? If this person does not want to know you like that, you don't have to. It's not the end of the damn world for you. And know how to separate infatuation with gratitude and also respect for a person. You can respect this person a lot and cherish them as a friend without having to be infatuated with them, where you need to know where they live, you need to know what they look like, what their name is, know what car they drive, like what phones they use. You don't you need help. If you spiral down that so easily from a stranger, you need to see somebody, because that's not normal. And people shouldn't be impacted or affected by your own mental illness. You know what I mean? It's like, I feel bad for you, I can sympathize, but I shouldn't be your victim. You know, there should be no victim. Yeah. I'm glad you're alright, thank you. Did you call the cop? No, because he didn't do anything. He just kept following us around. Yeah, it was really fucking creepy. Like, it doesn't feel good when you have to do something and you have to constantly look over your shoulders. Like, if you had dinner, the moment you walk into the restaurant, you look around, be like, is this person there? Is this person, like, does this person know me? Like, you know? And you sit down, and then every person that comes into the restaurant, you're like, is this person, like, following me? And then they sit close to you, they look at you a certain way, and you're just really fucking paranoid. That's some PTSD that comes with people who have been stalked before. You know, like, you doubt everything and you suss everything out. But I feel like, I mean, thankfully, you guys are pretty fucking solid. But in my past life, it was hard for me to call things out like that, because I was in an agency where I couldn't even say anything that someone said that was uncomfortable to me in the chat. I couldn't address it. I couldn't say anything. I couldn't push viewers away and be like, oh, you don't like my chat rules? Fucking unsubscribe. I couldn't say things like that. I had to be like, it's okay. You know, it was so suffocating. And I couldn't, every time I felt creeped out, I couldn't voice it or confront the person, so that it just kept happening. And so what can I do? I just have to be fucking paranoid at everything. And it's just not, it's not a good feeling, you know? I don't want to live like that anymore. So yeah, I'm glad that I have a platform where I can just say what the hell I want. Don't like me, go away. No, that's juvenile, but still, yeah. She didn't really like it either. Glad you have more freedom now. Okay, here's the thing. I mean, obviously you have seen my face, right? Literally I have my face cams on the internet. So my face is out there. If you find my personal accounts, don't drop a follow. What did you think was gonna happen? You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna accept you into my following. It's private for a reason. You know what I'm saying? If you need to talk to me, if you want to talk to me, you can always talk to me as a VTuber. It's not like as Aruri, I'm not gonna be on my social media accounts. I'm still gonna be there. I'm still on Discord, or even in my past life, I was still there, like, publicly. You could have talked to me there, but no, you have to come and talk to me and wanna send me a message request in my personal account. What the fuck did you think was gonna happen? Like, even if you found my address and you came into my house and you ring my doorbell, what did you think was gonna happen? I was gonna be like, oh hey, A, B, and C, you're here, welcome in. You think that shit's gonna happen? Right? You think I'm gonna be like, welcome in, it was so nice to see you. You think that's gonna happen? So truly, what did they think was gonna happen? Like, I didn't welcome you into this personal space, and if I didn't extend an invitation, then that's off limits. This is the same for any other content creators out there, because I mean, I don't do parasocial contents. I don't do GFE, and neither does my partner. He doesn't do BFE. So we don't usually have these kind of fans, but I've seen a lot of my VTuber friends who do GFE stuff. They're like married and shit. They have babies and shit, but they still have these creeps like try to find out where they live, the area that they live. If they say they're going to a mall, like they would have people try to find out which mall it is and stuff in like 4chan, and it's really fucking creepy. And it's like, what did you think was gonna happen if you saw them in person? Like, if you walked up to them and be like, hello, what did you think was gonna happen? You think they're gonna look at you and smile? They're gonna be fucking disgusted, like, back the fuck off. I don't know you like that, right? So I don't know, it's just weird that stalkers don't see that. They don't process what would happen after, and then they get all like upset and pissy when they realize the reaction is not what they wanted. It's like, what did you expect? Nobody likes their personal space being violated. Nobody. Not even you, bitch. So it's like, why would you think it would be different for this person? Just because, what, you watch their content and you talk to them? Just because you donate doesn't mean you are entitled to their personal space? Bruh? That's fucking weird. They're just desperate for attention. Yeah. Attention, your brain doing work right now. Like, no. Oh, without attention, their brains don't work. It's like this. Some of them go as far as to follow your family members. You know? Like, they would go to your family members, follow your family members. They would send a request to your mom, if your mom's on social media, or your dad, and just try to get into a part of your private life, and that would satisfy them. And that's literally how they feel. It's like, I don't know, it's hard to explain the psychology of creepy people, but they think that if they are entering just a small part of your life, even though not directly, they will feel satisfied. If they knew that you always go to this mall, even if they don't see you, if there's a chance of even encountering you, they would go there every day just for the small possibility of being able to bump into you, I don't know, on a fucking weekday. Like, bruh. But that's how they think. And honestly, get some help. If you think that way, you need to fully understand, acknowledge that This is not normal behavior. Normal people don't do this. Don't act like this. They don't treat other people like that. They don't put people on a pedestal. They don't go to a mall so often just for the small hope that you could bump into them. Like normal people don't think like that. You need to get some help. You need to talk to people and figure out where this comes from and try to fix it. Because otherwise you'll always be a freaking creep. Like, there's always gonna be a negativity to you. You sure that's the legacy you want in your life? I would not want to grow up or grow old to have people go, yeah, Aruri, yeah, she's a creep. Yeah, she's creepy. I don't want that in my life, bruh. Like, do I do some social media stalking? I do. I look people up. I think that's super normal in this day and age. I wouldn't say that I'm a creep that way. I don't freaking stalk people to their houses. You know what I mean? Like, that's freaking I don't try to follow their family members on all social media platforms. Hopefully they accidentally accept me so I could see some private pictures. Y'all, some people are just, they need help. I don't think they know it. That's the sad part. Yeah, and a lot of people don't know that they're creepy. Only the victims. Yeah. Yeah, no. So, you know. Yeah. If I happen to see you at an anime convention, I like that autograph. If I go to an anime convention, most of the time I would announce that I'm there. You can come up to me. You can come up to me and say hello if you recognize me. Obviously, I don't think everyone would recognize me at first glance, but I try to wear some kind of headpiece so people can see that it's me, because I know I look like a regular schmegular Asian girl. Okay, in a sea of Asians, it's probably hard to see me, but I try to wear, like, I don't know, a cinema roll headpiece or something so you can see me. You're allowed to come up to me. I don't mind it. You can come up to me, ask me for a picture. You want my signature. You want to take selfies with me. I'm happy with that. You know, honestly, I don't mind that if I'm at an anime convention, but don't follow me around. I have rules. I have rules for my convention stuff. Like, you're not allowed to follow me around. If I'm with a group of people, you're not allowed to approach me unless I offer for you to join, because they might be VTubers who don't want fans to come into the circle, right? And stuff like that. If I'm eating dinner close to a convention hall, like, sometimes I eat before I go, or sometimes I eat after the convention with friends and family. I don't want you to come up to me while I'm eating. That's an inconvenience to me and the people that I'm with. It's disrespectful. You either gotta wait for me to be done with the meal, or you come back later when I'm outside of the restaurant, okay? And don't sneak pictures. If you want a picture, just ask. I'm gladly gonna take selfies with you. Heck, I think last year I took, I don't know, 300 photos with fans at Animangaki. I'm happy to take pictures with you. Just don't sneak pictures of me. That's freaking weird. That's creepy. You know, but people don't know that. They will always do creepy shit. They gotta know. I think people have to tell them. Come to Singapore. Oh my god, Singapore's so expensive, bro. If I'm invited to a concert and I perform, I would actually go in person, because usually concerts are pre-recorded. I would go in person just to hype it up and do a mini fan meeting, you know. I would do that. I've done that in Indonesia. I've done that in Malaysia. So yeah, honestly, if you want to see me at your concerts, just let the organizers know. Be like, why don't you invite Auregalia, Aruri? I'll sing a couple songs. I wouldn't go in person. Yeah, it's close to me, but I won't go for no reason. I won't just go for the sake of going. And maybe if Daem is going for Muse, then maybe I'll follow. I don't know. Yeah, the victim knows. Rules are normal. I met a VTuber off Kai. Got a selfie with her. Her rules is no posting it off online without covering her face. Oh yeah. Oh, that's so sweet. She wasn't wearing a mask. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. I mean, I don't mind, because I've done a face reveal before, so you can post my pictures. I mean, obviously, if I look ugly, don't do it. Come on. Don't do me dirty. But if you did, I wouldn't be upset, because I did take the picture with you, okay? Yeah. Invite only, invite only. Oh, don't say Indon, say Indo, because Indon is a derogatory term for people addressing Indonesians. Yeah. You just say Indo. That's how they say it too. But yeah, you can go to CF Comic Fiesta and Comic Frontier. Yeah, Comic Fiesta, Animangaki, I don't think I'm going to Animangaki, honestly. Not great location, just not a pleasant time. But yeah, I don't know about CF, but yeah, you should go. You should go. I kind of past my convention times. I'm over it. Every year I had to get an escort. My on-site manager Alex, he's my escort. He's my bodyguard, my escort. Yeah, he's also my driver because I stopped asking my mom to drive me. Just in case some creeps, I don't know, slip an air tag in my car or copy down my car number plates and shit. I don't know, just weird. But yeah, I just stopped asking her to come pick me up. I go hang out with Alex afterwards, and we just go chill at a bar or whatever. Have dinner somewhere before I go home. Yeah. Never heard of that city. Someday I really like Indonesia. Yeah. Enjoy. It's great. Indonesians are so friendly. But it's super hot every time there's a convention. Whoa, this is crazy. I think I was almost kidnapped when I was little. Please respect your ocean. Yeah, right? The monk tell them. I'm just very chill, right? In person, I'm super chill. I'm like literally just another friend. Like I don't have what is it called, diva syndrome, star syndrome or something. I would literally just hang out. We could chat. I'm so friendly. Just as long as you're not weird or creepy, I won't not want to talk to you, you know? I know some people are really shy. They're like, ooh, and I'm like, don't be shy. Like, I'll ask them how their days went and stuff, like what they're doing now and stuff like that. You know, just don't be a creep. I'll be friendly to you. If you're not a creep, then I'll be nice to you, okay? But I always have to get my guard up because of what happened a few years ago with that guy. Yeah. Okay, let's read one more from this and then we'll move on. This one is from Legally Confused 21. I wish I did something. 3 days ago. So I was going to this department store near where I live. On my way I met this creepy guy. He was walking towards me while eating ice cream, and as he reached near me, he was like, "You got boobs?" Is that what he said? You got what? You got... What is this slash star thing supposed to mean? Boobs? Why won't they just say boobs? Is that some kind of drug? Is this some kind of drug, baby? And then the guy left quickly. I'm beyond shocked and scared. He was so near to my face, I thought he was gonna do something, and I was so shocked I didn't do anything. I mean, couldn't you see, motherfucker, you blind or some shit? Like, look down. Like, do I have boobs? You tell me. What the frick? I wish I had slapped him, but when it happened, I felt like I couldn't move at all. And on top of that, the guys nearby were just watching and laughing at me. We'll talk about this in a second. I was so embarrassed that I wished the earth would just swallow me. I'm so disappointed in myself, and at the time I couldn't do anything and I just stood like a statue. I was so disgusted by this incident that as soon as I came back to my room I started vomiting. This isn't the first time such an incident has happened to me. My friends know me as the biggest men hater, but they don't know that more than hate, I'm scared of these monsters. This is what you call it, sexual harassment, by the way. If he actually said boobs, that is sexual harassment. Okay, let me tell y'all, alright? Maybe the mods would auto-delete. Let me tell you guys something that really opened my fucking eyes up, okay? Because for the longest time, I always hate super radical feminists. I would say I'm a feminist, but I don't agree with women who are like, fuck all men! You know, like, death to all men and shit like that. I think that's like, girl, you psycho. Calm the fuck down, okay? Like, what the fuck? That's too much to me. And I was always like, not all men. I was always on the side of like, not all men. Like, calm the fuck down. Because literally the men in my life, my dad, my fiance, hell, even my exes and my friends, they're usually super respectful. Not usually, I say usually because I've also met some weird ass friends that are no longer my friends, so that's why I use usually. But the people who are currently in my life are very, very respectful, okay? Respect women. They would never pull the shit on a woman. Hey, Jono, 1 year anniversary. Let's go for the mod. But the reason why I learned that women will say things like all men is because of this. Let's see. The guys nearby were just watching and laughing. Because I learned that men don't hold other men accountable for shit they do. Like, if some dude was catcalling a girl on the streets, other men don't go, stop it. Is your mom proud of that shit? You know, they don't hold another man accountable. I don't know if it's because they're scared to get sucked and shit, but they just keep letting it happen so that it feels like they're also guilty. Am I making sense? Like, if you just watched and laughed, you're in the same fucking boat as that person. This is why and I know not all men will do this, because some men will like walk up and be like, cut that shit out. But a lot of guys, I would say in my personal experience, 99.9% of the time, guys won't do anything. Especially strangers. And I think that's a problem. That's why you have such disrespectful men who do not respect women, who think that they can sexually harass a girl or just grab their ass and think nothing's gonna happen, because the guys next to them are just watching. Because like I believe in equality in a lot of aspects, but I think that genetically, physically, a lot of women don't have the equal muscle mass as a guy. So if a woman were to stop a guy and tell him stop it, if he punches her, the punch that she returns is probably not gonna hurt as much as his punch. So I think it really takes another man to go up to that guy, suck him in the face, and when they duke it out, that's fair. You know what I mean? However, guys just don't hold other guys accountable. And that's why a lot of women, when they say all men, this is what they mean. It's not like all guys grab girls, you know, or all guys go up to her and go, you got boobs. It's more like the guys on the side don't do anything, and they just watch, or they laugh, or they just like, ooh, and they just let it happen. And I think that's the problem. We had a conversation about this a long time ago, and even earlier today in the Discord server, where guys need to hold other guys accountable. Because it seems like a lot of girls are going, fuck men, I hate men, da 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 da. It seems like their hatred comes from nothing. Maybe because, especially if you're not one of the problematic guys, everyone around you respect women, and I love that for you. But you need to understand, you can't say that these women are pulling shit out of nowhere, because they have personally experienced so many things where guys just don't do anything for them. If anything, they encourage it. So that's why the quote-unquote all men, that's where it came from. So I feel like this is really sad, because this happens all the time. Even to me, even when I was in high school, even when I was in elementary school, you know, like one time a guy, I was maybe like 11, I think I was 11 or 12. A guy from the next classroom, like we're the same age. He came up to me, and I was talking to my friends. He came up from behind me. I was facing my friend. We wear like a kind of like a dress for school uniform. He flipped my skirt up from the back. So, and I was at the age where I didn't think of wearing safety pants yet, because I don't think guys would do that to me. So I just wore my underwear underneath, and then just this dress, right? I didn't think of wearing something called safety pants. So he did that, and then his friends laughed. And then my classmates, who were like brothers to me, I thought they were on my side. They saw it and they went, oh, and that was their reaction. Instead of going, yo, what the fuck did you just do? And like hold them accountable. I felt so fucking embarrassed, and that was really eye-opening for me, because at such a young age I realized that this was okay for them to do to us women. And that was very, I don't know, it just fucked with me. Growing up, things would escalate because I have blossomed into a woman, and sometimes guys would just literally stare at your tits, or like I was in subways a lot when I was in Korea. Some guys they won't grab my butt, but they would like, you know, imagine a finger rubbing on the inner side of your thigh. And I remember this one time I wore jeans in the wintertime, and inside of my jeans was like padded with like wool. Is that like some kind of fur? So it was really thick. It was like thick kind of jeans. I could feel this guy's finger run from like the back of my knees up to like my inner thigh in the subway. And like shit, I felt so violated and just grossed out. And it's like, if you as a woman could encounter this in the wild, like a fucking wild Pokemon, you know, can we really blame girls for feeling some kind of way about men? You know, like, I personally don't think all men is valid, because I don't endorse that. The people in my life have been great, but I don't blame the girls when this is all they've experienced. Like, I literally cannot say they're being crazy, because I do hold women accountable for a lot of things, but this is not something that I would be like, girl, you're being crazy, because maybe they've experienced way worse than I have, and it sucks. That's the reality. And a lot of times we are not being believed because men don't see that around them, or they're a part of the problem so much that they think that's normal. So if you see this shit, hold this accountable. Like, hold these guys accountable. So what if you get socked in the face? Punch it back, you know? Fucking punch it back. Like, or if he punches you, sue him. Shit like that. Like, I don't know, like something, do something. Yell at them, like, hey, stop it, you know? Or escort the girl out of there. Like, physically help her, walk her out of there so she feels like she could be in a safe place. Even if she's a stranger, help. Like, if you just stand there and laugh and watch, bro. This is why I think the world has such big problems, where guys think girls are the problem, because girls go, oh man, and they won't shut the fuck up. And guys are like, oh my god, that's why we're incels, because girls hate us. It's like, baby, you're the fucking problem, dude. Like, you're the goddamn reason, dude. Yeah. Fleece line jeans. I think it was fleece. It was like really thick, but I could still feel it. So imagine the strength he used. Yeah, it's messed up. I was in a boys' school, pulling each other's pants down. To be honest, I really hated it. I was glad the teachers eventually took some action. I'm glad for you. In Korea, a lot of teachers won't do anything. They just let it happen. So that's why, yeah, it's a very disgusting and sad. Just stop being a weirdo. Don't be rude. Don't be creepy. Like, I think the world will be a better place. Unfortunately, that's not realistic. So I think what's realistic is that guys should hold other guys accountable. Then girls wouldn't find guys so creepy, because then we realize, oh, we have allies. Like, oh, we're seeing a lot of people stand up for us, so they're not being... So I guess not all guys are on the same boat, you know? That's how you can redeem yourselves, men, okay? That's how you can redeem yourself, I think. Because too many VTubers who are female, they will turn down collabs as soon as they realize there's a male. So yeah. Male VTubers, if you're hearing this and you're not a creep, hold other creepy male VTubers accountable. Then maybe slowly but surely you can get into collabs with females again in a more platonic manner. Because right now, as soon as they see your gender as a male, they would shut you out. Because there's so many creeps around. Yeah. Sad. These enormous guys will be dragged down with the bad guys too. Yeah, you need to. You need to hold them accountable. Women can only do so much. And every time we retaliate, they just come back stronger. And they think that we're trying to fight them. It's like we're just fighting for our own safety, bro. Other guys need to step up and be like, yo, stop that shit. You know? That's some soy boy shit. I don't know what soy boy means, but yeah. We deal with, oh, you just want to defend women to slide into their pants, so it's a lose-lose situation, but people realize who's a real one in the end. It doesn't matter if guys say, oh, you just want to defend women to slide into their pants. It's fine. Let them think that way. As long as your intentions are true, I don't think it matters what other people think. You know? Because truly, you leave your legacy with your actions. So, like, honestly, if you stand up for women and you do that often enough, people are going to be like, oh, okay, so maybe he is just an ally. Like, he's... If you have a track record of every time you defend someone, you ask for their number and you try to sleep with them, then I get it. The track record is there. You can't blame them for saying things like that. But if you just protect strangers and you do that all the time and you have a reputation for that, they're gonna be like, if someone goes, he's just doing it to sleep with a girl. Someone's gonna be like, no, he actually does this all the time. He actually protects the women. You know what I mean? Yeah. That's why people vibe with me. I don't care what others say. No, honestly, don't give a flying fuck. If you do the right thing, you don't have to worry about what other people are saying. Just do the right thing. Yeah. That's why I love the phrases not all men but always men, because you can tell if they're bad or if they get offended by the phrase. That's true. That's true. That's very true. Recently, I had a whole discussion on Twitter with a friend of mine who, he's a male VTuber who was upset that another really fun Minecraft server came up. It's like a... I didn't really see it, but apparently it's an all-girls server, which is a modded Minecraft server, and it was really fun. And he was upset because it was all girls, and he's like, oh, here goes again, another all-girls Minecraft server. And he's like, there's literally no reason for them to shut men out. He said this verbatim, no reason. In all caps. For them to shut men out. And he says it's always sad because they lose out on these opportunities and these fun experiences, blah blah blah, something along the lines of that. And he just get hella replies going, I mean, I wouldn't say no reason. And I told him, I was like, if they're doing this because they don't want their parasocial fans to unsubscribe or unfollow, I can't respect that. Because I think that's, honestly, idol culture is toxic. Because some people do that. They don't collab with men. Female VTubers don't collab with men because they're scared their male fans, which is their biggest money-making industry, is going to drop them. And when they do shit like that, I can't respect it. I cannot. Because I literally hang out with people regardless of gender, and I don't think it's fair to encourage parasocialism at the expense of a gender. That to me is fucked up, okay? But anyways, I told him, but if they're doing it because they've had some trauma with men and they just want to put some space between them, I get it. I personally have not had like any sexual trauma with a man, so but I can't say on others' behalf. I can't say that didn't happen to other people just because it didn't happen to me. And I told him, I was like, there are so many reasons why women would rather avoid men, especially in the VTubing industry, because we have come across so many. And this was around the time when the Luminara CEO was allegedly outed for being a rapist, allegedly, and was apparently allegedly not a great person or something. This was the time. So it was like bad timing on my friend's part. But anyway, it seems like every other week we see men get exposed for being creeps in the VTubing sphere itself. Yeah, so extremely bad timing. So for him to say no reason was a trigger word. And I told him so many reasons where women don't want to be in men's spaces, or they just want to be whimsy and do their own thing without worrying if a guy's gonna be creepy just because they're trying to hang out and play Minecraft. And that's perfectly fine. And I told him, I was like, if you want to make an all-men server, nobody's gonna stop you. Go make it. You know, as long as y'all don't make like misogynistic jokes in that server, as long as you don't constantly bring women up in that server, nobody's gonna have problems with you. Just do your man thing. Just do what boys do. You know, boys be boys. Because women's server, we don't always bring up boys and be like, oh my god, blah blah blah, it's gonna be so mad. I think it's so common for guys when they're in their boy space to degrade and make fun of women. But that's not equal for women. We don't do that to men, you know? And I was telling him, like, just be fun and do positive things with your boys. As long as you don't cause any trouble, we're fine. Like, no girls is gonna be like, oh my god, all boys server? Nobody cares. You wanna be boys, go do it. You know, as long as stop dragging women into this shit. So yeah, I typed a really long post for him on Twitter explaining what it is like for a woman's point of view, why they would avoid men in general. And then my friend texted me because this friend, hello, thank you for the follow and thank you for the check-in. This friend actually knew me since my past life, and I'll tell you guys a little bit about some drama, okay? in my past life, I knew this guy who's a VTuber. At the time, he wasn't crazy famous, but he had some following for what people could call pretty big VTubers 5 years ago, okay? I was in an agency, a pretty strict corporate agency where all of my social media accounts were the passwords were shared by my corpo company, and this was public knowledge. People knew that if you send me a message on Twitter, someone from my company is gonna read it first before I even read it, okay? So you couldn't have been creepy without my multi-billion-dollar company seeing it first. Okay, because my agency was huge, like it was backed up by a multi-billion-dollar company, okay? So you couldn't, and this person, he was nice, he was friendly, he was cordial, and he just wanted to hang out, and I couldn't always collab with too many people at the time. So I've turned him down a couple of times, but he kept trying, and I just thought, oh, he's just really trying to be my friend. But in my agency, they've declined so many collabs. Like, most of the collabs were declined. I had to like reach out to people to host my own collabs, you know, instead of waiting for their permission. So yeah, I unfortunately, well, fortunately at the time, unfortunate for him, turned down all of his collabs, okay? And when I became Aruri, I'm an indie, you know? I don't have managers, I don't have higher-ups, I don't have people watching over me. I am one person. And which means the only good side that I have from my company turning down people's collabs is that I no longer have that now. And I can't use that as an excuse to turn creepy people down anymore. So anyway, at this point I did not feel like this person was being creepy. I just thought that they were super friendly. They just really wanted to be my friend. And I was flattered. I was like, oh, that's cute. Okay. And I was not close with many people. I only had a very small friend group at the time. I had many friends, but close with few. Like, few as in maybe 3 people in the VTuber industry, right? When I became Aruri, it's like free real estate. Everybody started to add me and want to be my friend and stuff, and hell, I'm a social butterfly. I'm like, hell yeah, let's be friends. So, you know, hella people slid in my DMs. At some point I had like 350 DMs on Discord that I just couldn't get back to. It took me years to even get back to people congratulating me for my debut. And that was back in 2022. It was that bad. But this person was like, he kept sending me DMs, so it just kept popping up at the top. And I was just like, this guy's not gonna stop. And I'm flattered, but I'm so socially exhausted because I stream for such long hours, and I need some alone time. And I was like, okay, fine, let's hang out. So we played a game, we watched a movie, and this person at this point is pretty popular. Like, he is collaborating with some really powerhouses in the industry. Like, he is oomfies and moots with like some Hololive talents or something. It was getting pretty big. His contents were popping off too. I would play some games, and then he started to try to be flirty, but in a not attractive way. And at this time, so in my past life, this one friend, I had already talked to this one friend about this guy and be like, oh, do you know this person? We're gonna like hang out maybe someday, but then we kept putting it off because I didn't want it to just be the 2 of us. I wanted to bring some friends in so it won't be weird, right? But that didn't happen in my past life. So in my new life, I was like, oh, you know what, fuck it, let's just do it. And at this point, it's pretty public knowledge that I'm in a relationship, you know, and especially to my friends, most of them know. And they know who he is either, you know? And so I was like, you know what? He's not gonna be creepy, right? And I did tell my friend, I was like, yo, I'm just gonna go hang out with this person. If you don't mind, you know, I know we've been talking about it for years. And this person, my friend was like, yeah, no, go ahead. You know, this friend was also dealing with some IRL stuff. So I was like, okay. So this friend is in the loop with the context, okay? So I started playing games with this person, and he started to flirt, and then it went from, and I'm very straightforward. So I was like, nah, bruh, that's never gonna happen. You know, I was like pretty like, not interested, dude. And even though I was joking in like a lighthearted manner, but clearly I was turning him down at every turn. Like, bro, let's just focus on this game, dude. And then he just won't fucking stop. And then when we watched the movie, it was like some stupid ass, I don't even remember the context of the movie, but it was stupid. He started making really inappropriate jokes about the character's body, like the actress's body, and then tried to turn it sexual and stuff. This was all in one day. Like, this is all in one seating. So the gaming and the movie happened back to back. And I was immediately like, oh my god. I would not really expect this from this person because they're very say-so in real life. Oh no, I guess in their VTuber persona, like publicly. I would not expect this person to be this condescending to women and creepy. It was really eye-opening for me. I never seen this. Knowing him for so many years, I never thought he would be this person. So I was really freaking surprised. And I was like, oh my god. Like, whoa, what? Was this always here and I never saw this? And it just made me really uncomfortable. And I just, at some point, I didn't even watch the movie. I think I like muted it for like 30 minutes. And he just kept making comments. I didn't even respond because I was playing games on my phone. I was playing, I don't remember his Mobile Legends. I just checked out, you know? And then after that, because at that point, I just didn't want to deal with it. Here's the thing. Half of me would go like, you know what? I'm done. I'm gonna go because I'm bored. And the other half of me is just like, let's just get this fucking over with. And I don't have to do this ever again. I can say I already did it. So at the time, I decided to go with the latter because that was just the easiest. I didn't even want to like confront this person. I was just like, whatever. I did bring up the, yo, you guys, I did say, you know, men are too comfortable commenting about women's body, like chill. I did say that. And I was like, dude, these days men are too comfortable commenting about women's bodies, okay? And then he did stop, but then he kept going. And I was just like, fucking hell. So I checked out. After the call ended, I told my friend what happened. And then I was like, just in case he asked you to hang out with us again, tell him no, especially if I'm involved. It's like saying no. Don't say yes, especially not on my behalf. Because some people, they would think, oh, we've been talking about it for a while, so surely she would want it too. And say yes to him. Meanwhile, my answer would have been hell no. And then I have just kept... I mean, I'm usually pretty infamous for ghosting people. Not intentionally, well maybe. But not in a negative way. I don't ghost them because I don't want to reply or anything. I just, in general, have been always bad at responding to people. So I'm pretty infamous for ghosting people. I just have really low social battery after streams. Like, I talk to my fiance, I talk to my family, and then like, I just want to spend some time to myself after I stream. I don't really want to hang out with people anymore. I'm too exhausted, okay? It's no hard feelings, it's not a personal problem. But with this guy, it was convenient because he could just easily fall into that category, except instead of like, oh, maybe I'll reply someday, or I feel good today, I'm gonna reply. For me, every time he texted, I would just click read so that the notification won't be there anymore, and I would just literally intentionally ghost this person. I have not talked to this person since that movie thing, that game thing. I have not interacted with this person. I never showed up on his stream ever again or his chat. I never interacted with this person. We're still oomfies on Twitter, but I never talked to him anymore. And I told my friend about it, and that's why when that thing happened, my friend DM'd me immediately, because this person is a pretty well-known VTuber now, the guy. But you would not expect that if you just watch him as a viewer. I think it's only something you will know if you are a female VTuber that he's tried his moves on, or if you know him personally. So that's why I think it's easy for male VTubers and fans to see a female VTuber go, ugh, ew, male VTubers, or ew, man, and go, ugh, these are like feminists, they hate men, without knowing the context of how creepy it can really fucking get. And he's just one case. I get some really creepy texts every other week, if not every week, from VTubers, like male VTubers, indie VTubers, and shit. So even when I was a K-pop trainee, I've gotten creepy texts from K-pop idols that debuted at the time on Kakao Talk. So if you've never been in our shoes, don't be so quick to doubt what women are saying when we criticize men. Because you probably don't know it, but we have to probably filter so much of these creeps out of our lives actively. Some people do it every day. So yeah, like, understand when women form some kind of feelings, feel some type of way about men, because we actually, and I'm not kidding you, and you guys know I don't bullshit you, we actually come across these people all the time. All the time. Like, it's weird, it's freaky. Yeah. Hello, WWE creepypasta. No, I have not. Sounds like the women created a safe space for themselves, yet still get negativity because men were excluded. Yeah, that was kind of like what it felt like, honestly. Yeah, it's sad. That's why, even though I don't agree with the all men sentiment, I see where they're coming from. Because it's a lot. And I say this even though I'm hee-hee-ha-haing, it's really sad when I say it's a lot of men. So often. It's almost disgusting. It's like... bruh, maybe 1 out of 3 men, which is, if you think about it, a lot. If you think about how many men is in this world. So, bruh. And it doesn't help that we have people like famous YouTubers who are trying to create an incel culture, which makes things even worse. Yeah. Hello DMJ, stop calling me Aura. I'm not Aura. Aura is my red black hair friend. Yeah, we'll pretend to be females VTubers. I mean, there are some men who pretend to be female VTubers. Some do it just because they want to, which is honestly slay. It's a artistic space. You're a man who wanna be a woman, go ahead. But some males use voice changing stuff to try and enter women's spaces and get closer to other women and try to spend more time with women by being a woman. It's a whole can of worms. That one is a story for another day. Yeah. God, this is what God told us, good men to protect women. It's hell out there. Please do protect women. Hold other men accountable. That's literally the least you can do. You know, you would want people to do the same for your mother, for your sister, like, for your daughter. Gets to the point where I get hated for being Babiniku because they thought I wanted to trick them, but they actually got to know me. So it really is a situation to understand. It really is. It really is. I don't think it's fair to generalize, but you have to think about the probability, how often it happens. So you can't really blame them for the way they think. Funny is when you play a game with friends and they buy the game and demand to play with you. Oh yeah. Yeah, that happens too. Those men are bad for PR for other men. They need to get sent to HR, dadass. Fire them. Yeah. There's a fairly big VTuber who will not collab with male VTubers anymore because every guy she used to collab with when she was smaller would later send DMs to hit on her. That happens all the time. That happens all the time. Shit, I have done, like, for example, one collab with, for example, okay, this is, think about this but times, I don't know, 20, 30. But I'll pull up one example. I've done one collab with this guy years ago. It was a fun collab. I had fun. It was with other people. It was like, it wasn't just one-on-one, right? And it's fine. I had fun. I every time I end the collab, I'll be like, thank you for the collab. I had fun. You know, maybe we could do this some other time. Or if you have any games that you're interested in as horror, you want me to play, just hit me up. I'll try to find time. That's what I would say. And then this person, since that collab would keep going, hi, how are you? Hey, how are you? Hey, by the way, I saw this the other day and I thought of you. And hey, and just kept spamming me messages. Like every other day, every other week. They still do it to today. They would let me know what's happening in their lives and I didn't even ask for it. Like today I tripped on the fucking pavement and shit, it hurts. And I'm like, There was no context. I never even responded. It's like, what? What do you? Why am I your diary? You know? And it's very obvious that they see you as like potential partner, and they wanna woo you. But that's the best they can do because you know, you don't reply. And it's weird because I'm in a very public relationship. My fiance debuted last month, and he literally announced on his debut stream, where there were like 2,000 concurrent viewers actively watching that stream, that he said that he was engaged to me. So it's like, at this point you can't even say you don't know, because I retweet his shit all the time. So I don't know. I feel like it's just try your luck elsewhere, man. This one is taken. Stop it. It makes me really uncomfortable because clearly I'm not interested, right? And the more you push yourself onto me, the more I'm going to run away. I can't even be your friend right now because you're being weird. Yeah. Who? I'm not gonna say who. Yeah. Dear Diary Aruri, I tripped on a pavement today and it hurts. This is an example. This is not what he said, but he is something like that. If something would happen that's unrelated to me, to him in his personal life, he would tell me and let me know, and I'm like, what am I supposed to do with this? Are you trying to get me to comfort you? Like, console you? Like, what? You want me to take time out of my day to be like, oh no, you hurt yourself? Oh no, did you see a doctor? Da, 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 da. Search for that elsewhere. Not me, child. Fuck, I don't even have time for my besties to talk to what makes you think I'm gonna be, oh no, try to fucking comfort you, bro. I trip on a pavement and I don't even tell anyone. I just suck it up and then I fucking go to the hospital, or I go home and I treat myself. I don't DM people about it. Hello? Maybe my fiance, I'll tell him like, oh shit, today I tripped and I bled a little, but I'm fine. That's it. I'm not your fucking diary, okay? It pissed me off because I'm like, you're wasting my time, bro. It's not like I don't care about you, but if people keep doing that to you, it pisses you off. I tripped and it reminded me of you. I got surgery. Oh no, wait, surgery is pretty big. Surgery, I would care. See, okay, no. Surgery is, or like, you know, I've had friends who hit me up, be like, oh, I just found out I have cancer. That's huge. I'm like, okay, that's a different story. That's not diary. That's like, bro, I could die. I'm just letting you know. I still care for my friends, okay? I'm not heartless. But if it's like, oh, my rice cooker broke today, I'm so sorry. I could give less of a rat's ass. What are you trying to make me do? Buy you a rice cooker? What do you want me to do? Hit bippity boppity boop, fix your frigging rice cooker. What do you want me to do? Stop it. Block Rudy. I mean, I have a Tumblr blog for that. If I want to vent, I will post it on there, okay? Don't make me your Tumblr blog. I'm not that. Make an alt Twitter account and vent there. That would be better than screaming into the void, which is me. I'm not gonna respond to any of that. Dude, it's wild. But we come across this all the time. And imagine that times 30 or 40. Like, there's just a bunch of people coming at you with these random ass shit. You're just like, bro, what am I even doing here? You know, what do you even think of me as? Am I not another person? Why do you not treat me like any other person out there? Why do you have to think just because I'm a girl, you have to tell me your diary and treat me differently? Because I don't think you do that to your friends, to your male friends. So stop it. Okay, just like how they wouldn't give a rat's ass that your rice cooker broke, I wouldn't either. Thank you for listening to my rant. Okay, this has been an educational stream. Yep, life-threatening, I would care. Like, bro, please. If you have... A lot of my friends come to me when they have depression, they have, like, or loss of family member or whatever. I listen, because I'm not heartless. But if it's, like, some small, tedious shit, like your pencil broke, you know, something small like that, don't tell me, bro, what do you want me to do with it? It's like, maturing is not telling everyone every little thing. You know? There was a VTuber drama thread recently about this. It's okay if you want to have a girlfriend, but you need to find time and place and need to be chill, nice, and not a creep. This is not Tinder, especially if someone's not interested in you, they're taken, you still do that. It's just fucked up. Sorry you have to endure that. Thank you. I mean, I don't want to be too harsh on like this is not Tinder, because I did found my fiance as a VTuber. Excuse me. And we did meet through the VTubing sphere. But it wasn't because we were actively seeking relationships. We just stumbled upon it. We were friends first before we were partners. We didn't go into this friendship wanting to date, you know? So it was organic, but I think the difference is a lot of people come into the VTubing sphere looking for a partner. They're here to date. So every female VTuber they meet, they're just trying to slide. It's their opportunity to slide. It could be anyone, they don't care. The model's cute, that's all they're okay with. And it's like, stop. This is my job. I'm here to fucking work. Like, I'm here to create a community and talk to people. You think I'm here to fucking, you know, smash? Question mark? The reason why I found my fiance was because we coincidentally were already talking and I was going through some shit. He was there for me. He was going through some shit and I was there for him. That's how we developed a relationship. We didn't get into this because we wanted to smash. As a matter of fact, we were actively not looking for a relationship at the time. So, you know, I think that's the difference between us and people who think this is Tinder. So yeah. Hello, welcome in. There's an online dating app where you can find people who are not alive anymore. Well, who said that? Love hearing VTuber rant. I never told anyone outside of my friend about that drama that I told you guys about that person who was pretty big and they're creep. Because honestly, I would say I have good connections in the VTubing sphere because I've been around for a long time. I was also a corporate VTuber and I'm a social butterfly. But this person has like an equal standing to me. So we have a lot of oomfies. Yeah, we have a lot of moots. Sorry, that's the word. We have a lot of moots, like mutual friends. And if shit were to break up between us, I just don't want to force people to choose. Even though I'm pretty dang sure he's the creepy one. Okay. I'm not worried about losing friends, but I just don't want to put people in the space where they have to choose. So that's why I haven't really come out public to talk about it. But I just want to let you know it happens. It happens so often to VTubers. That's why they would avoid collaborating with men. Yeah. Anime voice boy? Who? Who's anime voice? I mean, they all sound like animes. What? Oh, you trying to figure out who it is? Oh, you will not. I have not interacted with this person in years. We never even had a collab. So you will not find this person, I don't think. But in case they're watching this, you made me uncomfortable. And I just, there's a reason why I haven't responded to you in so many years. Eventually I respond to people, slowly but surely. Sometimes I miss out a few DMs, but I do get back to you, even if it means it takes a year. But you made me really uncomfortable, and that's why I didn't respond to you. Okay, no hard feelings, but it is consequences of your own actions. This turned into a roasting stream. Welcome to my roasting stream. Alright, anyways. Continuing. We took a little break from the horror stories because honestly, I was getting tired of reading too much, but now I'm back. We're so back! Alright, I think we're done with... Oh no, we're done with creepy encounters. Let's move on to Stay Awake. Alright. What the fuck is all these titles? Part 1, Part 1? Ooh. Don't send help. This looks interesting. Also, the letter dated tomorrow looks interesting. I don't DM people unless I have something important to say. Honestly, same. Not always, but often. I don't really DM people to start with. But if I do, pay attention. I'm just kidding. Because it might be something important. Or just checking in, I guess. Because maybe I read something happened to you and I'm just checking in. You were cute messages. People do that. People do that. Yeah. They're trying to slide. Alright, this is 2 days ago by BHistorical2758. Don't send help. Seriously, if you're reading this, do not call anyone. Don't ask anybody to come here. And please don't come yourself. Ooh. He'll kill you. I'm trapped under the floor and whoever is up there keeps killing whoever comes through the door. So I broke into the place. I'm a thief. I do this for quick cash. I know better. I've even served time. I was upstairs in the bedroom dumping in the contents of a jewel box into my backpack when I heard a key hit the door. There wasn't a need to panic, this wasn't the first time. I keep a rubber gun in case I need to threaten someone, but never a real one. The enhanced charge after getting caught wouldn't be worth it. Despite what happens in horror movies, hiding under the bed actually does work, considering most people don't have reasons to look under their beds. It was a safe bet that was where I would stash myself until I had all green lights. The guy was big. That had been implied from the size of the bed, but a lot of people liked a California king for the size, regardless of whether they needed one. One of his feet looked like it was the length of my torso. Oh, if I had to guess from the foot and the girth of his angle, he was at least 450. 450 pounds? How much is that in kilograms? The only problem was how quickly those feet flitted around. And other than a mild squeezing of the floor, he didn't make noise. Please believe I've benefited many times over from people sneaking aloud without being aware of it. He undressed, dropping something blue jean on the floor and a button-up shirt as big as a tarp. Rather than leaving the items there on his way back from the bedroom, he scooped them into a large paw that may not have had 4 fingers. He was in the closet for a full minute before I greenlit the idea to move. I was still shuffling my body towards the edge of the bed when he came out in a rush and dived into the bed. A heart-crushing moment told me he was making a dash to grab me, but when both of his feet left the carpet, the anchor in my stomach turned into a helium-fueled balloon. He narrowly missed pinning me to the floor with a mattress concaving beneath him. I still held a long time until his breathing came in long strides of inhalations and zippered exhalations. I clawed from underneath him, dragging my backpack with me. A quick glance over the bed confirmed he was asleep, and I slinked my way downwards. The front door presented a problem I've never experienced before. There was a padlock half the size of my backpack on it. No problem, I could pick it. It wasn't like I'd walk in there with a key. I took out my tools and started fiddling with the lock. It took seconds to realize my tools were too short to reach any mechanisms inside. I turned, and in a moment of not paying attention, my tools slipped from my hand and clattered to the floor. I went still. After 2 seconds worth of silence, I heard the twin footfalls, the mighty squeak of the bed, and what sounded like a freight train coming my way. I snatched my lockpicking tool from the floor and scurried into the kitchen. I hadn't taken time to scour for other exits, and at first glance there didn't seem to be any. In desperation, I yanked open a cabinet door. It was hollow inside, not a single pan to speak of, and I crawled in just as he made it downstairs. Other than his feet, I had not seen him. He's big. I heard him approach, and I needed to dig in. A square in the floor of the cabinet floor in front of me showed promise. I pried it up with my fingertips and slid my backpack in. I slid one leg in, then the other, and palm walked myself backwards into the space. It took a little work to get the panel back in place, and I dropped it a little carelessly. He stomped into the kitchen. I held my breath for a long time, vainly hoping he hadn't heard me. I felt him moving around feet away from me. He opened drawers and what sounded like the microwave and refrigerator doors. He knocked pots and pans and silverware around. Then he opened the cabinet door right next to me. My whole body tensed. I was sure I'd left a footprint or a tool that would lead him to me. He just breathed long and steady like a big cat that hadn't caught its prey. The tension slowly melted after he closed the door. I didn't hear him leave, so I had to assume he was nearby. My heart was still hammering. I was going to need assistance getting out of this. My friend Johnny was the best person to call. He was an old hand at pickpocketing and prestidigitation and sometimes accompanied me. I never took my personal cell with me. It was always a burner phone, and any other phone numbers I might have needed were in my head. Likewise, Johnny had phone numbers that weren't associated with him. 911, I texted him. He responded in seconds, "Who dis? Your fave cat." 911, how big is the TV? "No joke," I texted him. "I'm trapped in house. Owner is here." "Say less," he texted in response. "Send me the address." I texted it to him. Then I waited. I hadn't heard him move out there. I had to assume he was still hovering. It might sound contrary to being in a stressful situation, but I drifted off. Despite being afraid I might die or be arrested, lying there in the dark was boring. The doorbell woke me up. For an instant, I was transported back to the second grade when my older brother and I had to get ready for school. Our mother worked third shift, and she expected us to be ready for school when she pulled up to our apartment building. But our ingenious idea was to get ready as quickly as possible, then lay back down until it was time to go. The ingenious idea was just as bad as having Johnny come to quote-unquote rescue me. I don't know what I was thinking. I'm grateful I couldn't see it. Hearing what happened was awful enough. I heard Johnny's voice. He was too far away that I couldn't understand what he was saying, but he sounded pleasant enough. I knew the spiel. He could talk a man out of his umbrella in the middle of the pouring rain. Hearing him lifted my heart. As far as I knew, I was safe. Come on in, the homeowner said. There should have been a warning there, but I was riding high. So far as I believed in that moment, the two of us were going to walk out arm in arm right in front of him. The door slammed. Johnny said something. He still sounded calm, but the homeowner never responded. Johnny said something else. I think he laughed. I was realistic. I figured he was going to distract him, to have him move away from the door and give our agreed upon high sigh that it was safe to come out. But then he said, "Hey, what's that?" The homeowner didn't respond with words. Johnny started screaming, then something like branches breaking. I had no illusions about what that really was. Johnny's scream changed in quality and volume. I don't want to think about it. Not just because it happened to someone I might have called a friend, but because I could still be on the list of recipients. Recipients? The quality of the air changed. Maybe it was my imagination. The weight of my breath seems insubstantial, and my body starved for oxygen. Something big hit the floor, and it was all that I could do to not shove my way out of there. Wait, what? It was all I could do to not shove my way out of where I was and try to run. Johnny was screaming something incoherently. At least I thought he was trying to speak. I know it sounds selfish, but I prayed as hard as I could that he wouldn't use me to spare himself or even say my name. I was so terrified I began pushing my way backwards, not sure where I was directing myself except farther away from whatever that was happening out there. I didn't want him to get me. What had to have been fingernails carving into the floor just above my head made me whimper, and I silently cursed myself that the homeowner hadn't heard me. Then Johnny was quiet. The homeowner wasn't though. Tom. It had to have been him pounding Johnny's head or at least unconscious body. Oh, it's a thumping sound. I went on moving backwards, my fright propelling my limbs of their own free will. The homeowner was panting up there. He didn't sound out of breath, more like he was angry and looking for something else to target. I held my breath despite my oxygen-starved lungs. Damn them. My fingers and toes tingled, and little stars sparked at the corners of my vision before I dared to sip another taste of foul air in here. I didn't know what to do. I had nobody else I could call except the police. Yeah, maybe the police. Shit, I'd be willing to go to jail if it meant not being ripped apart. I slid my phone out again, slowly. I caught my forearm on a nail or something sharp and gritted my teeth so hard to keep from crying out one of my crowns cracked. Oh, and fell loose in the basing of my tongue. Oh my god, he broke his crown. I swallowed it without thinking. On second thought, that had probably been for the best. I didn't trust I could have held it and didn't want to expend the unnecessary movements to put it in my pocket. The screen of my cell phone was blazingly bright. I held it in front of my face until my pupils contracted, then began to text to 911. You can text 911? What the hell to say? I wanted the police to actually come and not write me off. Maybe a message that I was a concerned neighbor and I heard someone scream from inside this house. Yeah, that sounded right. I think my neighbor just heard someone, I typed. My heart walloped a good 3 times before I sent the message. 20 seconds later, the reply came. What is the location of the emergency? I responded with the address. Are you or anyone else in danger? Not sure, I wrote. I could feel him above me, pacing. I looked up as if I'd see where he was. I did not want to see him. The thought made me feel naked, and all I wanted to do was dig into a deeper hole than this. He was circling. Every footstep felt like it was on my back. Finally, he stopped. That was even more frightening because I had no idea where he was. For the briefest moment, I saw his inhumanely large hands clasping my twig-like ankles and drawing me deeper into an unfathomed dark. The lit screen of my cell phone was my lifeline, even though in my hand it was 10 miles away. My eyes played over the symbol at the bottom of the screen. I had to retrace several times before my ebbing panic allowed me to understand what I was reading. "Please hurry," I texted. "I think there are kids in there." I let the screen lock after 2 minutes, immersing myself in a horrible darkness. As I lay there in my envelope of black, a tiny amount of relief trickled into me. I had to believe that if I couldn't see myself, that he couldn't see me either. I came out of my fugue to the wrappings of someone knocking the door. I felt him move, even though he hadn't made a sound. The homeowner's lethality was just as much as his size as his ability to move quietly. Each footstep as broad as my chest, padding to that front door with almost weightless effort. I hoped the cops would take a single look at him and shoot him multiple times to be sure he was dead. The homeowner was a monster. He had to have been coated in blood. How could he have been a man after what I'd heard him do to Johnny? The door squealed open. I heard low voices. A long 15 seconds passed. "Watch it," someone shouted. There was a sound like 2 bowling pins knocking together. Then absolutely nothing. Until the door squeaked close. This time, I didn't hear him breathing. It was like the more violence that came out of him, the calmer he got. The quieter he got. A moment later, I heard the whisper of something being dragged across the floor. What I guessed was the basement door opened. Then something bulky tumbled down below me. Then the basement door clicked close. I had no idea what to do. If I heard right, the homeowner had just killed 2 cops. That meant he was willing to kill anybody who came to his door. Was it going to take the army to put him down? The doorbell rang a minute later. I had no idea who that could have been. The police wouldn't have sent backup just yet. The door creaked open. That sounded like a little old lady. She was saying something and the homeowner seemed to not be reacting. I don't know what to make of this, but I grasped a rung of hope. But then, "Ooh," she said, then nothing else. The door closed. I wasn't sure what the next sound was, but if I had to make the worst guess possible, it sounded like the homeowner was tearing a body in half. My body quaked as I sobbed silently. Time lost all value as I lay there in dust, wreathed in old spider webs, with any number of creepy crawly things as neighbors. More people came and more people died. I heard it, but as my ears stopped translating the butchery to my brain. Wait, what? I was essentially catatonic. I'm still down here, he's still up there, I'm certain he knows there's someone in this house, and thankfully he hasn't figured out how to find me. I've pissed myself and I don't know how many times. But that would be a surer way of marking how long I've been trapped. If you're passing by name Redacted Avenue and you hear anything, please ignore it. I don't know if it was the mailman or FedEx, but a delivery driver knocked on the door and he massacred whoever that was too. It doesn't seem to matter who or how many. The homeowner absolutely destroys all comers. This is a small town and perhaps that's why more cops haven't come. But it's just a matter of time before they realize that whatever officer hasn't reported back. They'll send more. He'll kill more. I'm afraid he's unstoppable, and I'm afraid I can't get out. If you're reading this, don't send anyone. Don't come by yourself or with a search party. If you pass by, just keep going, please. What? Is this for real? Whoa! Mr. X? What's this? Freaking Shrek? I mean, Shrek's nice. God damn. That's crazy. I mean, wasn't there like a serial killer who was huge? Right? Do you guys know which serial killer I'm talking about? There was a serial killer who was huge, and he would like massacre people in his house. He was like big. I remember them describing him as big. I don't remember the other details or his name. But damn, boy, how are you gonna get out of there, Mr. Burglar? If nobody gets help, then how are you gonna get out of there, bro? Damn, this was really immersive to read because it feels like we were there, but at the same time, oh, F in the chat for Johnny. Yo, I think that his name's Johnny. Don't steal, man. Don't go into people's houses. Don't be stealing from people. Because you can run into someone like this. Was he the same guy that gave advice on how not to be a victim? I don't know. I don't know. I don't remember much about the guy. I just remember he's like a big serial killer. He's like physically tall and huge. Also, yeah. It sounds almost unrealistic, like almost troll-like, like a giant, like DMJ said, almost troll-like. If the lock was the size of half of his backpack, that is pretty big. Cause usually padlocks are like what, the size of your palm. Even then, it's pretty big. If it's like full size of your palm, that's a big padlock. But this one is like as big as the backpack, or half of the backpack. Damn. So he's in the floor of the cabinet floor in the kitchen. Don't breathe. Oh, Jason Voorhees if he was a home person. Damn. I mean, what would you do? How would you escape this? Quietly sneak around. He's gotta go out. He's gotta go out. I mean, let's see. I heard a key hit the door, which means he does go out. So if he does go out, come out, put rat poison in his food or some kind of sedative, and then kill him. Or if he leaves the house, you leave too, man. What are you staying in there for? You just gotta tough it out. Wait for he gotta go out and buy groceries, right? Or do stuff. Maybe you gotta go to work. You gotta pay the bills somehow. Nah, he killed the old lady too. That's fucked up. She didn't live to like 90 years old for you to snap her in half. Dig deeper, Minecraft style, dude. I mean, he has tools, so he might as well just keep digging. That would make so much noise, though. And he probably is hungry and out of food, you know, out of drinks. You just have to wait for him to leave. I think you have to wait for him to leave. There's no other way. You need to wait for him to get out before you can go too. Yeah, that's the only way, I think. Or the best and safest way. But he's gonna lock the door. At least a padlock won't be from inside the door, right? Let's see. A padlock half the size of my backpack. So if there's a padlock on the inside of the door, when he's outside, he's gonna lock the outside of the door. So you gotta try the windows. I don't care if you gotta jump down from the first floor, like from the second floor, but you gotta find some way to get out of there. Like, heck, you might have to take out all of the floorboards and try to find a way to get out. Usually basements have a window, right? I don't know, I never had a basement, but I think usually basements have a window for air circulation and humidity control. Like a small window. You might have to get out from there. Yeah, that might be your escape. Yeah, it's tough. Yeah. This guy just posted on Reddit instead of getting help without having them entering the house. Just shoot him. What can he do? If he's human, he's got arteries, he's got organs. As soon as he opens the door and you see a big target, that's a huge hitbox. Just start blasting, you know? Just unload a machine gun on this guy. What can he do? He's not made of armor. He's big and strong, but keep a distance, you know? Don't use a melee weapon. If he bleeds, he can die. You know, just blast him. Yeah. Unless... But at the same time, the police is not sure if what you're saying is true. They might end up killing an innocent person, right? Because they have to really take your word for like, oh, there are more victims. So as soon as they see this guy, they gotta shoot on target, right? Yeah, I have a question. Yes. Ask away. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like this is rough. This is a rough situation. You have to get out. You have to get out yourself. I think you gotta find a window, because he's probably gonna padlock the outside of the door. Because it doesn't make sense. How does he padlock the inside of the door when he's outside, right? He's only gonna padlock the outside of the door if he's going out. So you gotta find a way to get out. I think you can like unscrew the whole door, you know? Is it weird that I want to call you mom? A lot of people call me mom. A lot of people call me grandma too. It's not weird. It's not weird. My fiance's fan base calls me mommy. And I love it. I don't mind it. Yeah, interesting story though. Very gruesome. Hearing people getting snapped like a twig. Okay. Good story. Next story. Posted 21 hours ago. The letter dated tomorrow. This is by Akasha RVN. The newest letter was dated tomorrow. When I found it slipped between the yellowing pages of an old scrapbook in my late uncle's study, my hands shook so hard I almost dropped it. My uncle passed 2 weeks ago, and since then I've spent every day sorting through his belongings. His Victorian house felt frozen in time. Dust coated every surface. The clocks had stopped. The silence seemed to settle into the walls themselves. The letter was handwritten in a messy script I didn't recognize. It began like this. You'll find the truth when the shadows lengthen at 2:13 a.m. The ones they erased are still watching. Don't look for me. Caleb West was never to be found. Caleb West, that name meant nothing to me. Curious, I searched through my uncle's old records and spent hours online looking for any trace of him. Nothing appeared, no birth certificate, no death record, no hospital files, no mention of him anywhere connected to the psychiatric clinic where my uncle had worked for most of his life. It was as if Caleb West had never existed. But the scrapbook told a different story. Inside were dozens of photographs. Every image showed the same man. Caleb stood in hospital corridors, posed beside nurses, and appeared in group photos with patients and staff. Yet every face around him had been scratched out so aggressively that only pale silhouettes remained. Someone had gone to extraordinary lengths to erase everyone except Caleb. One photograph stood apart from the rest. It was cracked down the middle and stained with age. In it, Caleb stared directly at the camera. My stomach tightened. He looked almost exactly like my uncle. Same eyes, the same hesitant smile. I spent nearly an hour comparing the photograph to other family pictures scattered around the house. The resemblance was impossible to ignore. That night, exactly at 2:13 a.m., I heard footsteps upstairs. The house was locked, and I was alone. The footsteps continued anyway. Slow, measured, deliberate. I grabbed the flashlight and followed the sound to my uncle's bedroom. Near the window, I discovered a loose floorboard dusted with fresh dirt. My pulse hammered in my ears as I pried it open. Beneath it was a narrow crawl space descending into darkness. The air below smelled of mold, damp wood, and something older I couldn't identify. I crawled forward. The walls were covered with newspaper clippings, torn photographs, and scraps of paper pinned together with rusted nails. A small wooden box sat in the corner. Inside were appointment cards from the psychiatric clinic. Most of the names had been crossed out with thick black ink. Only one remained untouched. Caleb West. No date, no diagnosis, nothing else. Among the papers were dozens of handwritten notes. Some matched Caleb's writing from the scrapbook. Others were unmistakably my uncle's. They tried to erase me, one note read. How many versions of me have lived within these walls? Asked another. Near the back of the crawl space, I found what looked like a confession. The handwriting belonged to my uncle. The signature read, Caleb. The note contained only a single sentence. They gave me two names, one to heal, one to be healed. I read it 3 times. Each time it felt worse. Twice this week, I found new pages on the kitchen table. The scrapbook remained locked upstairs. The pages always appeared overnight. I checked every door and window. Nothing is ever disturbed. Tonight, I found another letter beneath the kitchen lamp. No envelope and no footprints. No sign that anyone had entered the house. The first line was written in my handwriting. I don't remember writing it. I spent the last hour comparing it to old notebooks and signatures. It's mine. Every stroke, every curve, every mistake. The final sentence was a warning. The last piece waits where shadows cannot reach. It's better not to look for it. The letter is still sitting beside me. I haven't turned the page. I'm not sure I want to know what comes next. Okay, open-ended story. The last piece waits where the shadows cannot reach. It's better to not look for it. So, where the sun don't shine? Your booty hole? What does that mean? What is this? Okay, let's read what the uncle said, okay? You'll find the truth when the shadow lengthens at 2:13 a.m. The ones they erased are still watching. Don't look for me. Caleb West was never meant to be found. So then, this person went ahead and found a loose floorboard dusted with fresh dirt. Loose floorboard dusted with fresh dirt. Shadows lengthen. So, what? This is kind of confusing. Warning from future self? It's better to not look for it. Okay. So it seems like they have, what? Cloned uncle? Question mark? But he's dead, so you can't even say he's crazy and made this up. There's no sun to lengthen the shadow, but there's moonlight, so... But I guess the shadows would lengthen because there's no sun. But can there be shadow when there's no light? Technically, it's like two ways. Okay, it's either all shadows because there's no light, or I don't know. I can't even. Time traveling ghost uncle, you think? Cause they did hear footsteps, but no person. The shadow's alive? They had a crawl space. Y'all, do you guys have crawl spaces in your house? Shadows without light is darkness. Yeah, I don't think you can call it shadow. Because you need light to have shadow. Otherwise, it's just darkness. I tried to rationalize it, but I can't. So, I don't know. Maybe moonlight? We're trying, we're reaching here. We're trying really hard here, author. Oh, this one looks fun. Recently, my wife has been acting creepy. What do I do? Oh, do you guys have crawl spaces? I mean, we don't have crawl spaces in the house. I had a crawl space when I was in elementary school behind our stage, like our school hall. What do you call it? Like a ballroom. They had a ballroom, and then there's a stage, right? And behind it, there were two crawl spaces. Yeah, and there's dolls there and stuff like that. Yeah. Crawl space seen in Western house designs, maybe because Four Seasons, easy maintenance. What are they for? Common in Middle East Coast US, every space is a crawl space if there's space. Very uncommon in West Coast housing. What is it for? Like, is it for maintenance? Like electronics? Electricity? Is it for that? Like if you have what do you need a crawl space? What is it for? Is it usually in the attic? Or the basement? I feel like there's a gap between the floor and the bottom of the house. Not the basement, but I'm talking about the houses that are a little elevated. Is that a crawl space? pipeline, wires and such. So people have to go in there and maintain this stuff. Never had one. I wonder what's the reason for crawl space. I mean, imagine being a handyman. You have to go in the crawl space to fix stuff in the dark. That isn't... Flooding prevention, and a lot of pipes go under it. Huh. I feel like I'm gonna have to watch a YouTube video on like see if they have more reasons why we need crawl space, because I feel like that could have been easily fixed. Maybe that's why modern houses don't have it no more. It's rarer due to weather. Ah, okay. Never heard of a crawl space in Poland houses. We don't have them in the Pacific Northwest as far as I know of. Maybe they're common in farmhouses. What do you think? Like old wooden houses, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, like those old American houses on a farm. Maybe they would have crawl spaces compared to like modern houses in a city at least. You know, maybe that little space under the stairway, like where Harry Potter lives. But crawl spaces, I don't know. That doesn't sound common. Doesn't sound like most people have it. Alright, next story. By Qui Tippy Sinks. 4 days ago. Don't old Japanese houses have them as well? Crawl spaces? I don't think so. Crawl spaces? I don't think so. Modern houses didn't adopt. Yeah, because there's gotta be a better way to route your pipes and electricity stuff, right? Yeah. Recently, my wife has been acting creepy. What do I do? I mean, how long have you been together with her? Maybe she's always been creepy, but you just found out recently. You know, some people don't get to know their partners enough to marry them. And they just get married. Like, maybe they've been dating for like 2 months and haven't really known their partner is pretty creepy. Hi Reddit. So I, 26 female, and my wife, 28 female, have been married for a year now. Happy Pride Month. Today's our anniversary, actually. Oh, congratulations. Hi, Thaddeus, welcome in. But she's been really weird lately. I'm not really sure where to start, so I guess I'll start at the beginning. It started the morning after date night about 2 months ago. We'd gone out to a nice restaurant using the money I'd saved with my job. It was meant to be celebratory since Vivian had just gotten promoted to senior analyst at her office. And it was! Until the next morning. I guess I should preface this by saying we have our Apple Health apps linked together. Viv was already awake in the kitchen making breakfast. It was a Saturday, so no work for either of us. But I was completely hungover. I remember putting my glasses on and realizing my phone hadn't been charged. Just before it died, I got the alert that she'd started her cycle. It wasn't a big deal. I went out into the kitchen, rubbing my head when I saw her. She was pushing around something in her nice cast iron pan, but she was staring right at me. Our apartment kitchen has the stove against the countertop, facing the living room and the hall to the bedroom and bathroom. It was a spot where a dishwasher would have been, but we liked it this way. I went on a tangent again, sorry. Anyway, she was pushing something into the pan, probably bacon or some waffle batter, I can't recall. But she was staring right at me. Not in an endearing way, and certainly not in some perverse, hungry way, but just staring. I figured it was just a product of my hangover, or maybe I'd said something the night before that upset her, so I sat down at the table. When I looked up again, Vivian was smiling, humming to herself, and flipped whatever it was that she was cooking. Looking back on it, this was the first time I noticed it. The next time I noticed it was a few days later. She had just gone back from work and I'd been laid off. I don't really want to get into it, but I worked as a virtual tech support specialist for a generic computer reseller. I was assured that it was just because of the hard times, but it still hurt to know that the career I'd had for 5 years was now over. I didn't tell her right away, but like any good spouse, my wife had her suspicions. Her desktop has been having issues lately, so she asked me to take a look at it. It was always something different. This time, I distinctly remember it kept failing to boot. I went through the usual steps while she watched silently, left leg folded over her right leg. We had been getting into some light gaming together to blow off steam after work, so I'd really wanted to get it fixed again. I remember getting frustrated when 2 hours had eclipsed to no avail. When I looked back at Viv, I saw the same expression. Her face was eerily neutral. It looked normal enough, but the longer she held it, the creepier it seemed to me. Her lips were just a thin line, eyes half asleep but staring straight through me. "Why are you looking at me like that?" I had asked. I'm paraphrasing, of course. Vivian didn't respond to me. I tried asking again a few minutes later when I looked up again and saw she was still making that face. No answer. I was starting to get uncomfortable, so I just kept working on the computer trying to get it to boot into the BIOS. I think I finally got it running again around hour 5, but by then it was far too late to play anything. She had to get up early in the morning and I was hopelessly unemployed for the first time in my life. "Ah, you got it working. Thanks, lovey." I remember those words distinctly because Vivian had walked into our bedroom from the bathroom. When she had stood up and left, I had no idea, but I decided to ask why she'd acted so odd before. Her only response was, "What do you mean, what face?" I figured she was playing some practical joke on me. It wasn't unlike her to do that, but I'd never been more than a day or two. It'd never been than a day or two for some of her jokes. I wanted to be clear that my wife was entirely normal between these instances. She went to work, came back home, and we talked. The foundation of our relationship was built on talking. Talking about her work, our friends, the latest things on social media. Why am I explaining this? Forgive me for my rambling. We talk a lot is my point. I managed to keep my unemployment a secret out of embarrassment for a few more days, but eventually the guilt was too much and I had to tell her. She took it well, hugged me, let me know that we'd be okay with just her working, and that made me promise to keep the apartment clean while she was gone. The last point was just some light teasing, but I mostly took it seriously. It was the least I could do. Then maybe a month ago, she was acting weird again. Every day I'd catch her with that vacant stare. Sometimes it was in the morning, sometimes at night. She'd completely freeze whatever she was doing and just stare. I stopped thinking it was a joke after I kept asking about it. Vivian genuinely never seemed to know what I was talking about. I should also say that she was never a good liar. Even when she tried to surprise me with gifts, I'd always know she was hiding something before her mouth had a chance to open. Just something about the way she'd walk, like treading on glass, and the eager giggle contained behind her eyes. At work, she was all serious and professional, but at home, she was fun and bubbly. I already said that she played jokes on me, but it was always something so impossibly goofy. I couldn't help but laugh. I suppose the best way to describe her at home would be like a toned-down Pinkie Pie from My Little Pony. Giggly and impossible to contain her excitement, but down to earth when she needed to be. It was one of the reasons we'd been dating in the first place, so it was really jarring to see these episodes. Eventually, I stopped asking about it. Just figured it was a prank. Not a very funny one, mind you, but still a prank. Things only got worse from there. One morning when she was supposed to be getting ready for work, I couldn't find Vivian anywhere. We needed an AirTag in the car in case it ever got... we had an AirTag in the car in case it ever got stolen. So I could see it was still in the parking garage, but I just couldn't find her. I thought she might have been on a walk, but her phone indicated that it was still inside the apartment. Obviously, I got really concerned. I was calling out for her, walking around our little apartment, trying to see if she was hiding anywhere. A stupid, childish thought, I know, but maybe this is one of her jokes. I figured maybe she was trying to scare me by jumping out somewhere. I was just about to give up and call the cops. I went to reach for my phone, but I bumped it with my hand, sending it clattering to the floor. I winced, hoping I hadn't shattered my screen, and reached down to grab it. That's when I saw her. Out of the corner of my eye in our closet was my wife. She was lying on the back wire racks our clothes hung off of. How she got up there, I still don't know. Who? I measured later that it was only just about 30 centimeters in that space. Her eyes were locked on me, mouth now curled into a giddy smile. She was giggling, but it wasn't the giggle that I was used to. This was higher pitched and slightly watery, like her mouth was filled with saliva. She was so quiet I could hardly hear it, but it was certainly there. I said something like, Viv, what the fuck are you doing? Get down from there, you're gonna be late. This isn't funny, stop. But nothing happened. She didn't move a muscle, just kept looking at me, kept giggling. I remember muttering, weirdo, before saying, look, I can call your boss and ask for the day off if you want. Just quit being a spider or whatever and talk to me. Again, no movements. I groaned and went to grab her phone. She always left it on the dresser beside the bedroom door. Something about not wanting to be tempted at night. It was there, as I expected, but as I picked it up and turned back towards the closet, Viv was gone. I glanced around the room, confused, but quickly spotted her down by our bed, pulling on her cardigan. Our conversation still makes me angry. Finally, I sighed. Why were you doing that? That was super fucking weird, honey. She pulled her arm through the sleeve, her head tilted in confusion, and her voice sounded like she was just waking up. Katie, what are you talking about? I was more than angry at her shenanigans by this point. In a closet, Vivian, you were up in the wire rack somehow, like a spider or some shit. Dude, it was super freaky. How did you even fit up there? My wife just blinked at me before groggily stating, babe, I just woke up. Please calm down. I took a deep breath. I figured she was right. I thought I was overreacting, so I calmed myself down, and she left for work. I made her promise to talk about it later that night. We never talked about it. Her boss kept her late for one reason or another, then traffic held her up for over an hour, then the district was fixing a pothole right by the entrance to the parking deck. By the time she got home, it was midnight and I was already asleep. Over and over in the days after, she kept doing that stupid closet thing. It was really starting to creep me out, but I stopped talking about it, just like the staring issue. I figured maybe she was going through something I didn't know about. I got to my breaking point when she started hiding under the bed. It was the same thing as the closet. The giggling, the staring, her completely motionless body. It was too much. I'll admit, I kind of blew up on her. I was yelling and yelling, trying to get her to stop being so weird, but nothing happened. She just kept giggling. I stormed out that afternoon. I went to a coffee shop and tried to calm my head. I didn't know what was going on inside her head. I started searching for answers online. I went down a long rabbit hole. The details are fuzzy, but I eventually ended up deciding she needed psychiatric help. If she had dissociative identity disorder, some sort of trauma, or even just sleepwalking? Whatever that was, I knew she needed help. I reluctantly went back home around 8 that night. I saw Vivian had called me once, no voicemail, and sent a single text. Did you go out? Be safe. Hearts. When I got back to the apartment, she was herself again. She kissed me, hugged me, wondered where I had been. The usual. But I put my foot down. I made her schedule an appointment with a psychiatrist. My wife was reluctant, certain I was just overreacting or imagining it. But my desperate pleas forced her to concede. But only after I agreed to go with her. I remember sighing in relief and I made her dinner, wanting to make up for my explosion before, even if she didn't remember it. It just kept happening though. The staring, the closet, and under the bed were now daily occurrences. One Sunday, I timed how long each episode lasted. Staring totaled 32 minutes. The closet was 25 minutes, and the bed lasted 2 hours 16 minutes. Each instance only stopped when I wasn't looking at her and wasn't speaking to her. It got really mundane. I was creeped out, sure, but now this was a part of my life. I accepted that, counting down the days until her appointment. I'd been logging each instance and what days they happened on for a while at that point, and a clear graph was beginning to form. I decided I'd bring the information up in the appointment. Skipping ahead, the day of the appointment arrived and everything went pretty smoothly. He asked questions about our families, our jobs or lack thereof, and our relationship. When I finally got to the topic of her recent creepiness, I handed the psychiatrist a paper copy of the data I collected. I made sure to note that some of the earlier instances were based on my recollection, not hard data, but to the three of us, the graphs were pretty clear. Each phase was arranged with solid spikes on specific days, with individual phases ramping up in the frequencies leading up to a new phase. To my relief, the doctor seemed to take my data seriously. He didn't recommend any medication for Vivian nor myself, but he did recommend I buy cameras and record these episodes. He scheduled our next appointment for exactly 1 week from that day, 2 weeks ago now, and asked us to show him the relevant footage. I'm so sorry. It made me incredibly uneasy to set up security cameras around our little apartment, especially knowing the financial pains by screwing into the drywall. We took a few hours to get them all configured. Vivian, a constant positive presence by my side as I hooked them onto the Wi-Fi and allowed us access to them on our phones. Day by day, the occurrences continued. I kept documenting on my phone, even including timestamps with the video footage. I was proud of myself for being so structured after the loss of my job, but it still pained me that my wife was having some sort of psychotic break. So last week, we had our second appointment. I was nervous, of course, who wouldn't be? But I also couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement at pivoting to Viv that she was acting weird the entire time. That I wasn't imagining things. My fears were not quenched. When I showed the doctor the footage, everything looked normal. Vivian was on the sofa or sleeping in bed or getting ready for work. There was nothing unusual at all. My heart sank. I started to cry out of pure despair, I began mumbling, "I'm not crazy, I'm not." I repeated it maybe 3 or 4 times before my tears ran dry and all I could do was listen. The doctor still wasn't confident enough to prescribe any pills. Thank God, one of my biggest fears is wrong prescriptions. But we were all confused. His advice boiled down to talking about our feelings more, seeing him more frequently, and talking about our relationship. I didn't blame him. The evidence spoke for itself. One of us was crazy, and it really looked like it was me. Last week, after that appointment, I just felt numb. It felt like nothing I could do would change how my wife was acting. I felt like I was losing the woman I loved, little by little. Whenever she was at work, I began poring over any patterns I could find in the data. She was the master of data, literally, I suppose, but I could be pretty scrappy when I had to be. The only overlap I could find were 2 things. One, whenever her cycle started, a new phase would begin. Concerningly, she was tracking her cycle more frequently than she should have been. Maybe it was a mistake, or maybe something was really wrong with her. 2, this all began the day I had first been informed that I was fired. I didn't lie before. My last day was a few days after my notice of termination, but it hadn't seemed as important back then. I felt crazy by this point. Tried to find any possible correlation, but I found nothing. These weird behaviors only started when I was laid off, and they only escalated when her cycle started. Actually, I did omit a detail just a moment ago. She had started and ended her period just a few days before the second psych appointment. I hadn't noticed any changes in her, so at first I figured maybe that wasn't a factor at all. Maybe it was just a coincidence. But the more I thought, the more I sent myself spiraling. What if she had changed and I just hadn't noticed? What if she was watching me some other way? What if it was something at her workplace? All these questions kept swirling around my small empty head as I flipped from Apple Health to the app for the camera system. It was open on a timestamp I hadn't marked, a few days in the past. I figured I'd just stop there when I had compiled the footage for the psychiatrist, but my paranoid brain thought maybe it was something paranormal. I had been more than reasonable by this point, but I was just at the verge of insanity. Anything could be possible, I figured. Ghosts, possessions, impersonations, even moving my camera app to a different time. I wondered if there was something I was missing in the image frozen on my phone. I spent a few moments glancing around the picture, but it was just our empty living room. I don't know why it did it, but I unpaused the recording. I didn't notice her at first. I had my phone on silent, but I doubt I hear anything from a video of our empty apartment. I glanced around again, but my eyes locked on something in the background, as if the camera panned slowly over to the short hallway. The bathroom door was open. That's probably common for most people, but my wife and I always kept every door closed, always. It wasn't open much, just a crack, but it was open nonetheless. I used the zoom slider and I nearly screamed. It wasn't a scary sight, but it was deeply unsettling. I already knew it was Vivian the moment I saw her eyes. She was occluded by shadows, but her eyes were so clear. Dark, sure, but her scleras were clearly visible. Not red, not glowing, just there, staring straight into the camera. Tiny glimmer of light shone in her irises, a reflection from the light in the kitchen. To my shock, I saw myself walk into frame eating a jam and hazelnut sandwich, typing on my phone. I walked towards the bedroom, the last few bites of my food disappearing in my full mouth. Viv didn't look at me, not even a glance. Her eyes were laser focused on the camera. I hadn't noticed at all. A cold hand touched my shoulder and I let out that scream I had been holding. Kate? Fuck, you scared me. I was panting, trying to calm myself down. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Don't stay up all night, okay? I'm feeling pretty sick, so I'm gonna turn in early. I love you. I won't kiss you. You seemed upset earlier when I nearly broke out crying. I felt it was all my fault. That I really was going crazy. That I was imagining it, hallucinating it even. I grabbed her hand and turned my phone to her. What am I looking at, love? I pointed clumsily at the bathroom door in the footage. What about it? It's open! The bathroom door is open! I thought she'd be as scared as I was, as worried about the implication. Vivian calmly removed my hand and lowered her voice in an attempt to calm me further. It didn't help. Honey, there's nothing there. The door is closed. I blinked at her, looking at the footage closely. Sure enough, she was right. But the footage had progressed, so I rolled it back to when I was walking through the hallway. Everything was the same, but the bathroom door was closed. And Vivian was in the bedroom. I remembered that. I remember her teasing me about the sandwich filling my cheeks like a chipmunk. What was wrong with me? Come to bed with me. I shook my head at the offer. I couldn't. I felt more than insane. I felt like I was seriously fucked in the head, that I needed to be locked away in a padded cell. Then I won't go either. I'll stay here all night and hold you. She sank into the sofa cushion and wrapped her warm arms around my slender frame. I felt really thin, thinner than usual. Had I lost weight? Maybe I was just imagining things like everything else. Vivian kept her word. She held me all night long. I fell asleep in her arms and woke up in them. She wasn't doing that creepy staring shit. I even checked the cameras to make sure. She just held me and whispered into my ear. It was endearing. Reminded me of my childhood when my stepmother would do the same to my brother and I after a nightmare. But that was last week. Since that night, nothing else weird has happened to me. She's still doing the creepy stuff though. Just not anything new, I mean. At least not that I can remember. There are lots of gaps in my story because I just can't remember some days. I know they happened, I know they existed, but I just can't force myself to remember. Even with the cameras, I can't remember until I've seen the footage. I've been watching the footage obsessively. Viv says it's unhealthy, that she just wants me to be happy, but I can't stop watching. I watch her watching me from in the bathroom, under the bed, and in the closet. But when I watch the cameras, she just stares at them. When I see her, she stares at me. I know it's creepy. I know it's weird, but by now I'm just so tired. It's been 2 months almost non-stop with this crap. I want my wife back, my real wife, not this whatever it is that just stares at me. I only get my wife for about an hour a day now, just 1 hour before bed. I know I have a problem, but I need to get her help. Or maybe I should get help? Writing all of this out, I guess, has given me some new perspective. Still not enough to make a decision though, so please Reddit, now that you know the whole story, what do I do? Oh hell no, so welcome in. I'm so sorry, I was really focused on the story. But I think you need to try some medication, and if it stops, then the problem is you. If you try medication and it still happens, then she needs to start taking medication. And if it stops, then the problem is her. But if she tried, you tried, and it doesn't stop, you need to ask a priest to come into your house. Or like a shaman. Because I think a priest doesn't necessarily know if there's a spirit in your house. I think they just come in and exorcise, or I guess cleanse the place, right? Whether there is or isn't anything in there. I think you need someone who can see and know if there's something in there. Because if they come in and they say there's nothing, then honestly, I think it's a mental thing. Or you could ask for like a few other opinions from other shamans. Yeah, I don't know if it's possession because the CCTV is not filming it. It doesn't show up on the CCTV. It feels like it's a mental thing. And if multiple people looked at the footage and they don't see anything weird, only the protagonist, then I think the problem lies within the protagonist. I asked my dad what a crawl space because he's good at that kind of stuff, and it's work on pipes like for heating and to work on electricity. So grown-ass adults crawl in there to fix stuff with their toolbox and everything? Damn, that's rough. Yo, that's crazy. I don't know, what would you guys do? For me, I wouldn't have let it go on for so long because I'm from Southeast Asia. If weird shit like this happens, I'm calling a medium, you know? I'm calling the priest. Heck, I'm half Taoist, half Christian. I'm calling one from each side. And my fiance, his family is Muslim background, so I'm calling the... I don't know who to call for, but I'll make sure to find out. Maybe an ustad. I'm gonna call an ustad to come in, you know? Apparently in Islamic culture, anyone can exorcise a person. As long as you have strong enough faith. You don't, it doesn't have to be like a person of like religious standing in the church or in the mosque or whatever. Apparently anyone can exorcise. Yeah, and repel. I don't know. I would definitely not let it go on for so long. Because I think that's crazy work. It's definitely crazy work. And I would definitely send in hella appointments. Because I feel like this is something that needs to be urgently taken care of. Like, get a second opinion. Find a second psychiatrist if you have the extra money. Just to see. Maybe they will know. Damn. A priest exorcist should know they're kind of trained to pick up presences. This sounds like a mental problem, too much stress. Then again, the moment she came clean of her lie, it should stop. I don't know. It's hard to explain mental illnesses, right? Even if you acknowledge it, it could still keep happening. Because she seemed highly, highly self-aware. Like, she kept saying, am I crazy? She's like, she doesn't think you're crazy, it's not you. It's a lot of me. She's trying to be introspective too. So I think, yeah, I feel like if it lines up with certain timing of certain things, maybe it's directly correlated. For example, she said she only started noticing her wife acting crazy or weird after she lost her job. Maybe the shock of it was the reason why she started to hallucinate or become paranoid or become schizophrenic. I don't know, because the shock was so much, right? And maybe, I don't know, it could be a few factors happening at the same timeline that made it spiral, and then now she can't stop seeing it. Yeah. So I don't know, but her wife sounds lovely though. Like, despite the freaky stuff, like when she's normal, she seems to be really sweet and nice. So yeah, just why do people not turn to religious stuff? Even if you don't believe, an option is an option. You know, like, it doesn't hurt. Does it hurt you to try and bring in a fucking priest? Even if you don't believe in like God or whatever, the priest does. The priest will handle it. You just step the fuck outside, okay? You step aside, you don't make no problems for your priest, and then just let the priest cleanse it. You know? I don't know. I feel like, and if I was a wife and I love my partner, my wife, and I want her to have a peace of mind, even though it is ridiculous to have me exercise despite me not being possessed, I would still go through with it. I'll do it. You know? Heck, I'll just let go with the flow, and after that I'll be like, okay, done. See? I'm okay. Like, nothing, you don't have to worry about anything. You know, I don't know. But that's just me. What would you guys do? Priests are for demon emergencies. I mean, she could escalate. She seems to be doing some demonic stuff right now, you know? She's squeezing herself into tight spaces that's not humanly possible. And, I don't know, she seems to be doing some freaky ass shit. Yeah. Even if it's not a demon, maybe it's a spirit or something. Like, giggly spirit or something. It is freaky, though. Sounds scary. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Alright. Next story. Let's read another popular one. You guys want to read another popular one? See if we can find one. Okay, we got another husband and wife situation, or I guess wife and wife early marriage situation. Okay. This is by David Hollow, 5 days ago. Doesn't matter who does it. Yeah, call them all. Heck, line him up. Line him up, ask them to do it together. Hell. One of them's gonna work, you know? My husband's weird obsession with recording me sleep. Okay, side story. Okay, I do have a friend. She was married. Not anymore. She's like, I knew her since high school. And she was like, I think 15 years older than me. Back when I first met her, she was already married. She had one son at the time. Okay? Yeah, call all the religion. I mean, why pick and choose when you can have all? Okay, so one of my friend, it's not weird for her to befriend me because we were in the same fan base for a K-pop group. We were like obsessed with this K-pop group called UKISS, and we were both admins of the fan base. And so she was just a really sweet friend of mine. She would drive me to karaoke's. We'd just bang out some hella songs, like UKISS songs, Girls' Generation songs, and then we'd go eat, and then she'd drive me home. Her son would be in the car. I've only met her husband like 3 times. And I knew her actively for like maybe 3 years or so, 2-3 years. And we would hang out frequently, okay? And then I moved to Korea, so then we lost contact. But I still have her on my Instagram, right? So we're still friends. But so what happened was, she told me this, and I was so young that it didn't really register at the moment when she told me. But she said that every time she slept, her husband would record her, just her face. She's not a snorer. Like, she showed me videos because he would send her the videos. She showed me the videos, and she would just be sleeping, like, peacefully. No snoring, no sleep talking, nothing. No teeth grinding. She would just be sleeping. She said he would do that every single day. And he would send it to her every single day. She showed me some of the videos. I think she just needed someone to vent to, and I was just conveniently there, even though I was a teenager, okay? And some of the videos are, like, taken from the edge of the bed from her, not the edge of the bed, but the side of the bed from her side. Okay, so for example, if there's a queen size bed, okay, this is the queen size bed, and there's a left side and a right side. So for example, she would be sleeping on the right side, and he'll be filming from here, like next to her, like standing. He'll film her standing, and then sometimes he'll be like next to her on the bed, and he'll film her, and it's really close to her face, not close where you only see her cheeks. You could still see her side of her face fully, but it's pretty close. And he would do that every single night. And she said he would always send them to her. And to this day, I don't know why. And now that I'm thinking about it, it's really fucking creepy. So why do you think he did that? I mean, I can't figure it out. I feel like if you film, for example, you film your wife's feet all the time because that's your spank bank material, I get it. But her face, just straight up her sleeping face, and just from different angles every day, is weird. Oh, I forgot to mention, he passed away from a car accident. I think like 2 years ago? Pretty recently. Yeah, but I've known her since I was in middle school, I think. Middle, almost high school. Yeah. Sounds freaky. It's just weird though, no? He did pass away. He passed away really young. Yeah. So yeah, but still, I don't know. To me, now that I'm thinking about it, it's real. Like, why would he do that? Imagine if she still keeps receiving new videos of her sleeping even after her death. Oh, fuck no! Yo, that should be like a short film, short horror film kind of situation. Oh my god, I just got goosebumps, Rock Ranger. I just got goosebumps. Don't do that to me, bro. Bro. Dude, that's creepy. But he did that every day. I don't know, he still did that because we hung out for a few years, right? And then honestly, after I went to Korea, I lost contact with a lot of people. Or I guess I haven't talked to a lot of people. And I was in Korea for almost a decade. I was in Korea for a long freaking time. So I just did not talk to these people for a long freaking time. So yeah, but we did send a few texts when I came back during COVID times. I did check in on her, especially after her husband passed away. I did send her my condolences, so I know, you know, she's still around. We're still on good terms, but what the fuck? Why the fuck would he do that? That would be fucking terrifying. That would, dude. Yeah, her son is probably going to. His son's probably going to get a job now or something. I don't know. He must be old now. Yeah. But yeah. I don't know, I made friends with a lot of people of different ages. Just because I was curious. And I would always question them about their lives, life experiences, their wisdom. I was a crazy knowledge-craved kid. Yeah, I was super curious about everything. I'd read a lot of books, listened to hella music, just absorbed everything like a sponge. Yeah, okay, maybe this has something to do with that. Let's see if this is the same reason. Okay, let's see. My husband's weird obsession with recording me asleep. Things would never be the same after a random fateful Tuesday in fall. I used to believe having a child was what made life whole, like finally finding something you didn't know you were missing. Now it feels more like learning I was never allowed to want it in the first place. I so was wrong. My husband and I have tried many ways to conceive a child. As embarrassing as it is to admit, it took us years, yes. There were fights, heated arguments. One of us subtly throwing blame onto the other, pouring gasoline into an already chaotic flame. But no matter what, we always stayed together. It was hard on both of us, yes, but we had to try. Even if it meant everything. We did it. We were on the same boat facing the same storm. The storm was our God, and we pleaded for mercy. To atone for our guilt and sins, we only wanted to bring light into this world, into our darkened world. Then one day, the storm granted us our prayers. I remember staring one morning at the test for longer than I should have. Not because I didn't understand it, but because I was so afraid that if I looked away, it would stop being real. 2 lines. Faint at first, then certain. I was positive that I wasn't in a dream. For a moment, I didn't even breathe, just sat there holding it like it might vanish if I handled it wrong. And then I cried. Not the kind of crying I'd grown used to. The quiet kind that comes from disappointment settling into your bones over and over until it feels normal. This was different. It came out of me without permission. Something sharp and overwhelming and unfamiliar, like joy I'd forgotten how to recognize. Relief, disbelief, something that made my hand shake as I kept touching my face just to make sure I was still here, still feeling it. For the first time in years, I wasn't mourning something I had lost or something I was never going to have. I felt like I've been given something instead, something real, a blessing. I didn't know yet how quickly it could all be taken away. Marcus was the happiest I'd seen him in years. Even though all the small practiced smiles he wore over time to make me believe things were fine between us, I always knew that there was hurt sitting beneath them. Quiet, shared, unspoken. But this time, it was different. This wasn't something he put on for me. It was real, unguarded. The kind of smile I hadn't seen in so long, I almost forgot it belonged to him at all. The same one I fell in love with all those years ago. Back when he asked me to prom like the world hadn't yet had a chance to break either of us. I wish those first 8 weeks could last a lifetime. Then, the break-in happened on a Tuesday. I remember that detail because Tuesday used to mean nothing, and now they feel like something that split our lives into half. He was at work when it happened. I was alone in the house folding laundry when the back door gave way. I don't like remembering the details, so I won't stay there long, only that I survived it, and that survival came with consequences that did not leave cleanly. The man was caught within days, judged within months, and buried under years that were supposed to feel like justice. But no sentence could ever fill the space he left behind. Not in the house, not within me. Especially not after the miscarriage. I felt hollow, as if something essential had been quietly removed from me without trace or explanation. The light in my life no longer flickered or faded. It simply ceased, reduced to a memory of warmth that once existed but could never be reached again. I still don't know if the doctors and therapists chose the right words for it. Stress, trauma, shock. They said them gently, like language could soften something that already broke clean through bone. My husband didn't speak much after that. He didn't speak at all. He was a man of action. Days after the cameras were installed, at first Marcus placed them outside, angled towards the street and driveway. Then came the backyard. But when winter arrived, more followed, and soon they were no longer watching the world beyond the house, but the inside of it instead. It felt invasive at first, but I never questioned it, for I thought this was his way of grieving. And why would I stop him? We were both hurting deeply. After the intruder was sentenced and the cameras were set in place, we never tried again to have a child. It wasn't that I closed the door on it, not at first. Marcus just stopped touching me. Not in any dramatic or cruel way. There was no final argument, no line drawn in the sand, only distance that grew so quietly. I almost convinced myself that it was normal. No kisses, no lingering hands, not even a simple comfort of a hug. And I told myself it was a trauma, that he was being careful with me, that something in me might still be too fragile to hold. But months passed and we never spoke about it. Not about trying again, not about what our future was supposed to look like, not even about whether there was still a future we were building together. We just existed in the same space, two separate lives moving through the same rooms. We were pods floating in an empty room that no longer knew how to hold warmth. Till one day he came home with a slight smile. It was ever so noticeable, but living together all these years, I knew something had deterred him away from his sorrow. He finally spoke during dinner, not the small chatter that we had accustomed during the grueling months, but we were ourselves finally. His eyes were bright, and his humor delivery I came to love so much returned in fury. Marcus was back. We were back. We laughed, we ate, and drank. And after that night, we shared beds once again. Weeks passed, things seemed to go back to normal, though normal had mourning still attached to it. I became ever so ill. One morning I noticed a weight beneath my eyes, a heaviness I couldn't explain but could no longer ignore. By the next day I had deepened into exhaustion, so absolute it felt as though I hadn't slept in days, even though I knew I had drifted in and out of dreams like everyone else. Then it turned into weakness, the kind that doesn't arrive all at once but seeps in quietly until you can no longer pretend it isn't there. Simple things became difficult in ways they never should have been. Vacuuming would leave me breathless, standing in the middle of a task I used to finish without thought, wondering why my body felt like it no longer belonged to me. Hours slipped away in a haze of fatigue, and even the smallest responsibilities of the house began to feel like climbing something steep and endless. Some days Marcus would come home to find me already gone from consciousness, collapsed on the bed or curled into the couch as if I'd simply run out of strength mid-moment. Once I remember waking up in the living room floor, the ceiling above me slightly out of focus, as though I had fallen out of my own life and landed somewhere I wasn't meant to be. Marcus saw this from the living room camera and rushed home from work. The doctors called it stress, exhaustion, emotional strain. They ran tests, asked questions I struggled to answer, and noted how much weight I had lost without even realizing it. One specialist spoke gently, carefully about how the changes in my body weren't healthy, not only for me, but for something I no longer knew how to hold onto in conversation. A future child. A possibility quietly slipping further out of reach with every passing appointment. I tried to correct it. I made sure I ate enough, slept enough, followed every instruction as if discipline alone could reverse whatever was happening to me. But the days blurred into weeks, and with them came a growing dread whenever I caught my reflection, the quiet realization that I was beginning to resemble something hollowed out from the inside, a skeleton only loosely remembering the shape of my skin. Marcus eventually pleaded with his boss to work from home, and his request was granted. He took care of me with a tenderness I hadn't felt in a long time, the kind that felt almost familiar, like something we had once been before distance set in. He cooked meals, stayed beside me through endless hours of television, and for a while it almost felt like we were finding our way back to each other again. We waited together for the hospital to call with answers, for some explanation for the sharp decline in my health, for something that could give shape to what was happening to me. In the meantime, we grew closer once more, as if proximity alone could mend what time and silence had already begun to erode. And I told myself, even if the worst was still to come, we had already survived something worse before. One night, I awoke feeling drowsier than ever. I turned to meet a sleeping Marcus, but what lay beside me was emptiness. Standing from the bed, something that should have been as effortless as breathing now took everything I had. I found Marcus in the study. He had fallen asleep at his desk, slumped slightly forward in the chair, one hand still resting near the mouse as if he had only just given in to exhaustion. The soft glow of the monitor lit the side of his face, catching the faint lines of stress that even sleep didn't fully smooth away. For a moment, I just stood there watching him. Something warm and familiar stirred inside my chest despite everything. Quietly, I took a blanket from the nearby sofa and draped it over his shoulders. He didn't wake. He only shifted slightly, settling deeper into sleep. Told myself that he must have been working late again, trying to keep up with everything while I struggled through my own days. It made sense. It always made sense with Marcus. But as I turned my eyes to leave, my eyes caught the laptop screen. It was still open, paused but not idle. The bedroom camera feed. I hesitated, then stepped closer, drawn in by something I couldn't name. The angle was fixed on our bed, the same perspective I had seen in passing when Marcus set the cameras up. The same quiet surveillance I'd grown used to knowing existed but never fully thought about. At first, nothing was happening. Just stillness, the empty room, the bed untouched. Then I saw it. A shift beneath the mattress. Subtle at first, almost easy to dismiss as my eyes adjusted to the low light. Then it came again, clearer this time. A slow, deliberate movement under the bed frame. Something pressing upwards from the darkness beneath. I leaned in without thinking, my breath catching as I watched the footage continue. The shape moved again, not random, not accidental, intentional. I stood there for a moment longer than I should have, the glow of the monitor still spilling across Marcus's sleeping form behind me. The footage kept playing in silence, the bedroom frozen in that familiar angle. The bed, the dark space beneath it, the subtle suggestion of movements that my mind refused to stop replaying. At first I told myself it was nothing, a distortion, a trick of tired eyes, something the camera was doing wrong. But then it moved again. Not randomly, not faintly, deliberately. Something shifting under the bed as if it knew it was being watched. My breath caught before I even realized I had stepped back. The thought came before the fear that had time to settle properly. Someone was in our house again, or had been, or still was. My hand moved without hesitation after that. I didn't remember opening the drawer, only the weight of the knife in my palm, a moment later, cold and certain, grounding me in something real. My pulse hammered louder as I glanced once towards Marcus, still asleep, still unaware, before turning towards the hallway. Every instinct I had narrowed into a single, simple assumption. There was an intruder under our bed. And I was going to be a victim again. When I finally spoke, my voice came out smaller than I expected. Marcus? He stirred behind me, not startled, not confused, just aware. Like I had interrupted something he already understood. I turned slowly, still half facing the bedroom feed glowing on the laptop behind me. "What is that?" I asked. He didn't look at the screen. He didn't need to. "It's ours," he said simply. My stomach tightened. That's not an answer. He stood then, carefully, like he was approaching something fragile. Not me, but the idea forming between us. "You're still not well," he said gently. "You're not seeing it properly." "I am seeing it," I snapped. "It's under our bed, Marcus. There's someone under our bed." A pause. And almost softly, like I was the one misunderstanding something obvious. "It's our child." The words didn't land immediately. My mind refused them at first, rejecting them the way the body rejects something foreign. But then the weight of them settled, heavy and wrong. That thing is not a child. His expression didn't change, only softened further like pity. "We lost one before," he said. "We won't lose this one." Then I heard it. From the bedroom, a sound so small it barely registered as sound at all. A trembling, a broken wet vibration that didn't belong to anything I could name comfortably. I moved before I thought better of it. Marcus followed behind me, unhurried, almost patient. The bedroom felt colder than I remembered. The bed was untouched at first, still, ordinary, until it wasn't. A slow shift beneath the frame, a subtle pressing against the floorboards, something aware of us now, no longer hidden in silence or sleep. Then it emerged. Not fully, not yet, but enough. Too many jointed limbs folded awkwardly against itself. A soft, pale body that didn't hold shape the way anything living should. It twitched when it saw me, not like fear but recognition, like memory. And then it made a sound again, the same broken vibration. But this time, I understood what it was trying to do. It was crying, not in a way that belonged to anything human. Not tears, not sobbing, just a thin, impossible distortion of distress, as if emotion itself has translated incorrectly into something insectile. My legs nearly gave out. "That," I whispered. "What is that?" Marcus stepped beside me and shook his head. "Honey," he said softly. "It's our child." I turned on him fully now. "What is wrong with you?" His eyes didn't leave the thing under the bed. "It gets weak when you're away from it," he said. "It needs its mother." My breath caught, and then I understood. Not all at once, but in pieces I didn't want fitting together. The exhaustion, the weight in my body, the hollow mornings, the emptiness I kept blaming on illness. The creature shifted again, slower now, as if responding to my realization. As if it knew I finally saw it clearly. Marcus knelt beside the bed, not afraid, almost proud. "Look at it," he said gently. "Of course, it knows you." I backed away. "No," I said, but it didn't sound convincing anymore, not even to me. The creature made another sound, smaller this time, less like distress, more like waiting. Marcus smiled faintly. "It's been growing," he said. "It just needed time." I looked at it again, really looked, and something in me stopped resisting the shape of the truth entirely. Not acceptance, a surrender to inevitability I didn't have the strength to argue with anymore. Marcus turned to me, voice softening into something almost tender. "We can finally be a family," he said with tears in his eyes. The creature shifted beneath the bed, still watching. Clicking chatter erupted from its mandibles. As I knelt slowly, my hands trembling as they lowered towards the floor. Because there was nothing left in me that felt strong enough to refuse what had already decided it belonged here. What shall we name our child? And I accepted it because I was finally the mother I had spent my whole life waiting to become. Oh, hello, welcome back, Fabian! What has been growing the pee-pee? I'm just kidding. Hello, Flaming Blaze, thank you for checking in. Okay, you know what? Interesting story, but I was hoping it'd be something different. Clearly she was assayed when the person broke in, the burglar, and caused her to have a miscarriage, which means he must have been really horribly, terribly rough with her, for her to lose her child. But I don't know, for it to be a creature feature, I didn't really like that part. I was hoping it would be something psychological, or, you know what I mean? I was hoping that he would be cray-cray, or maybe she would be cray-cray. Turns out he's just a freaking monster. How were the horror stories? We went on some tangents, but then we got back to the horror stories, and then some tangents again, and then some horror. You know, just like any other Tuesday. Just like any other Tuesday. But yeah, interesting. Okay. I don't know, I didn't like the way that ended, I'll be honest. I think it could have been better. Okay, a few more to go and I'm gonna end my stream. By the way, no stream tomorrow because I don't stream on Fridays. Okay. True scary stories. Let's see how long this one is. Okay, quite short. Let's read this one, posted 9 hours ago by Distinct Elderberry27. Ghostbusters! You missed a lot then, you did. A little bit, I would say too much. In 1996, a journalist in Texas refused to open his car door for 2 children. When he finally looked at their eyes, he understood why his body wouldn't let him. These are true scary stories, by the way. So we'll see if they're true or not. Brian Bethel was a real journalist. This is a documented account with his name attached. Okay, look it up, fact check. He was sitting in his car in Abilene, Texas in 1996 when 2 children approached and knocked on his window. Pale, calm, they asked for a ride. Something stopped him from opening the door. He described it as an overwhelming physical dread, not a thought or reaction, like his body made the decision before his brain could. That's his sixth sense. You notice? Then he looked at their eyes. Completely black. No iris, no white, just dark. He drove away. When he published his account, he expected to be dismissed. Instead, something else happened. Reports started surfacing. Oregon, Indiana, rural Pennsylvania. America, what's wrong with you? People who had never read his story describing the same children. Same pale skin, same calm voice, same request. Just let us in. The detail that appears in almost every single encounter is the same. They never forced their way inside, they always asked for permission. Witnesses who refused to say the children stood at their door until morning. Then they were simply gone. As for the ones who opened the door, the report stopped there. No follow-ups, no explanation, just silence. Psychologists call it sleep paralysis, pattern recognition, mass suggestion, but that doesn't explain the geography, strangers, different states, different years, never having contact with each other, all describing the same eyes, the same request, the same feeling of wrongness before they even looked up. Oh my fucking god! Oh, that was so loud, Fabian! Oh my god, I had to take off my headphones! Jesus! Oh my god! All of the hair stood on my body! God damn! Dude, that was so loud I had to take off my headphones. Oh my god. Oh, my heart. Thank you. I didn't even know I had this sticker. I forgot. God damn. Who dropped their phones? Who dropped their phones? Show yourselves. Scary gopher, dude. Yo, that woke me the fuck up, dude. That's crazy. Damn. Well, I needed that. Thank you. Jesus. The same request, the same feeling of wrongness before they even looked up. The detail I can't stop thinking about. They always ask permission, which means they need it. Which means something is keeping them out for now. I covered this one on my channel this week. Oh, this person's a YouTuber. Yeah, I mean, have you guys heard of this? The original account mentioned the first Mortal Kombat movie. It's that old. This is not an original written account. This is posted 9 hours ago, so... I mean, isn't the science like usually if they ask you for permission to go in as a vampire, right? Because vampires, according to old folklore, they need permission to go in, otherwise they can't go in, no? Oh! Conrad, thank you for 690. Oh my god. I can't really read the white words on top of white, but let me go to my straight out. Holy shit, my booty clenched so hard at that jump scare. 690 long stream of spooky stories late into the night. Sasuga, scare duty. Dad ass. But we love it. I love it. I don't know why. I love horror stories so much. But thank you so much. Black-eyed children, that's an old urban legend. Not vampires, that's something else. Oh, okay, so there's an urban legend of twins specifically? With black eyes? Or sorry, not twins, 2 children specifically. They don't have to be twins. Same children, same pale skin, same calm face, same request, just let it in. Do you think it's like alien? I mean... skinwalkers? But they wouldn't make the mistake of not doing the eyes right. I feel like if after so long they still can't perfect the eyes to look normal like human, then I think it's something that they are unable to do. Which means it's some kind of mythical creature where they cannot perfect human eyes. It's an inability, right? Because I would like to think that if it's a creature who could mimic humans, like a skinwalker, they would try to mimic as close as they can, even if it's not the first time, but at least they try to learn from it. Second time, third time, they try to evolve the eyes. to look more natural. But they've done it for a long time and it's old myth, old legend, you know, then maybe it's an inability, like they can't really do it. They always come in pairs, always in the middle of the night, always pale and black guys asking to come in. Black eyed kids. Oh, black eyed peas. Black eyed kids. Oh. God not allowing them to copy. Some people theorize aliens, vampires, because the Lord needing to invite. Yeah, invitation to enter. Demons. The black-eyed children is an American folklore. So are they like Caucasian kids? Are they like Native American? Do they say like, are they black kids? Like anything? Because I think if some people see them as like, I don't know, Asian kids, some people see Caucasian kids, I think that you can use that as well. But it's just same pale skin, same children, but so they're white kids, I'm assuming. Right? Ooh, I wonder why they look like that, and why, if a creature did mold themselves into this, why did they choose that? Ooh. Thank you for the follow. Hey, you think they're white kids? That's so scary. Just in the middle of a parking lot. Hey? He's just sitting in his car. Approached and knocked on his window and asked for a ride. Where are your parents? I can't just give you a ride. To be honest, any responsible adults would turn it down. Because if you gave children a ride without their parents around, you could be accused of kidnapping. And it's their words against yours. If the kids are like, we've been kidnapped, they're gonna believe the kids, bro. So I don't think people would pick them up mostly, right? Always pale. Black-eyed children's American folklore. America, like white Americans. It's like a reverse kidnapping, bro. That's scary. That's scary. Okay. This account is 30 years old and the sighting hasn't stopped. Interesting. What do you guys think? Have you ever heard of anyone you personally know experienced this in America? Like, is this a common thing? Because if it's like, oh, every other uncle has experienced this, then oh shit, you know, it's becoming really real. Because in Malaysia, a lot of our myths and our folklores, the spirits that people see, the creatures, every other person's uncle has seen them. That's how common it is. You know what I'm saying? It's like the spirits that we usually mention, every other person's family member, if not one, at least two people have seen it or experienced something to do with it. That's how it is in Southeast Asia. But I don't know what it's like for Western, like how often do people come across these specific, you know, myths? This one I only knew now. Oh, okay. My sister experienced a ghost encounter though. No. This specifically, the two kids. The two pale kids. You know what's a fucking genius VTuber idea? Instead of Bao Bao, okay? Instead of having two dog girls, what if they debuted two characters that are twins but horror? Oh, that would be so fun. I think like if they debuted it like a brother and a sister, and kind of like that The Shining concept, you know, like in duos, but it's like horror concept, and sometimes when they talk they sync. Whoa, that would be so scary, bruh. I mean, this less marketable as idols, but we can make it work. Hey Coda, Only Shadow, do you still awake? I'm nocturnal. I sleep in the morning. This is my usual stream hour. Yeah. Oh, I think that's so fun. First time I've heard of black. Wait, why are you still awake? Why are you still awake? No one I know, not for this specifically. The first time I've heard of the black-eyed children, they tried to enter someone's house. They were standing in front of the door for hours without doing anything or saying anything except the phrase, "Can we come in?" Why would they choose you? Like, what's so special, right? I want to know. Like, is there like a rule or circumstance that would cause them to choose you? Or do they just go, la 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 la, oh, this door, I'm just gonna go knock on this door. Like, what is the science? I mean, huh? You probably got good snacks. You got some mobile games. You got some games on your phone. Can we play? I wonder. Brian Bethel, why did they choose you? What's so special about you? Nobody knows, right? Nobody knows. I want to know if they can sit these kids down like SCPs and like question them, have an interview with them. Maybe they're only maybe they're not educated and the only vocabulary they know is like, can we come in? And that's the only shit they know how to say, so they keep repeating it over and over again. That would be so funny. I'm like, turns out these kids never went to school, you know. Same goes with what happens if you let them in. Fascinating. Oh my god. This is true scary stories, by the way. This one is fucked up. Oh, okay. I mean, oh, pansexual, fellow pansexual. Okay, this could be a really sad story though. So, you know, anything about them sound like a cryptic. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Alright, this is a very short story. Okay. True scary story. 6 days ago by Street Lie 6682, my grandma tried to kill me. When I was around 6 years old, I went to stay with my grandmother, my dad's mom, who I never spent time with. But all of a sudden she decided she wanted me to stay the weekend with her. Well, she told me to get in the car that was in the garage. She got in and started the car and said she would be right back, and she had to use the bathroom and for me to unbuckle or get out of the car. And for me not to unbuckle or get out of the car. The garage door was closed, the car was started, and she had locked the door leading into the house. I watched her do it. I was in that car for so long that the fumes from the car running started to be all I tasted or smelt. I started to doze off. I was dying, and all of a sudden my father, who passed away when I was 2 in the coal mines, appeared and shook me. He said, "No, don't go to sleep, stay awake." So I rose back up into the seat, and there came my grandmother. The look on her face of just pure disgust was unreal. She was yelling and slamming the car door when she got in, so disappointed that I was not dead. She took me back home and I never went to stay with her again. She had just been married 8 times and 4 of them magically got sick and died as well. That woman was a damn serial killer. Just can't prove it. She has since passed. Drop her picture! She's dead! What else can she do? Drop her picture, bro! Maybe the other 8 couples, families, okay, 7, okay, maybe 8 husbands' families have seen her be weird as shit and maybe almost murdered by her. Dude, in Malaysian nation word freak story, everyone know mystery knock at door, haunted wild community, but people too scared, people never answer the knocking. Ooh. Dude, that's so traumatic. Yeah, her dad who died when she was 2, so she was 6 at this time. Her dad, who died when she was 2, came and shook him. Honestly, he's her guardian angel. And she should be so happy to know that. Like, her dad may have passed, but he's always around to protect her. Aw, that's so sweet. But he must have been like, what the fuck is my mother on? He must have been like, Mom? Question mark, question mark, question mark? I mean, why would the grandma try to kill her? It's not like she got life insurance on her. Oh, maybe after the dad died, the insurance money went to the kid. But if the kid dies, it goes to the grandma instead of the wife, because that's next in kin, who's the oldest. Actually, it doesn't make sense. Usually it would go to the mother. Oh, I accidentally click create. Right? Usually it's next of kin, but next of kin is mother, not grandma. Maybe she's gonna kill the mother next. Damn. Yo, if she was a killer, she's probably in it for that insurance money, you know? That's a bad grandma. Down grandma. Bad. Bad grandma. Damn. That's crazy. Disturbing. The Mirror Man. Schooling a school bus. 4 upvotes. Elevator. The most terrifying real-life experience. We're gonna just read one more from this one. Which one do you guys want? The elevator or the most terrifying real-life experience? This one's got 10 likes. This one's got 14 likes. This one got 10 but 4 comments. This one's got 18 likes, no comments. Yeah, I think she wanted the inheritance. Koda said if you want a really good horror Reddit post, I just sent one over. Oh, is it? How long is it? Oh wait, I feel like we read this one before. Oh, this is a series. Wait, hold on. No spoilers, no spoilers. Part 2, part 3, part 4. We're gonna read that next time. Thank you. I will pin it though. I will, however, pin it. Alright. Thank you. It's quite long, but it's so good. Oh my god. Wait, have you read the... Oh my god, there's the... It's from No Sleep. Let's see. It's like the top, one of the top. Which one is it? Do you guys remember like the one that counts to... No. Whoa, there's so many top ones. What the frick? Or was it a creepy pasta? Where they had rules for this person who was house sitting? Freaking creepypasta won't let me choose. It won't let me choose. I don't remember. If I see it again, I'm gonna send a link to you. I listen to so many of these like a podcasting on YouTube. Hey, that's awesome. And a lot of tops. Should I just record that as a whole video? I could record that as a whole series, as an offline content. A lot of tops and bottoms. You want to read the one with the 4 comments? Okay. Let's do this one. Alright, this is not too long. This is by upbeat underscore perception 682. Posted 1 day ago called Elevator. As usual today too, I finished my office work at 6:30 p.m. and came out. I work in this huge 15-story building. Outside the sky had turned slightly gray. I walked over to the elevator and pressed the down button. The elevator came up, the doors opened, there was no one inside. I stepped in and pressed the G ground floor button. The elevator began descending. But after about 30 seconds, the elevator suddenly stopped and made a familiar ding. The doors opened. I was stunned. Outside was the exact same reception area on the 15th floor. I thought perhaps I accidentally pressed the 15th floor button instead, so I carefully pressed the G button again. But the same thing happened a second time. The elevator moved down for a while and then stopped again on the 15th floor. This time I felt uneasy. Everyone in the building had already gone home. I was probably alone. For the 3rd time, I pressed the button firmly. My hands had begun to tremble slightly. The elevator stopped again. The doors opened. The same 15th floor. My breathing became heavy and I started sweating. In the mirror inside the elevator, I saw my pale face reflected back at me. I wanted to step outside, but the corridor seemed to have been swallowed by darkness. Just as the elevator doors were about to close for the 4th time, someone stuck a hand in from outside. It was Big Cash from the admin branch. Big Cash, you be playing with the fucking elevator doors, I swear to God. Hi, ma'am. Going to the ground floor? Big Cash asked with a casual smile. The moment I saw him, it felt as if life returned to my chest. In a trembling voice, I said, Oh, Bikash, for the last 3 times this elevator has only stopped here. Maybe there's some technical problems. Bikash looked at me without saying anything. He pressed the button. This time, the elevator actually began moving downwards. We reached the ground floor in silence. I let out a long sigh of relief. Thank you, Bikash. I was really scared, I said. He gave a faint smile and replied, It's nothing, ma'am. Things like this happen when you're alone. You should go now. Take care. I left the building and reached my car. Suddenly, I remembered something. Earlier that afternoon, a message had come into the office WhatsApp group, but I had been too busy with work to read it properly. I took out my phone and read the message. The phone slipped from my hand and crashed onto the ground. The message read, It is with deep sorrow that we inform you that Bikash from our admin branch has passed away this morning in an accident while maintenance work was being carried out on the elevator on the 15th floor. All employees are requested not to use the elevator today. I slowly turned around. Through the glass doors, I saw the elevator rising once again toward the 15th floor. And in the elevator mirror, the shadow of a man was clearly visible. He was looking directly at me and waving his hand. This is a true story that happened to me a few years ago, and I've changed working floors and I never go to the 15th floor alone to this very day. Wow. He returned for the last goodbye. I mean, it's scary, but if he was someone I knew, I don't know if I'd be so terrified. You know, it is chilling, but I would have been like, you were a friend that I never got to say goodbye to, you know? And I would be like, bye. Bye, friend. You were a great friend. Ooh. Holy moly, I just realized you've been streaming for 7 hours. What a beast. Oh, yeah. So I think some of my streams are this long. Some are 10 hours. I don't know. I just be yapping. I just be yapping for hours. And we love to see it. I haven't done a horror storytelling stream in a year. So I think I'm just... I'm trying to get as much in as I can because I can't get enough. I need help. Maybe I'm mentally ill. I don't know. Damn. Scary cat. Oh, hell no. Welcome in. There's more stories for you. Is the ghost of Bikash playing games or helping? Hard to say. I think he was helping her because... I mean, to be honest, okay, we don't know if he was helping because the elevator would have been able to move smoothly if he didn't friggin' meddle with it. Then she would have gone down. But at the same time, he did come in to press G for her, so she could just, you know, go down smoothly and properly. Actually, we don't know who the protagonist, what gender is this? They. So they could just leave. And he went back up because he's like, my job is done. Bye-bye, I'm going back up. I don't hate this, honestly. I don't know. To me, it's hard to not be able to say goodbye to my friends before they pass. So this is gonna be like, bruh, my colleague. Ooh, so sad. Yeah, thank you for the follow, the subscribe, question mark. Hey, the elevator. Alright, you know what? We'll do one more. We'll do this one too. Because these are pretty short. Yeah, these are all pretty short. Ghost stories, I don't know how long they are, but we'll read a few too. Your neighbor's dogs are barking. It's 4:30 a.m. Ghost can play games. So I don't think he was playing games. I think he was actually genuinely being helpful because he's doing his job. He died doing his job, and now he's still doing his job. Aww. I don't know, man. It's just sad to me. Wow. But sometimes though, and I've seen this a lot where people don't remember that someone has died and they've interacted with them a little bit, and then moments later they're like, wait a minute, this person's not alive. This person passed away. So I don't know, it really tells you about how the human brain works. Sometimes it really doesn't hit you until later. You're like, wait a minute, I feel like this person shouldn't be here. Yeah. Mandela catalog reaction stream when? You know what? I'm open to ideas. You want to do it together? Dude, I have heard some stuff about the Mandela catalog. Okay. Ghost elevator mechanic, they don't need to be paid. Oh, free labor for the company? God damn. They're like, ah, fuck. When I got off work, the elevator wasn't working, but the next morning it started working miraculously. Turns out, oh, Bikash, you unpaid hero. Okay, unpaid hero was the one fixing it overnight as a ghost. Bless. I'm so done. Hell yeah. Maybe not anytime this month though. I'm all collabed out this month. Next month. Okay. Next story from True Scary Stories. This is posted 6 days ago from Real Horror Hub. Wow. My most terrifying real life experience. I've never really told this story online because every time I think about it, I get the same uneasy feeling I had that night. This happened about 6 years ago when I was coming back home from a friend's house. It was late somewhere around 1 a.m. and I decided to take a shortcut through a quiet road that passed near a large field. I had walked that route dozens of times before, so I wasn't worried about it. That night was unusually silent. There were no cars, no dogs barking, not even the sound of insects. About halfway down the road, I noticed someone standing near the edge of the field. At first, I just assumed it was another person walking home. But as I got closer, I realized they weren't moving at all. They were just standing there, facing in my direction. Something about it felt wrong. I couldn't make out any details because it was dark, but I could tell the figure was unusually tall. Slenderman? I kept walking, trying not to stare. When I finally passed the spot where I had seen it, I glanced over. The figure was gone. I immediately stopped and looked around. There was nowhere it could have disappeared to in just a few seconds. The field was open for hundreds of feet, and there were no trees or buildings nearby. I remember feeling a chill run through my body, but I convinced myself that I was tired and imagining things. Then I heard footsteps behind me. They weren't loud, but they were clear enough to hear on the empty road. I turned around expecting to see someone, but there was nobody there. The footsteps stopped the moment I turned. I stood still for a few seconds, listening. Nothing. As soon as I started walking again, the footsteps returned. This happened 3 times. Walk, footsteps, stop, silence. At that point, I was genuinely scared. I pulled out my phone and turned on the flashlight. The road behind me was completely empty. I started walking faster, and the footsteps seemed to match my pace. I didn't look back again, I just kept moving. When my house finally came into view, I felt relieved. I hurried to the front gate, unlocked it, and stepped inside. Before closing the gate, I looked down to the street one last time. Someone was standing there. The figure was at the far end of the road, completely still. Even from that distance, I could tell it was unusually tall. What I remember most clearly is that it seemed darker than the darkness around it, almost like a shadow that didn't belong there. I slammed the gate shut and rushed inside. I didn't sleep much that night. The next morning, I convinced myself that fear had gotten the better of me. But later that day, my neighbors asked me a strange question. He said, "Were you outside late last night?" I told him yes. He looked uncomfortable and said he had been looking out his window at around 1 a.m. and he had seen me walking down the road. Then he asked, "Who was the person following you?" I felt my stomach drop. I never told him about the figure. In fact, I hadn't told anyone. To this day, I have no explanation for what happened. Maybe there was a real person on that road. Maybe my mind filled in details because I was alone and tired. But I know one thing for certain. I wasn't imagining the footsteps. And according to my neighbor, I wasn't walking home alone that night. Ooh. Damn. Tall daddy following you home. Honestly, if anything was following you home, you shouldn't go home. It's looking for a place to stay. You're leading it to your house, brother. You gotta go somewhere else. I don't know, like get in a car, drive to a freaking bar or something. Like, don't go straight home. Heck, you want to find a meat shield? Knock on your neighbor's door and be like, "I'm so sorry, I forgot my house key. Can I sit in here while I call someone to come and get my keys so I can get me a pair of the keys that they have to unlock my door?" I'm sure they let you in, you know what I'm saying? But lead them into someone else's house, bro, if you must. Not to your own damn house. Damn. I would knock on my neighbor's door. If I have nowhere else to go, I'll be like, "Can I come in? I'm so sorry. I just don't want to be alone out here in the dark. Can I come in while I call my mom to bring me her pair of keys? Like her set of keys, because I lost mine." You know? Bro. Man, I feel fucked up. But still, it's either me or them. If I had a tall mommy following me, I would hold her by the hand and lead the way. Be like, "Baby girl, wherever you go, I go too. So just lead me. You know what? You walk in front of me. I'll follow you." Dude, that's crazy. Be like, "Oncoming traffic, I got you." Simp. No, but like, I don't know. I feel like this is not uncommon, right? This doesn't sound uncommon, like something following you. Yeah. In Malaysia, we can go to like a mamak restaurant, which is like 24 hours. It's like a Indian restaurant, but they're open 24/7, and hella people are there. People play phone games there, like Mobile Legends. They watch football. They be chilling, vibing. It's open 24/7. Lit. Food is good, you know. Yeah, I would stay there till morning, bruh. Heck, I'd go to a cyber cafe or something. Like, I would not go home. And I would tell people. I would tell people what happened, and that's why I'm not home. And if something happens to me, look into it, bruh. Yo. Alright. That is terrifying. What did you guys do? guys do if that was you? Like, what? Where would you go? Where would you go? I would not go home. I'm not gonna lead you straight into the comfort of my own house. Was Dakota send a letter link? Let me see. This one is shorter, also really good. Alright, let's see. Oh, it is shorter. Okay. We can do this. We can do. Oh, I freaking love no sleep. Alright. Let's read this. You go to bed? You actually go home? Hell nah, bro. I'm not gonna go home because I'm gonna start seeing it at the corner of the bedroom. Hell. Alright, this is posted 7 years ago by Sarcasonomicon. Under 518 August 2019. What? If you're armed and at the Glenmont Metro, please shoot me. Woo! Make it a headshot, shoot me in the temple, aiming slightly downwards. I need the bullet to travel to the shortest possible distance through my brain before it hits my hippocampus. If I'm lucky, the sensation of the gunshot ripping through my skull will only last a few decades. As awful as this sounds, you'll be doing me an enormous favor. Death by a headshot as soon as possible is vastly better than the alternative. My ordeal started over 10,000 years ago. At 10:15 this morning, I earned extra money by participating in drug trials. Oh, we've read this before, haven't we? Yeah. We've read this before. Wait, what? How does it end? Hold on. Okay, if you've never seen this before, you gotta go dig through one of my horror storytelling streams. I don't remember which one, but it's in one of them. Okay? You remember this one? Okay, let me scroll down to see what the ending is. Spoiler alert, if you've never seen this one, spoiler alert, okay? We read this. We read this. Yeah, like, don't they move? Okay, no. Okay. Mute me if you've never heard of this before because I'm about to talk about it for 5 minutes, okay? Okay, yeah. Wait. Okay, mute right now. Isn't this about, like, he moved too fast or something? He's moving too fast. Is this the one? Is this the one, like, took the pill, moved too fast, right? So fast that everything hurts? Is that it? No? Is that the one? Which one is it? Sleep would not come. Oh, couldn't sleep. Eh? Huge disconnect from my body. It will wear off in a few hours, which will seem like days to you. Oh, okay. Catch him on some work emails where in some high-speed mode. Yeah. The medication speed him up, thoughts and everything. And he's been alive for thousands of years. Oh, yeah. I remember this. That 10,000 years ago. It turns out it's just been a few hours. Yeah, you don't remember this one, Fabian? It's a long time since we did this. Maybe like a couple years ago. Dang. On my way. On my way is crazy. Dude, on my way is crazy. There has been an update. Oh, never mind. It's part 1, bro. Skip. Oh, we have read that one. Yeah. Oh, damn. That one was juicy. Yeah. That was juicy. Okay. Anyways. Good shit. Next, this is the last subreddit we're gonna be reading today, which is ghost stories. What year indeed? It came out 2019, so let's refresh this. Actually, let's put it on best and then let's refresh it. Oh, I don't think I need to. This site already did it. Let's do it anyway, because I'm a daredevil. Okay, this is from 6 days ago. Is it a question? What is the most terrifying thing that has happened to you that made you believe in the paranormal? What are your stories? Okay. We're reading comments. Interesting. We've never done that before, so I guess we can do it right now. We'll read a few comments. Some. Alright, let's see. What's the most terrifying thing that's happened to you that made you believe in the paranormal? Not even a big thing. I was sitting in my kitchen, my sliding patio door just slid open and let my dog in. Not a door not a door that slid open easily. And it wasn't windy. Never happened before and never happened again. It was like something wanted to let my dog in and I watched it happen. I have a similar one in a sense that I was doing nothing particularly crazy, but there's no logical explanation for it. This is why people think we live in a simulation. I had just got home from work and was getting changed while talking to my boyfriend in our bedroom. As I'm talking to him, I saw the luggage label on a suitcase on the top of the wardrobe behind him move up and down twice, like fully vertical and fully back down, as if someone was waving it. No windows open in the house, no fans or air conditioning. I stood under it and blew as hard as I could, and I couldn't even move it at all. There's one of those label airline sticks on it when you check in and check out. Oh, on the handle? You have to physically pull it to move at all. Weird as hell. And I side-eye it for days afterwards. Not the ghost being nosy to see the label. Okay. This is still the same comment. Oh, this is a long one. Don't fear the Reaper? I was a CNA. What is that? CNA. Working third shift at the end of a life senior. Oh, end of life senior care facility in Upper Michigan near Lake Huron. The hours were usually quiet as everybody was in bed or heading there and meals were over. The overnight job entailed lots of cleaning, mopping, dusting, and prepping for breakfast at 8 a.m. as well as answering night calls or being on death watch every 15 minutes. Those were the worst, as you knew death was soon. One resident was close but could linger for days, said the doctor. People said and did the oddest things at those last gasps too. Needless to say, it was not an easy job, but the pay sucked equally as well. Small town blues for job prospects. Watching other people's family member die is not for the faint of heart. It's a constant reminder of life's worst parts and the limited time we have been given. One of my favorite coworkers with a great upbeat attitude, Val and I shared this night shift together. We knew our preferred tasks and set about them, happily chatting to each other in the dining room, getting it ready for breakfast. Val needed to use the nearby employee toilet for an extended stay, so I proceeded to mop the opposite side of the hallway facing the nurse station and bathrooms where Val was. I mopped backwards, pulling rather than pushing, so I didn't leave footprints. So naturally, I don't see where the carpet begins, and I need to dip my mop to turn my direction until my shoe heel hits the edge. I can mindlessly do this while looking around the hallway. I was in the process of dipping and squishing my mop when a form caught my eye in the hallway arch entrance to the door leading to both the nurse's station and opposite bathroom where Val was. I thought it was her returning back to the floor refreshed and unburdened of previous meals, but nope. What I saw gave me a great open-mouthed silent scream pause. Peeking and stretching out across part of the hallway ceiling, maybe 15 feet long into the main, taller hallway where I stood frozen, was a dark human shadow form, all dark gray, smoky, and eyeless. It blocked the view of the objects and huge 5 feet long dimmed hanging lights behind it. It stayed there for maybe 2 to 4 seconds, then zip! It shot back into the hallway faster than a blink. I stood there scared, silent, and immobile as I heard the bathroom door open. Val screamed and then slammed the door again. I heard her call my name through the closed doors and slowly crept to the hallway to see nothing there. But the door opened to the nurse's station, the bathroom, and now the break room across the utility closet where the cleaning supplies lived. The hallway was clear of whatever that thing was. I called Val's name from outside the door, knocking too. She asked, squeaking, "Is it gone?" I responded with quietly, "Yes! What did you see? Because I saw something! Get out of here now! Don't leave me alone with that!" Val came out and grabbed me into a hug so hard I knew she was scared. Val shook, saying she opened the bathroom door, which would have seen the nurse's station open door and part of the hallway wall. What she saw blocked the door and most of the wall. It was huge, filled the wall was It was huge, filled the wall, and was smoke black. She didn't see a top or face to it, but it blocked her exit like a smoky haze right against the door leaking in. So she slammed the door fast and screamed my name. We worked side by side through the rest of the shift, never leaving each other's sight until it was time to leave. The morning shift supervisor wondered why we both clocked out and bolted in such a huge hurry that day. Val told her about it later in a text messaging saying she was taking a day off. Not sure if it was a Reaper we saw, but right after we clocked out, a resident died 5 minutes later. There were many sightings of past dead residents and ghostly mists in several of the residents' apartments. After that night, Val and I never strayed far from each other while working, even to the point of guarding the bathroom door for each other to prevent future scares. Aww. Never take the night shifts? No, I don't think it's common to see this, even if you took the night shifts. Yeah. Counting naughty asparaguses? Ooh, very naughty. No, but I think they saw death. Yeah. I think death is real, in a sense where the spirit of death is real, because in Chinese culture, they come in different forms. They come in the form of, a horse's head and a cow's head. Like it's humanoid, like human body, but one of their heads is a horse and the other one's head is a cow. And they will visit you and knock on your door before you die. My family members have seen it. My great grandma, my grandma. Yeah, and they've mentioned it before they died. So, you know. But maybe this is the Western. This is from the Western department, maybe. The USA department. And they did the choice of clothing is black cloak. Who knows? Horse head, ox head. Yeah. Thanks to VTubing, Spirit of Death just looks like a hot anime girl. Who can rap. Yeah, the gatekeeper of hell. They come in, apparently they're nice. They're polite, and they bring you down to hell. For your verdict, I guess. Hello, Gravy! Welcome in! How are you, Gravy? Interesting. This one continues. This is by someone else, continuing off this Reaper story. So let's read this. This might be the last one from this topic, and then we'll move on to the next one. Okay, my mom was a general attorney of a hospital, and it was purchased, went from private to public listed, and listed the company. The listed company had tons of money and built a new hospital. Wow. Those gatekeepers on the AO Atlas? Question mark. They put the old hospital on the market, but still used it as storage in the meantime. Only 3 people had access to it. My mom, the construction manager required to maintain the property upkeep for sales standards, and the CEO. If an employee had to access the old hospital which was alarmed, they had to get permission and be accompanied by one of those 3 people. I accompanied my mom and the construction manager one day after school because they had to inspect the building after a massive storm and there was damage to the roof. There was no electricity to the building anymore, but the lights were flashing and disconnected phones were ringing as you walked by them. We got up to the top floor where the construction team were, and the leader was really mad, saying, "You said the electricity would be turned off." And the hospital construction manager said, "It is. I can prove it to you if you need me to." And the construction leader said, "Then why are the lights on? And why are phones ringing?" And the hospital manager lifted a ringing phone that was not plugged in and said, "If you can tell me, then I can tell you." The construction crew finished the job so fast, lol, and ate their lunches on the roof rather than inside. And my mom was very straightforward. My mom was a very straightforward, no bullshit German woman that would casually say, "Yeah, of course, all hospitals are haunted." Wow. Gravy, how are you gonna make it up to Darius? Darius is so sweet. No, but yeah. I mean, could it be like, I mean, it's not plugged in. So, ooh, interesting. Alright. I'm sure if you ever work in a hospital, you have some unexplainable stories. I'm sure. I would not doubt that for a single minute. Okay, let's see. Is there one that's older? This person should be asking questions. Okay. Let's read this. Yeah, that's German, alright. This one is... Okay. This is posted 6 days ago from Wiggle My Toe. T.O. The medium who shit on my kitchen floor. This is 100% true. I don't care if nobody believes me because I have two witnesses. My mom and the woman who literally shit on my kitchen floor. I'm female 23 now, but this happened when I was in the 4th grade. For context, paranormal stuff wasn't exactly new to me. Before this happened, I have already had a bunch of experience from when I lived in my grandma's house. I had an imaginary friend, except I don't actually remember having one. My cousins do. They tell me about how I used to make them play games with this friend and how it terrified them. But I seriously have no memory of it. I also remember my dolls moving their heads, seeing shadows, and one especially weird incident where my dead grandpa's favorite song started playing on our laptop, with his ashes sitting on the shelf directly above it. As a child, this genuinely freaked me out. We then moved to this apartment, leaving my grandma's house. My mom was a single mom, so it was now just the two of us. We can make it if we try, just the two of us. You and I. Sorry. We lived on the 3rd floor of an apartment complex. The apartment directly underneath us sat empty the entire time we lived there, which probably doesn't mean anything, but as a kid, it always creeped me out. I never really hated that apartment, but it definitely creeped me out a little. I was mainly only scared to be in my room. At night, I would see these white floating blobs drifting across my ceilings. I know how that sounds, I'm just telling you what I saw. Those are ghost orbs, child. I was so scared that I regularly would run out of my room and slept with my mom. Then one night, my mom got fed up with me stealing half the bed and went to go sleep in mine. That's when she saw the white blobs floating around my ceiling. After that, she contacted a woman that my aunt knew. I'm guessing they're Asians, bro. So spiritual healer, medium, energy reader, whatever you want to call her. I genuinely have no clue what or who she was, lol. And mind you, before she ever came over, the woman told my mom not to tell her anything about what I experienced. She wanted to walk in blind. I can respect that. Hello, Baguette, welcome in. Now here's the part that sticks with me most. A few weeks before this woman came over, I was having a sleepover with my friends. Let's call them male 11 Jack and female 11 Jill. Okay? For privacy purposes, who were twins. I was really only friends with Jill, but Jack always had to come with because they weren't allowed to go anywhere without each other. Annoyed face. The three of us were sleeping on my bedroom floor. Our heads were against the wall with us facing my room. Jill was in the middle, Jack was the closest to the door. I was the closest to the wall with the window. I woke up in the middle of the night and I opened my eyes. Standing in my doorway was a woman. Not a shadow, no, not sleep paralysis, a woman. She looked Hispanic or possibly Native American. She was wearing clothes that looked almost like pilgrim clothing. I don't think Hispanic people wear pilgrim clothing, but then again, what do I know? The thing I remember most is that she was making direct eye contact with me. She slowly walked from my bedroom doorway all the way across my room towards the door, just staring at me. I remember being completely frozen after watching her walk across my room. I squeezed my eyes shut, opened them again, and she was gone. Fast forward to the day the spiritual woman came over. She's walking through the apartment, going through the entire apartment, saging everywhere, talking about energy. Okay, so if she's saging, she's probably not Asian. Talking about energy, doing her thing. Eventually, we all end up sitting on the kitchen floor, just me, my mom, and this woman. We're sitting there talking when suddenly the room starts smelling absolutely horrific. Like literally just out of nowhere. Then this woman suddenly jumps up. She's literally clutching her butt. And sitting on my kitchen floor is a puddle of shit, of liquid shit. I wish I was making this up. This grown woman had just shit directly on my kitchen floor. She immediately takes off running into my bathroom while my poor mom is cleaning up human diarrhea from the kitchen floor. Meanwhile, I'm sitting there as a 10-year-old trying to understand how our night just somehow turned into this. A few minutes later, the woman comes out of the bathroom looking completely panicked and she said, "I saw it." According to her, while she was in the bathroom, she saw the entity that had been attached to me. I honestly don't remember everything she said after that because I was still stuck on the fact that she literally shit on her kitchen floor. But I do remember one thing clearly. Well, I can't take this seriously. She told my mom that there was a large cat protecting me, a black panther. My mom immediately knew and said somewhere along the lines of, that makes sense. I've always prayed for a black panther to watch over and protect her. There was absolutely no way this woman had any way of knowing that. To this day, I don't know what happened in the apartment. I don't know who I saw in my bedroom. I don't know what the woman saw in that bathroom. I don't know why my mom and I both saw strange white floating blobs in my room, but what I do know is now that I'm 23 years old, I have a Black Panther tattooed on my arm that I got when I was 17, that I never once regretted it. Maybe it sounds ridiculous, maybe it is, but whenever life gets hard, or whenever I need a good laugh, I still think about this moment because what the hell was that? Seriously, what the fuck? And now I have this Black Panther tattoo, and by the way, it looked absolutely amazing, and the artist nailed it with all the details. And I have random people always ask me why I got this tattoo because it's not like it's hidden. It's right there on my arm. And I have to go, oh well, it's a long story, but basically it's my spiritual guardian because nobody's going to believe the entire story behind it. Look, I think she was trying to sneak a fart. I think she was trying to sneak a fart and accident happened. I'm not gonna blame her. If she's an old lady, it's whatever, you know. It happened to all of us. Maybe not all of us, but some of us. Some of them. Question mark. I'm making this words for myself. But hell, I'm not judging. It's just I was hoping the story would go. I mean, this is probably based on someone's true story, but I was hoping the story would go like, she sat her on the floor, and it smells horrible, but she's not moving because she keeps staring at something. Like she's so scared. You ever in Chinese saying there's something we say something like you're so scared that you shit yourself, like, and it's not just shit yourself, like you diarrhea. Like you're so scared that you diarrhea, and specifically it's like green diarrhea. Apparently if you get scared or something, your diarrhea comes out green. I don't know what the science is behind that according to Asian people, but the Chinese people have that saying. Like you get so scared that you literally shit yourself, like diarrhea. So I was hoping she was like seizing while looking at something and shitting herself, like what the fuck, and then later on tells her, actually, I saw something, but I don't know. She saw it in the bathroom, I guess. My house is haunted. Am I an asshole for kicking her out? Wild, bro. That's crazy. That's wild. Alright, well. I wonder if that medium carried that with her. You know? I wonder if that medium carried that with her the whole time. And if she tells it as like a normal story over drinks. She's like, one time I was trying to sage this house and I just took a break and I shat myself. But when I went to the toilet, I saw a Black Panther. She carried it all the way from her house, bro. That's crazy. Damn. Hotel resort staff, what is the creepiest or unexplained event that you've experienced on the job? Not staff, but the creepiest ones are always like room 214 called the desk and the room hasn't existed for 20 years, bro. Any actual stories? Oh, let's read this because this is this is pretty common. I worked at a casino resort. I heard there was some activity in the spa. It was remodeled after a year after that occurred. One of the EVS workers said she saw something look like a black hat man. I was working security on the hotel side of the casino where the spa is located, so I hear that security is needed up by the spa. Someone went up first to see what was going on. I had to wait until someone got back to cover the hotel entrance before I could go up. When I got up to the security office was already in the the security officer was already in the spa with some other EVS employees checking the spa. The employee saw the black man was outside of the spa in tears. I asked her what happened, then I go back in to look myself. There were not many cameras where she saw it, but there are outside the spa and no one came in or out. Never found anyone in there. All the doors were locked. It was like 12 a.m. in the middle of the night. EVS is basically a janitor. Yeah, what does EVS stand for? And the spa was small enough that one person could clean it. Now it's much bigger, so there's 3 or 4 up there at night. Also, after the remodel, I did hear a noise in there, so I walked around in there, and I found a wall clock on the ground about a good 15 feet from where it was hung. It was only hung by a stick wall strip, and it has a hot spot in that room with a smaller, dry, and humid hot room in there. So it was hot and humid in that part of the spot. I don't know why they would be 15 feet away from the plastic. Well, and the plastic face of the clock was broken into a few pieces. Some people, the way they type is killing me, bro. So it definitely fell with some force. I didn't see it fall or fly, but the evidence would suggest that it had some force behind it. That's my best story that I have. And to add some more details, only one person was working up in the spot, nowhere near where that room where the clock fell. Please read before you hit send. Like, edit yourself, bro. Sometimes I make mistakes too, but like this is a lot. But maybe they just struggle with writing. It's fine. You know what? It's fine. We'll move on. You hate these type of people. But, you know, there are lots of spirits in casinos. Yeah, there are lots of spirits in casinos. Because people who have lost it all have off themselves. And the spirits would linger in casinos. And, you know, on a more cheerful note, let's play this song. But yeah, they would linger in casinos. They would like move around. A lot of them take elevators and stuff. It's pretty dang scary. Check your words. Check your words. But yeah, I feel like, because we have this place called Genting Highlands in Malaysia. It's like the only casino we have in Malaysia, and it's like a city. It's like a mini city on top of a hill. It's called Highlands for a reason, because it's like really tall on top of a mountain. And they have cable cars that brings you up there. There are roads, buses would drive up there. Their Universal Studios was supposed to build their theme park there, but they pulled out. So the people have to make their own theme park. There was already an old theme park, but then Universal's was about to take over, but they decided not to. Anyway. So there is an amusement park there, like a theme park, indoors and outdoors. There are hella casinos there, maybe 20 casinos. The hotel with the most room in the world is on that highland. It's called the First World Hotel, and it is highly, highly haunted. Really, really haunted. Also, my chat is dead again. Hold on, let me pull it up. Yeah, my mom and I, when we go there, we try to avoid that hotel because that hotel is no good news. But yeah, they have hella. So they have, for example, I don't know how many, but say if there are 7 hotels on that hill, at the lobby or at the somewhere in each of those hotels has a casino of their own. So you can basically casino hop throughout the night if you want, because they're open 24/7. But the biggest one is First World Hotel. Literally the world with the hotel with the most rooms in the world is First World Hotel. They like literally broke world record and something. But the hallways, because of the way they built the hotel, the hallway is kind of warped in almost like a maze. And because a lot of people who goes gambling are like old people. They're like older people, they're retired, or they're like elderly. And some of the hotel rooms are so far away from where the elevators are. And it's like around those swirly hallways and shit, people get lost. Yeah, and some of the old people just sit on the hallway because they can't walk anymore. It's so sad. But anyway, a lot of people have off themselves in those rooms because they lost it all, or they're in debt, or they borrowed money, a large sum from people, and now they can't give it back, or people were caught cheating and stuff like that. It's really, really dark hotel. It's like, yeah, it's world record, but it's known locally to be haunted. So we just, even, I mean, a lot of people who go there, like for example, Malaysia, we're predominantly Muslims. So a lot of Muslims do go there. They're not allowed to gamble, and they do not gamble. Most of the people gamble are like Indians, Chinese, and also the tourists, you know, because they don't have religious restrictions, so they can just go in. But if you're Muslim, you're not allowed to go into the casinos because, you know, that's against the law and your religion. Those people, they would actually stay at the hotel, and even they have seen some weird shit. Even the Malays who stay at First World Hotel have seen some weird shit. So really, I think the hotel is just really freaking haunted. They remodeled it, remodeled the outside, the lobby. There's actually, when you walk out of the hotel, there's like a mall that's literally connected. The hallways are connected to a huge mall where they would do shows and light shows and stuff like that. That place looks brand new and super sleek and super nice every time. I love it there. But the hotel is really freaking scary. Yeah. Yo. And the people say the reason why there's so many spirits that are trapped in there is because of the hallways. The hallways make it so hard for spirits to get out of. It's like almost like a maze. And so if your room is in one of those mazes, you're fucked. And also, you know what's fucked up? They charge you for a room that's closer to the elevator. Like, you pay extra money to get a room that's closer to the elevator, and that's also where the Wi-Fi is better. Because you're closer to the front of the hotel. Otherwise, the rooms in the back are like in the mazy part. It's yeah. So a lot of people, when they go gambling, they don't come back until morning. My mom, she sometimes would gamble throughout the night, and I would be in the room, and usually we would pay extra. I don't mind paying extra for a room that's close to the elevator. I don't want my mom to, you know, walk alone at night either. I don't gamble. I don't go to the casino. I would go in to look, but I won't. I don't know. I don't bet money. I don't. It's not my thing. I don't have anything against it. It's just not my thing. I'd rather be playing Mobile Legends on my phone at a cafe. So yeah, if I were to be in the hotel room just chilling and vibing, my mom would be gambling throughout the night. Say if she went after dinner, she would literally stay there until morning to come back to the hotel room and sleep for a few hours before checkout. Like, she and her friends, she would go with her group of friends, and they would always be so scared to go to the hotel in the middle of the night. Even if there's like 6 of them, she usually would go with her friends. They don't go often, maybe once a year. They would not get into the hotel. And oh my god, Conrad, thank you for 1 membership. Hey, thank you so much. Congratulations, Razor Wake, for the membership. Hey, congrats. Yeah, it's like The Shining. Yep. Yeah, it's really freaking scary. And so yeah, one time my mom and her big group of friends, I think there were 8 of us, and they all decided to book one big suite, like master suite. So the room was like 2 king beds glued together. Not glued together, but pushed together. So it's like a big, huge fucking bed. And then they went to gamble. After dinner, they wanted to go gamble. And I was like, I'm just gonna stay in a room because I'm sleepy, I'm tired. And so I was alone in the room. I was a little scared, I'll be honest. I kept getting chills. I kept getting a little freaked out. And also, I was just, I don't know, I felt like just not feeling like going down. So I was like, guys, the bed is big. I'm just gonna chill and vibe. By the way, my mom's friends, they did not plan on sleeping. Their goal is to gamble the night. Okay? And like be each other's support, I guess. Emotional support, I don't know. So I was in the hotel room and I was playing Mobile Legends. The Wi-Fi connection was good, which is rare because again we're on a highland, and in some spots the internet connection sucks and the speed is slow. Sometimes you barely even get a connection to load into your WhatsApp to send a text. But that was fine, and I was using it, I was connecting to it. Now I don't think they have Wi-Fi anymore, come to think about it. I think you have to pay for extra Wi-Fi. But anyway, at the time, I don't know if it was paid for or whatnot, but the connection was good. So I was just playing Mobile Legends, and then my mom was like, she texted me, she was like, are you okay? Like, she knew I wasn't sleeping too. So she was like, are you okay? I think it was like 3-4 a.m. and I was like, yeah, I'm just chilling in the room. And I was playing YouTube videos while I was playing Mobile Legends. At this time, I already had like 2 phones, like a gaming phone and my usual phone. So and she was like, oh, okay, let me know if you hear anything or see anything. And I was like, okay. As soon as I replied her, like, I heard people walking outside my room door, which is not, I don't know if it's so common, but it just felt a little off to me because we were in like the luxury suite, which is not something that most people would book. But maybe there were people who booked it. I don't know if I can know. But I just heard people walking past outside, and I thought of looking out the peephole. But then I was like, nah, I'm gonna fucking mind my business. So then I just kept going back to it. And then after maybe, I don't know, 15-30 minutes, I heard it again. It seemed like they were walking back to where they came from. And then that was it. That was the only thing I heard. And I'll be honest, when it happened, like, I felt my heart rate spike a little bit because I was like, ooh. Yeah. Hello, welcome in, hamster! Hotel Wi-Fi is good, questionable. Hey, sometimes hotel Wi-Fi is pretty good. You should react to Navajo Cops episode 2. Why episode 2 and not episode 1? That was my gambling gacha pool. Oh, you were trying to snipe it? My grandparents loved taking the big tour bus to the casino. My mom's friends loved the cable car. Yeah, so they always took the cable car up. And so, yeah. And then it was so funny because imagine, it was like 8 of them, right? They didn't dare to come up, even though my mom told me they were like dozing off at like 5 a.m. at the casino, but they still did not dare to come up. And then at around 6 something, I think, or maybe 7 something, 6, 7, my mom called me and asked if I wanted to get breakfast with them, and that's when I went down alone. She actually asked me if she would like us to come up, if I would like them to come up and bring me down. Like, imagine 8 people coming up to escort me so I could go down and get breakfast. So I was like, nah, I'll manage. So I went down to get breakfast. Yeah, and then we came back up together after breakfast. Might as well add a real footage. No, we're doing Reddit stories today. Yeah. But why episode 2 and not episode 1? What's up with Navajo Cops episode 1? 6, 7, a team of lady bodyguards. That they're so happy-go-lucky. They're so, like, I don't know, good vibes people. It's kind of cute that they're all collectively scared of going up to the hotel room together. There were 8 of them. What is the ghost gonna do? Bruh, if I was a ghost and I saw 8 people walking my direction, I'd be like, psst, maybe not. I'd be like, you know what? Not this group, not this gang. Too big of a gang. Too many people, you know? 8? Yeah, my mom was in a group of 8 people. That's why they rented a huge, like, suite with, like, 2 king-size beds that was pushed together. So it was, imagine 2 king-size beds connected to each other. Yeah, only I got to use the bed. I was the only one vibing on the bed. They didn't want to sleep because we checked out afterwards. Yeah, they just showered and everything and that was it. Nobody even slept. Yeah, so funny. They're so cute. I really love my mom's friends. Yeah. Yep. So that hotel just freaks a lot of people out. It's like, there's so much legend to it. I also had a classmate. She was my classmate for 12 years? No, for 11 years. I've known her since I was a fucking kid. She's my childhood friend. She and her cousin sister are really close. They're practically sisters. Okay, every time we hung out, the cousin sister would be there, and she's like a sister to me too. And she was my classmate, right? So, and she's Christian and super skeptical about ghosts. She does not believe in ghosts. And one time, after the weekends, because we don't go to school on the weekends, it's like Monday to Friday. Apparently, she and her family went to the Genting Highlands over the weekends. And the next day on Monday, she sat next to me. She was my classmate, right? She sat next to me. And I remember it was the start of this, like, not even, the classes haven't even started yet. We just got there. And I was already there. Then she came later. And then she was like, I need to tell you something. And she told me, mind you, again, she's a skeptic. She does not believe in ghosts. She did not. And then she told me and my cousin's sister, let's call her M, because her name starts with M. She said I saw a ghost. Me and M saw a ghost. And I was like, immediately, something's never changed, because my ears perked up and I was like, tell me all about it, you know? She sat at that hotel that I just told you guys about, First World Hotel, okay? She said she and her cousin sister were going up from the ground floor up to their hotel room, right? She oh my god, I can't believe I'm saying this. Well, I have to ask her again for more details because it's been so long, but she said that they were both, just the two of them, in the elevator. They pressed their floor, and then before they reached their floor, they stop at one of the floors. Okay, let's see. For example, if their hotel was 15th floor. I can't remember the details. It's been so long, bro. I was in high school, okay? Say if her hotel room was in the 15th floor, she and her cousin sister were trying to take the elevator up from the ground floor. But halfway somewhere in the middle, maybe 5th floor or 6th floor, they stopped. And she said when the doors opened, standing right in front of the door, almost kissing the door if the doors would be closed, was an old lady. She was looking down. She didn't even look up. And there were 2 kids next to her. Something like that. And they didn't say anything. The old lady didn't say anything. And they just were looking down. And it was really fucking scary. They did not enter the elevator. My friend quickly, because they didn't come in, closed the door so they could get upstairs. And they said they never came out until morning. Yeah, they didn't come out of the hotel room until morning. And she told me that. And I thought it was highly bizarre, because if your elevator goes up and it stops, it's a little weird unless it's like a recreational floor. You know what I mean? Like, for example, if that floor had a gym or like a pool and stuff like that, then yeah, people would take it on that floor to go up. Otherwise, usually people in hotels, they would only take the elevator to go down, right? Unless there's a rooftop thing, but there's no rooftop thing in this hotel. So for me, if the elevator door was gonna stop on a floor as I was going up, I would already be like, oh, because I wouldn't. Usually when you come down, it would stop. There would be more stops than if you were to go up, and there would be some stops. I'm not saying it's impossible or uncommon. It does happen, maybe because one of the friend booked a room on the 5th floor, and maybe the other friend booked a room on the 12th floor, and they're trying to go up to see them. Who knows? But I would still be a little alarmed if I was going up in a hotel with no special activities upstairs, and the door would go ding and is about to open. I'll be like, what? I'll be like, who? There's something always bothering me about Christians. What the heck? They don't believe in ghosts. We believe in the soul. We believe in the Holy Spirit, God. Why not ghosts and other? That doesn't make sense. Either believe in everything or don't believe in all. I think a lot of them are just, yeah, they just only believe in God and the Holy Spirit. That's it. But my friend is more of the type of like, I'm not gonna believe it until I see it. Yeah. So she was raised Christian, and I think maybe she had some, like, I don't know, divine intervention in her life, because she really believes in God. But ghosts, she never did. And me and my friends, because we experienced some paranormal stuff growing up, and she was, again, like my childhood friend. I've known her since single digit age. So she has heard me and my other friends in the class talking about supernatural stuff, and she never believed it. Until that one time she and her cousin sister saw that, and she immediately knew. She said she had that disgusting feeling that it's something, we call them dirty, like dirty things. 肮脏东西. It's like, 肮脏东西is like something dirty. 肮脏 is dirty. 东西 is things. But it's a indirect way of saying ghosts, basically. Like she said she saw that and she immediately knew. Her cousin sister knew. Yeah, and it was so funny because like you were a skeptic and it took you actually seeing one so close to you to believe. Dude, big cash fixing the no. But the 15th floor. I'm just kidding. No, but yeah, like yeah, devil exists in holy books. Yep. So yeah, I have to ask her again. Like I need to ask her all the details. Like then, what did you guys do? Did you see them again? And she told me, she was like, I finally believe what you guys were saying. Yeah, because she said it was an old lady, like really old lady, and she was looking down, like quiet, and she next to her were two kids, looking down too, just really quiet, and they were standing like right in front of the door. So imagine the door opening. Usually people stand a little further back and then they would walk up to the elevator, but these people were standing literally like if the door were closed, maybe their heads would have touched the door. Yeah. Demons in disguise, something wicked, malicious, something like this. More like just a different way of describing spirits. Yeah, 肮脏东西. Yeah. This is a scientific term for humanity cannot explain what they see with their retina. I think it's something to do with people. Like human souls or people. It's got something to do. Also, my engagement ring is falling apart. I need to tell Daem. Bruh. Oh no. Yeah. Damn. I do so much chores. I do too much chores to have a high set engagement ring, honestly. I need a low set engagement ring so I don't actually snap it off. Oh yeah. To me, it's more like ghosts as we usually see ghosts as someone dead who wanders on earth. In Christianity, it's hard and problematic concept because we believe that after death, we don't stay here but we go to heaven. Yeah, I think Christians believe that once you die, your spirits go to heaven or, I guess, hell, you know? And that the human being is just a vessel. You're not your flesh, you are your soul. So once you die, you leave your earthly vessel and the actual you, which is your soul, goes to heaven. So that's the Christian belief. But yeah, I don't know. It's like, you know how like sometimes for example, okay, let's think about water. Sometimes water leaks. It's hard to contain all of it. And I think it's the same concept as spirits and souls, maybe. You can't really 100% split it between heaven and hell. Sometimes they leak and they seep out and they stay on Earth and they can't catch them all, like Pokemons. You know? So I wonder if that's how it is. Hello, welcome in. Gonna remove this, kind of distracting me a little bit because the hand colors are different. Look at the skin color of the hand and my actual skin color. I need to recolor this hand color, but yeah. I just didn't have time to do it today. Oh. Here's the thing though. The spirits that I've seen, or the ghosts that I've seen, they just look like humans. They don't look bloody or contorted, if that's a good way to put it. They just look like humans, but you kind of barely see them. It's like you only see them for like a split second. At least for me, I only saw it for a split second, or I noticed it from the corner of my eye and it was just really quick. It wasn't like a full shape. I wasn't staring at it clearly like, ooh, you know? But I don't know. I think some mythical creatures, they just don't look humanoid, right? For example, in the Philippines, they have tikbalang. In Malaysia, we have like female spirits with no lower bodies. You know, we have a lot of stuff. Like, I think those are not ghosts. Those are like creatures. Like, they're like monsters. I don't think they should be put in the same category as ghosts. Ghosts are like people. Thank you for the follow. Susan, thank you for the follow. Well, I think the human form is how they dress themselves. I think for me it's more like the visual of it. Cause some people have seen ghost orbs, right? And the visual of it is a ball floating. For me, my experience with the paranormal was it just looked like a person. The first time I ever saw a ghost, she was a human. She was a girl. I could see that she was a girl. She had short hair. She was wearing a sailor outfit. I saw her only for like maybe a second. I blinked and she was gone, right? But I saw her, like vividly she was there. Not in a sense where like I saw her facial features. And I think even if we saw real persons, like humans, facial features for a split second, we wouldn't be able to remember what it looks like. So I think it's a similar concept of when I saw her. I obviously don't recognize her because I didn't see her face. That wasn't the first thing I locked in on. And if I only had 1 second to look at her, that really was not the thing that I didn't just open my eyes and I just saw her face. That was not the first thing I saw. And I only got to see her for a second. But from the silhouette and whatnot, I could see she was a person. She wasn't contorted. She didn't lose an arm. She wasn't bloody. She wasn't, you know, distorted or like her leg was above her head or something. Not really. She just looked like a person, you know. Just came here for stories for you. It's 3 a.m. here anyways. Good night, chat. Good night is almost 5:30 a.m. for me. I'm going to sleep soon too. Yeah. I've seen a rare type of male species in the gym once, the so-called leg day lovers. Those are anomalies. Yeah, they don't fall under ghost types. Those are anomaly types. Yep. Thank you for the hydrate. I would drink. Long ass stream. Y'all forgot this used to be the norm. If you look up a lot of my older streams, I used to stream for 8 hours on average. Like 7-8 hours. I don't think I can do that. I don't think I do this too often. My back, it's not good for my back. But we really haven't done a horror storytelling stream for a year now. So yeah, I'm gonna go all out. But next time it'd probably be a little shorter. Yeah. Hello, welcome in. I'm so sorry I don't speak that language. Could you please Google Translate or speak? Well, I speak 7 languages, 6 languages actually, 6, 7. So if you do speak any of those other ones, I'll be able to speak with you. So just let me know what you speak other than whatever you just said. I'm assuming that's Russian. It looks like Russian. I don't know. My sister is someone who has also seen ghosts on a regular basis. To be honest, I feel like I would freak out if I saw even one, Suzu said. Okay, growing up, especially as a Southeast Asian, I saw a few, but it wasn't like regular. I wouldn't say it was regular, and to me at least. And it wasn't like bam, it was right there in my face. No, even the first one that I saw, she was kneeling next to my bed, and I had like a pull-out bed on the floor. She was massaging my finger, but she wasn't close to me. It wasn't a jump scare in a sense where she just pounced out of nowhere. She was just kneeling there, sort of. Kind of like Asian style kneeling, you know, like your legs are on the floor. How do I, like Asian leg crossing, except your legs are not crossed. You know what I mean? Kind of like sitting on her legs. She was sitting on her legs, like how most Japanese people would, I guess. And she was massaging my middle finger as I was sleeping. Yeah. And kind of like Seiza. Yeah. And she didn't say anything. She just, I don't know, it's just so, other than the fact that she was not supposed to be in my house, she didn't seem weird. I don't know, I think that's why when I watch horror movies and I play horror games and they start looking all bloody and shit, they start looking all like whack, I don't get scared because I feel like that's not the norm. I don't think. Because of what I've seen and experienced. The other ones that I've seen was like from the corner of my eye, and it just looks like a silhouette of a person, no like floating, no, you know, or maybe she could be floating, I don't know, or they could be floating, I don't know, but just from the look, it just felt humanoid. It didn't feel like a monster or anything, because you know, like some movies they make it look all twisted and shit. It wasn't like that at all. It was just so just human. It felt so human, except this is my house, you're a stranger, you're not supposed to be in my house, why are you touching me? That would really fucking scare me. Just says hello. Hello. Yeah. I'm so sorry. I don't know what you guys are saying. Where are you guys from? Where are you guys from? If I see a ghost, I've got a lot of questions for them. I think it's best to not acknowledge them. Like, don't talk to them. Yeah. Don't talk to them. Don't acknowledge them. Just pretend you didn't see. I think that is the best. Because a lot of times, when they know you've seen them, and once you acknowledge them, they won't leave you alone. Like, they will keep pestering you because you're the one who can help them with whatever unresolved issues they have. So the best thing you could do is to just ignore it. You're the second C VTuber I know who talked about getting a ghost massage, bro. Who's the other one? We need to have a collab stream. Who's the other one? We need to have a collab stream. We need to talk about it. Are they from? Where are they from? Like, you said Southeast Asian, right? What if I want a ghost friend? No. I don't recommend it. Yeah. Not at all. I mean, you can have human friends. You know, you don't need that. Yeah. Oof. Okay. Ghosts like playing with you, putting your feelings and attention. Don't get into that trap. Honestly, if it's not a relative, I know that if it's a relative, it's hard to not acknowledge them because that's someone you love, that's someone you know. If that's a friend, I get it. But if it's like, especially someone you don't recognize or just you know it's a stranger, leave it be. Like, let them wander around on their own. They probably go away without bothering you again. If you acknowledge them, they might come back and they might get more aggressive because you're not giving them what they want. It's hard because we don't have enough research, or we do but they're not releasing them, the research on what powers they have, what they can do to us, you know. Whole life ID. Oh, okay. Not bloody, it's only Hollywood video game depiction. Ghosts. Yeah, I don't know, but some people have said that they have seen some bloody ghosts, but I can only speak from my personal experience, and it's I don't know. In a way, you feel almost sad when you see it because they're so human, and you how do I say this? It's like when it's, to me, I feel the same as when I hear people who survived the war, or I get the same sad feeling that I get when I watch like war documentaries. Because to me, maybe I process death and loss differently, but to me, that was someone whose life was lost. I don't see it like this thing came out of nowhere. I believe that it was someone before, and then they passed away, and now they are a ghost. And to me, it was sad because it feels like someone who lost their life, and I'm sorry for that. I don't know. That's just what I feel. Yeah. I feel that more than I feel scared. But obviously I was surprised. That was my first time seeing something like that. I got really scared. I jumped. But maybe I'm older now and I'm more mature, but I just feel sorry. Not in a pitiful way, but just like, sorry that you're not alive anymore. I don't know if that makes sense. Yeah. You come and visit, bruh. No. My sister got a scare once because old lady spirit suddenly run into her room in the night, grabbed her arms, said she felt the spirit was scared and freaked out because she passed away recently. Was looking for someone to see them, but she did ignore it. Successful. Oh, that's so sad. She was probably so lost. She probably died, but that's so interesting. I'm sorry. You're Spanish, right? Okay, in Chinese culture, we have our own death, shinigami, our own like reaper, basically. And it comes in a form of two men, one with the head of a horse and one with the head of an ox, like a cow. We call them 牛头马面, and people will see them before they die. My grandma and my great-grandma has verbally said that they saw these two people before they passed away. So to me, it hits close to home. And it's pretty personal to me, and I choose to believe it because, you know, it's in my culture, my family, right? And I heard that in Western cultures they just have like the Reaper. So I don't know, in Spanish culture, do you have something like that? Maybe that thing should have guided the grandma to the afterlife, because to us in my culture, those two guys will guide you to your afterlife, whether it be hell or whatever, like to get your verdict and stuff. But they will guide you. They won't just let you go alone, wander around aimlessly. Yeah. So I don't know. I strongly believe in the literal nether realm, not Minecraft, but from stories. Like, you believe that there's a place in the afterlife that houses all of the spirits? Is that what you're saying? Like, it doesn't... Are you saying it doesn't have to... It's not necessarily, excuse me, heaven or hell, it's just a place? Is that what you mean? For me, I don't really know if there's a heaven or hell. But because I have seen ghosts, I believe that there is an afterlife. I don't think that once we die, that's it. I believe that there's more to it, genuinely, truly, 100%, more than 100% even. I may not know where they go, but they're around somewhere. They're somewhere. Maybe not Earth, maybe somewhere. I don't know where. Maybe they have their own multiverse. But I don't think this is the end. So yeah, I don't know. That's why I'm agnostic, because I don't really want to put a name to it. I don't want to put a religion to it. I don't want to put the name of heaven or hell to it. Personally, I know there exists. I know there's somewhere, but I just don't know. It could be heaven, it could be hell, it could be somewhere called something different entirely, or just a place. Yeah. It's like another Earth we can't see. Yeah, something like a multiverse. Like a multiverse, like another timeline. Question mark. Not timeline, well, maybe timeline, but for dead people only. Yeah. Oishi, you mean Suzu is talking about Santa Muerta? We're only in the tutorial, yo. Aruri verse. Let's see. Santa Muerta. Muerte? Santa Muerte. The personification of death. She's associated with healing, protection, and safe delivery to the afterlife by her devotees. Oh, this is a Mexican thing, though. Do people in Spain have the same belief as Mexico? I think Mexican people do not equal Spanish people, right? They do speak Spanish, but Mexican is their own... Am I making sense? Screw with the Reaper. Reaper. I don't know if Spanish people have their own. Is it Spanish or Mexican? Santa Muerte is Mexican. She's a folk saint and female deity of death born from Mexican folklore, Catholicism. Okay. Let me see this. Is there a Spanish version of Santa Muerte? Her name's literally Holy Death or Saint Death. Let's see, Spain version, maybe that'll help. Spain shares the concept of personifying death as a skeletal female known as La Parca? P-A-R-C-A, similar to the Grim Reaper, and hosts localized death-related festivals and historical traditions. How do you pronounce this word?
La Parca.
La Parca? This is... wait.
La Parca.
La Parca. La Parca! What do I sound Italian? La Parca. Yeah, maybe that's That's the equivalent of a Green Reaper. I feel like that grandma should have gone with this. La parca.
La parca.
La parca. La parca. I feel like, yeah, the poor lady. Maybe La parca was busy or something. I don't know. But yeah, that's so sad though. I mean, imagine dying not knowing you're dead. Because for old people, it could be any time. And this is really real with my mom's friends. They freak out if they call each other and they don't answer. They will literally drive to your house and knock on your door to see if you're doing okay, because they're at the age, they're elderly. They're at the age where their friends are passing away. So so their days are numbered and they know it, you know? And so I think, yeah, just how to explain this? When you know you're close to death, any day could be your last. It's a really scary feeling. We might not know it because we're not really at that age range yet, but yeah, like it's like every day I could go to sleep and I might never wake up. So if you actually do die and you turn into a spirit, you might be like, where the fuck am I? Am I dead? I don't know if I'm dead. Like what? So maybe that's why she freaked out. That's so sad. Pretty oblivious. So what if I'm dead? I'm gonna find out a day later and I try to drink a Pepsi and you try to open a fridge and you're like, I can't grab it. Seek refuge from God. If you see it, you will all experience supernatural stuff in one time in your life, either seeing when you're old or young. Stay safe. In Muslim religion, before spirit go to heaven or hell, there's a place for spirits after they die called Barzakh. It is temporarily placed before this world and destroyed and recreated. Kiamat, the end of the world. La Parca is also the name of a Mexican wrestler. No, Hmong. In Chinese culture, I think we also have something like that. So the horse head guy and the cow head guy will bring you to a place to decide the verdict, whether if you were a good person when you're alive or not, to whether punish you in hell or send you straight to heaven. Most people have committed a few sins in their lives, so they do get sent to the, what is it, 13 levels or hell or something. No, I think it's 18 levels of hell. 18 levels of hell. Sorry. Chinese. I'm Chinese. Before they send you to the 18 levels of hell, they'll decide like how heavy your sentence is. And say if like you lie but not too much, then they'll bring you to the level where they punish you for telling lies. And if I remember correctly, they do so by cutting your tongue out. Literally cutting it off, and it'll grow back and it'll cut it again, however many times it takes to make you learn your lesson. I guess it's pretty brutal. If you guys Google like 18 levels of hell, you will see some videos on YouTube that will show you what it looks like, because people have drawn out and made miniature versions in museums of what it looks like, and it can be really freaking graphic. But seeing that as a kid really stopped me from doing a lot of sinful stuff and scary stuff, because oh shit, if I lied, I'm gonna get my tongue cut off, you know, stuff like that. So yeah, I think you guys should look into it, 18 levels of hell. But because most people have sinned, they will send you there, but it depends if you're gonna stay there for a long time or if you're gonna stay there just for a little bit before they send you to heaven. And before you go to heaven, they'll make you drink a beverage that makes you forget everything in your life. Then they prep you for reincarnation. Yeah, sorry, there's either you go to heaven or you reincarnate after your sentence is done. If you go to heaven though, you do get to enjoy yourself and then reincarnate. Yeah, that's Taoism, Buddhism. Yeah. Mountain Dew, bro. Not gonna lie, the more I read about spirits, the more real they feel for me, because some of those myths probably were seen supposedly. I said this earlier, because to me it's fascinating. My tongue will be gone for a million times. Oh shit, you better watch out. Are you Chinese? If not, you better be glad you ain't Chinese. Not if I cut it over, that's crazy. No, but I said this earlier, where in Southeast Asia, the mythology that we've seen, because you know how we have this lady called, it's called differently in different parts of Southeast Asia, but in Philippines, they call it Manananggal. In Indonesia, they call it Kuntilanak. In Malaysia, we call it Pontianak. It's basically a lady floating around without her lower body, and her intestines is just flying. Yeah, and she's a vengeful spirit. She will she seeks her baby. She died because of her baby. She lost her baby or something like that. I don't remember. But yeah, so in Southeast Asia, if you don't see it, your friends might have seen it. If your friends never seen it, your uncle's friends or one of your uncles gonna have to see one of these supernatural stuff before. I feel like, especially in Malaysia and Indonesia, we share a lot of religion and also spirits, like mythologies, and people have seen pocong. Pocong is like you know when Muslims, when they die, they wrap it in a cloth and they tie it up and they cover it. Looks, how do I explain it? Imagine a person wrapped in cloth and then being tied around with rope, right? And that's how they get buried. That's their, they don't have they don't use coffins, they don't use like cremation. That's against the religion. They just place the body like that into the ground with cloth wrapped around it, and then they just start decomposition just like that, right? A lot of people have seen ghosts of that because their legs, everything is tied up, they're hopping around and they're really fucking fast. They could be faster than a car apparently. So that, if you, okay, that, it's not my culture, it's a Malay culture, but if you haven't seen it before, then your friends have seen it. If your friends have not seen it before, then somebody's uncle has seen it. It could be your uncle, your uncle's friend, your uncle's wife, you know what I'm saying? Somebody in your family's seen it. And if so many people have eyewitnesses, what you call testimony of it, I think it's pretty hard to deny that it's true. I have like 4 viewers at least tell me that they've seen those flying ghost orbs that are red in their lives, like physically with their eyes, they've seen it. So if you tell me people don't believe it, I think it's hard to debunk when so many people from different countries have seen it in this region of Southeast Asia. To me, it's hard because how do we say something is real or not? We have to see it first. But then if you never seen it and somebody did, can you tell them, is it really fair to say, yo, that's not real? Because what the fuck do you know? Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it's not there. Like, shit, does the world revolve around you or something? You know, oh, you so special, so you have to see it in order for it to be real, huh? You know, I get it if you don't believe in something you've never seen before, but don't be so quick to discredit someone if they told you something they've seen, because little did you know, they might be true, right? So I feel like in Southeast Asia, too many people have seen too many of these spirits that look similar, act similar, to be saying that they're not real, bruh. So yeah, too many witnesses, too many testimonies. So even though it's not in my culture, but whenever my Malay friends tell me what they've seen, I don't go, are you sure? And I don't go, nah. I just go, oh shit. God damn. Yeah. Dante's Inferno is goated, but very odd book, but the game is too, probably not on TW. Basically describe a weird version of hell, similar to what you were talking about, just with 7 instead of 18. Take a nap though, off feeling from this combo and I'm getting headache. Oh my god. Okay. Don't be too invested in this topic. Rest well, nap well. Damn. Every culture has a vampire. Do our vampires need permission to come in? I don't know. I always think our actions affect other people. True. Mangrove deep forest in Kuntilanak favorite spot. Apparently they smell like flowers, right? They smell like some kind of flower. Like if you smell that flower out of nowhere, it means they're close or something. Yeah. I don't know. I think it's so interesting. Fancy said like jasmine. Like jasmine. If you smell jasmine, oh shit, I freaking love the smell of jasmine. I freaking love jasmine tea. But my nose is always blocked, so even if she's near, I can't smell it. I like, my nose is blocked, bruh. Yeah, oh, I hear Azan, it's almost morning, huh? It's already dawn. Can't smell shit, bro. No, I can't get alerted, dude. It's so sad. What do we do if you can't smell it, bro? That's not fair. Time out, you know what I'm saying? That's not fair. Yeah. But honestly, I think if you don't go near them, they have no reason to come near you, right? If you don't give them a reason to, if you don't go into the woods, why would they suddenly appear in your house? You so special? You know, that's why I feel like if you don't go into nature, if you don't, I don't know, hang out at cemeteries and stuff, and you don't go disrespecting things, items, things you see outside, you should be fine. Yeah, most people get hella paranoid. They're scared shitless of ghosts. And I'm like, what? When was the last time you went to the forest? When was the last time you pee and took a shit in a forest? Oh, never? You're fine. Stay in the city. Stay away from funeral places unless you must go. Cemeteries, don't just go there. And like, if you see a funeral being, because in Chinese funeral we have to carry the coffin to the car and then walk with the car. It's like a short walk. If you see that, be respectful. Don't cuss. Don't say anything. As long as you're respectful, I don't think they got qualms with you. Because why the fuck would they choose you? Why you think you're so special? You know what I'm saying? If you've been in your house for like, I don't know, 18 years, and you're 18 years old, and you never been haunted in that house, I don't think a ghost is gonna suddenly out of nowhere miraculously show up in your house. You know? 포카님, 좋은 아침이요. What? As long as you don't disturb anything of theirs, they just stay at their place. Yeah. Cause I stink. You're stinky. So it's like, maybe if your family member who lives in the same house with you does something disrespectful and they come home and they bring the spirit home, then yeah, you might get affected. But otherwise, if everything's good, you're not gonna be in your childhood home of 18 years and suddenly a spirit decided to choose your house. Like, what? So don't be scared, okay? I know I stream a lot of horror stuff and I play a lot of horror games and I talk about a lot of horror stuff, but if nothing has happened to you so far and you don't actively seek for it, you'll be fine. Don't worry. Okay? You'll be fine. You probably won't ever see one in your life unless you go seek for it. Yeah. I think if you stay in your house for 18 years, you might become the ghost of your house. If you stay in your house and you never left your house, you might turn into the skeleton behind me, dude. Oh, unless you piss off the wrong person and a witch sends one to you. Oh, that's fucked up, bruh. That's messed up. I think it takes so much, though. Can they just willy-nilly summon one? I think you need some kind of blood ritual, no? Like some kind of... you have to sacrifice a lot to send a ghost to someone, I think. Yeah, like cursing someone... I don't know how it works, but I feel like the price to pay should be high. Because if you can just willy-nilly... Oh, that person? Okay, yeah, I got you. Then, bruh, it's too easy. That's not fair. That's so messed up. They have to take care of it before they say, oh, damn. Oh, they have to, like, Airbnb for the ghost. That's crazy. Yeah. Is going on a Reddit a price high enough? Not high enough. I think you have to give up a part of your soul or something. And they have to put in dolls and items inside your home, like under the bed, then it works. Oh my, I told this story last time, but my grand aunt, the wife of my grand uncle, he got cursed, and she started getting really sick, and they found like things like that, trinkets with her hair wrapped around it, in the four corners of her house. Yeah. And apparently they were missing one. If they were done with the 5, if they did 5 of those things, my grand aunt would have died. So they caught it just before whoever cursed them finished doing the ritual. Yeah. And it's not like a Western ritual where you do it in one day. Like sometimes it takes a period of like 1 week, few months. Yeah, it's not easy to gather someone's hair from their house, right? It's like it takes time to do such thing. But yeah, they had many enemies. My grand uncle, yeah. Outside, around the perimeters of the house. Yeah, it was like something really disgusting. I think it was like a dead bird or something with her hair wrapped around it or something. I don't know. It's like fucked up. My mom was really young, yeah, but she remembered it vividly, and she told me about it. I asked her a few times too because I'm so fucking annoying. Yeah, but I remember. Okay, so what I remember was growing up, because my mom was very close with her aunt and uncle, which is my grand aunt and grand uncle. We went to their house every year, especially for Chinese New Year. We would often stay over at their place too. And I remember my grand aunt, my grand aunt looking a certain way. She just looked like a person. And then at some point she started looking like her face was really bloated. It was like some hormonal problems, like her arms and her legs started to bloat and her fingers got really fat and she could barely walk. Out of nowhere. And by the way, these people are like health freaks. They're super healthy, they exercise all the time. I mean, they're fishermen, like they're from the fisherman family, they're always active and moving around. But suddenly something happened and she looked really sick and just like bedridden. And they kept going to see doctors. And my city, Penang, the island, we're known for our hospitals. We have top-notch doctors. Like, people from other countries fly into my city, especially from Indonesia, where our freaking medical tourism is crazy, just to see our doctors. She went to multiple hospitals. None of the doctors could find out why. Yeah. Like, her bloating was really bad. It wasn't like allergies. It was like, I don't know, it's something internal and really scary. She changed to the way, I just remember she looked a different way. And then suddenly she changed the next time I saw her. She just looked so sick and just, I don't know how to explain it. And then, because they kept going to Western doctors, Eastern doctors, they couldn't find anything. She tried everything. And then they invited a shaman. I don't know where they got the shaman. I mean, I wasn't there. But yeah, my mom was young and she... Honestly, it was like, you know, when you're a young adult, you don't fucking know what to do. But yeah, my mom said that she was the only one who was there. I think my dad wasn't there. I don't remember being there. Maybe I wasn't there. I don't know. She had to tell me about it. But yeah, they asked a shaman, and shaman dug up the four corners of the house and found like trinkets, you know, kind of like, it's not voodoo doll. I think that's a very Western thing, but it's like something they wrap the hair around it, and it's like if they did 5 of it, I don't know. This is what my mom told me. If they did 5 of it, then she would have died. Something like that. Because the fact that they did 4, she was close to death already. Yeah, but after that, she was fine. She didn't look like she used to. I think the bloating went down, and she wasn't as puffy anymore. But she used to be, I wouldn't say beautiful. I don't want to be rude, but she was conventionally decent, you know? I mean, I just give credit where credit's due, okay? She was alright. But she just didn't look like the way she did before. But she just, yeah, she looked different. So, I don't know. It was scary. My mom was young, and she didn't know what to do. And we were so young too. She had to care for us. So, yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of people wanted to curse them because my grand uncle, he's now the village, the owner of a village. Like, he owns a village. But back then he didn't, and he was trying to acquire the village. He made a lot of enemies. Yeah, sounded like something a shaman would treat them. Yeah, it's scary. Finding hair in his apartment, be like, he should have cursed that girl, huh? Nah, you have to give up something. I think you have to give up something substantial to curse someone. At least that's what I hope. Yeah, but my mom, she really believes in these things because she grew up in a village with my grand uncle and my grand aunt. They, like, village people, they tend to have more of these voodoo black magic stuff. And rituals and shit, you know, as opposed to like big religions. Yeah. How do you own a village? You buy out the land. You buy out the damn land. Yep. He's the owner of a whole fishing village. Every single land there he owns. Yep. So yeah, I think, yeah, he's just... I mean, he's a really hard-headed man, my granduncle. I don't think it was fair to put the curse on his wife, because... I mean, she's just his wife. But maybe they wanted to hurt him by not killing him, so they wanted to maybe take away the person he was closest with. That's fucked up, bruh. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like if you have qualms with my granduncle, go for him. I mean, don't go for him, but if you wanted to, it's not fair to go after his family members or his wife. Yeah. Belum selesai pagi. Yeah. You just buy the land and then you end up owning the village. Just buy all the land. Heard that sometimes they give up their future grandchildren or curse their bloodline for a couple generations to do it. That's so desperate. Stop it. Maybe that's why people don't really get cursed, because that's a lot to give up. God damn. Okay, no, but we need to be fearful of people in this generation because, oh, they don't want kids. So they could tell the shaman like, yeah, you know what? I give up 2 generations of kids for you, of family members to you. But then they don't actually have kids. Jabate the shaman. Yo. Yeah, but that's a high price to pay. It's crazy. I don't know, man. Try not to make so many enemies, you know? Because you don't know who's out there to curse you. Like, literally, not just like, fuck you, that kind of curse, but literally go through witchcraft and shit to put a curse on you. I think, thankfully, I haven't made big enough enemies for that. to work. Yeah, for anyone to do that to me. Bruh. Damn. What a scary place to live in, Southeast Asia. Okay, let's see. I've been streaming for almost 9 hours, but I'm not streaming on Friday. I don't stream on Fridays. I might stream on Saturday. I might not. This weekend, I'm going to put out a big announcement, so stay tuned. Oh, Jesus. On social media. Echo, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. What were you streaming? I'm done finished reading the horror stories. We're just yapping right now. You're playing Abzu. What is Abzu? I hope you had a good stream. Welcome, raiders. My name is Aruri, and I'm a mind of the VTuber. Hey. Oh, underwater. Oh, thalassophobia alert. It's a scuba game. Oh. I'm so sorry. I googled it and immediately my anxiety went through. Absolute peak game. I wish I could play it. I have thalassophobia. I can't with 2D underwater. I can't with 3D underwater, bro. Okay, no, but I'm working on it though. I'm doing exposure therapy, and believe it or not, because for years for the past 5 years I've told people, if you ever watch me play Subnautica, shoot it, because that's a lizard. That's not me. But believe it or not, I've been trying exposure therapy, and I'm currently able to watch people hunt for lionfishes because they're invasive in the vast water. I'm able to watch that, not for long periods of time though, and I'm able to watch people play Subnautica in small doses. I'm very proud of myself because I used to just not be able to do that, but I'm working on it. So maybe one day I'll be able to play Abzu. Thalassophobia, yeah. Hold on. Thalassophobia. It's a fear of deep sea and vast water and the deep ocean. Yeah. I get you on the fears. I can't play games with spiders. Oh, you have arachnophobia. Oh no, you can't play Grounded. Yeah, it's a good game, but the wolves, you're shrunken, right? It's like Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. And the wolf spider is like 20 times your size, and it will try to hurt you. Yeah. She's played and beaten several games with Spooner. I'm so proud of you! Yeah, Grounded is really scary, but it's so fun. Yeah, it's maximum 4 players. So sad. Small world. Yeah, and you're in someone's backyard. I think your own backyard? I don't remember. She's a good egg. Oh, I'm so proud of you. And thank you for the follow, guys. Grounded makes you... Well, you're supposed to be small. I mean, if you're around the same size of an ant, you should feel small. It's beautiful. The wolf spiders they give me so much anxiety because they attack so fast and they got long ass legs. Ooh. Thank you for the follow. How are you doing? It is currently 6 a.m. I've been streaming for almost 9 hours, but I'm not gonna stream on Friday, so I think it's good to do a longer stream today. I'm gonna make a big announcement this weekend, so I'm not sure if I'm doing it on Saturday or if I'm doing it on Sunday. Maybe I'll do it on Saturday with the... Yeah. Echo's definitely smaller than an ant. Then you must protect. Echo. 9, yeah, I've been streaming for 9 hours. I actually haven't done a horror storytelling stream in like over a year and a half, which is rare. Sorry, a year and a month. Yeah, because we used to do this so often, but I just got hella distracted by other things, so now we're back. So that's another reason why this stream is a bit longer. Announcement hype. Yeah, I waited 5 years for this announcement. To me, it's pretty big. I don't know if other people would care, but to me, it's pretty big. To me and some of the OG people in the community, is pretty big. But yeah, if you've been a viewer or VTuber for about 5 years, I think you guys should keep an eye out. Yeah. Hi, thank you. What did you read? We read from the No Sleep subreddit. We read from Creepypasta. Was it True Scary Stories? We read Creepy Encounters, which is not paranormal, more like human connection, scary stuff. Because, you know, you meet weirdos everywhere. And also Ghost Stories. It's literally a subreddit called Ghost Stories. I don't remember. It was a lot. And I also went on a little bit of tangent, a little bit of rant, and a little bit of theory discussion. Yeah. Many people said that they're pregnant or are pregnant again. Pregnant again? I'm not pregnant, but I wish. It's not gonna be an announcement of my marriage. I mean, I am engaged, but I'm not getting married yet. Well, I am on paper soon, maybe sometime this year. But that's not the announcement. And it's not gonna be a pregnancy announcement. It's also not gonna be a graduation announcement. I've been there before. I'm not gonna do it again. Yeah. I have read Stairs in the Woods, and it's so interesting. Yeah. Can we spooky Reddit stories from Am I the Asshole? I have done a lot of Am I the Assholes on YouTube. I haven't put them in a playlist. Maybe I should. But yeah. The VODs are there. I have done quite a few of Am I the Assholes. Probably more than my horror stories. Let me see. Yeah. At least 8. I dare say. At least 8. On paper, you have to sign like legal documents to get married. The ceremony is probably not gonna happen soon, and honestly, we're in modern times where some people don't even want to do the ceremony. You know, to me, more importantly, we're legally married. That's all I care. The ceremony is for families only, honestly. Yeah. So yeah, I'm not an asshole is a horror subreddit too. Yeah. I think if I make my announcement on Saturday, then I'll stream on Sunday. But if I make my announcement on Sunday, then I will do a stream talking about it on Monday. I don't know, I'm really nervous. Did you read about the story about the girl who got jealous of her boyfriend's cat? I have not. What? Definitely would love to go watch those. You love Am I the Asshole stories? Yo. Yeah. We roast them because, you know, we're super logical here and I am very critical with people. So, like, yeah, some of the Am I the Assholes, we got really into it. I used to read a whole lot of spooky stories a while ago. Stairs in the Woods and Borrasca were probably my favorites. Pen Pal's definitely up there too. I can't remember the titles. We read a lot. We read a lot of stories throughout the years. I can only remember bits and parts of the stories, but there was one I can't remember the name. But it was like this person was house sitting. And they had to remember certain instructions. Let me see. Rules? They have rules? Something like that. It was on creepy pasta. Let me see. I don't know. I don't remember which one. But it was like, I remember something to do with house sitting. This person house sitting, and then the owner gave them a certain set of rules to follow. Yeah. I'll be lurking in the... Okay, eat well. My sugar daddy. Oh, is that the one? That sounds familiar. Thank you for the follow. That sounds familiar. This sounds really familiar. Let's see. Hold on, I'm too zoomed out. I'm too zoomed in. Wait, let me zoom out. Oh, I think it's this one. I think it's this one, you guys. This is my favorite one. Out of all that we've read, this is my favorite one. My sugar daddy asks me for weird favors. Yep, this one. If you guys have never read it before, go read it. It's a good read. It's my favorite. I read this long time ago. This is probably one of the best top no sleep posts, I think. It's a really good one. Yeah, I got chills. I remember reading it, getting goosebumps like up and down my body. My sugar daddy asked me, hey yo! Yeah. Oh, so good. But yeah, I'm still on the lookout for like a really good one. There was one that I read a long time ago. It's too many chapters. I think it was like 5 chapters. I didn't get to finish it because I was reading it on stream, but the same story kept going and new viewers kept coming in, and I didn't want to stick to the same story, so I had to drop it. I'm gonna have to find it again, but something to do with military. They were in Afghanistan or something, and then they went into a cave, and then something with reflections wiping out half the team. It was hard to see because it was so dark, something like that. I'm trying to find, if you guys know that one, let me know, because yeah, so it's so hard for me to find it again. I maybe have to go look at my older streams to see if I can find that one and read it. I remember there were so many chapters. We probably read 2 chapters before we were like, okay, this is too long. Yeah. That poster has some really good stuff. Their Point Pine series is good. I want to read that eventually. Point Pine. Let me see. Are they still active? You know? Let me check. I hope they're still active. She, her. I hope she's still active. Her name is Gabby. Feed options. New. Oh. Oh, they posted 1 day ago on No Sleep. Oh, I'm gonna follow them. Is that weird? I'm gonna give them a follow because I like their stories. I like their stuff. Damn. Hold on. Alright, their name is Gabby. EAPATBP. That's their username. Oh, the history of Point Pine. A prayer to the wrong god. Oh. Interesting. Oh, it's a subreddit I've never seen. Tales from the Creeps. But that sounds wrong. Thank you for the follow. It sounds like creeps are writing tales. I'm not... I'm not sure if everyone would understand the assignment, you know? They might be like, today, I saw a little girl. And it's like, oh, stop, time out. Not that kind of creep. Point Pine sounds like a horror game. Maybe it is. I mean, some Reddit stories have been turned into games. Pine game. Pine Point. Pine Point is a game. Pine Point. Is in relation to the Creepcast subreddit. What is Creepcast? Creepcast? Let me see. Oh. Hold on, I just found a horror game in the wild. Oh, never mind. Wishlisted, of course. Why wouldn't I have? You love Creepcast? Let me see. Creepcast. Oh, it's a YouTuber. Creepcast. Creep podcast. Oh, do they just read like Reddit horror stories? It's a podcast. Oh, so do they read it specifically from Reddit? Ah. Wait, where's my phone? I'm a wishlist. I'm gonna subscribe to them. Hold on. On my personal account, because that's where I use YouTube the most. Creep podcast. Interesting. They read from Reddit, creepypasta, etc. Oh, do you guys remember something called Sixpence? Oh, wow. Oh, my baby's crying. Okay. Maybe he wants to come in. Let me see if I should let him in. Hold on. Hi. Hello. What's wrong? Where? Aigo. Egia. He's so cute. But yeah, I used to go on Tumblr a lot, and I still do, but this website is no longer popular, but it's called Sixpence. And I used to read all of my horror stories from here before I found out about creepypasta. Hi, you just want pets? Oh my god, you want so much pets. Sorry, I have to pet him, he's so needy. Okay? Okay? Alright, he walked away. But yeah, I used to read from Sixpence a lot. Remember Tumblr got hit with a no SFW and lost 70% of its user? It's still active though. I'm still on Tumblr. Yeah, I actually have I don't know if I added a command for it. But I do have a Tumblr account. If you guys want to go give me a follow, it's Aruri VTuber. Hi! You want pets? Oh my god, he keeps using his arm to pull my hand down from my keyboard. Okay. He's like, it's 6 AM! Go to sleep! 왜? 어이구. 귀엽다. Ow! Okay. He's scratching my chair! Okay, go. Alright, I gotta go. My cat is asking me to go to sleep so he can join me. He probably waited all night for me. But yeah, thank you guys for coming. Hope you enjoyed this watch along, this read along, and hope you guys enjoyed the horror stories that we read today. I mean, we got some misses and some hits, but I'm not mad about what we read today. None of it was like, oh, this is a waste of my time. They were all pretty good. So yeah. Thank you guys for coming. Do you guys want to go for a raid? Should we do a raid train? Because I can totally do that. But I am going to bed, so I have to raid and run. Let's see. Hold on, let me look at YouTube, see if... Miss the stories, I hope I can watch more streams later. Oh yes, definitely! I will be back this weekend. I just don't know if it's gonna be Saturday or Sunday. Because of my announcement, we shall see. We could rest. Okay, let's rest then. Let's rest and we'll do a raid in my next stream. Because, damn. It's 6 AM. Oh! Atlas, thank you for 10 buckaroos. Thank you for the horror reading stream. Oh, thank you so much. This plus Connie's KFC funds. I can buy KFC not just for me, but also for my mom. Hey, thank you. That's probably what we're gonna be eating for lunch later. Because we do have to go for a grocery run. So yeah, I can only sleep for like maybe 3 hours. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate all the support as a full-time streamer. It means so much to me. Yes. Okay, boy, you need to chill, boy. Okay, I will pet you as I say goodbye to my chat. Thank you guys for coming to my stream. And you know, honestly, if you guys have anything you disagree with me about the story or anything, honestly anything in general, let me know. Why is my VTuber model like this? Hold on. Why are my eyes? My eyes. What the frick is going on? I'm a professional streamer, I promise. Okay, there we go. If you have anything you disagree with me about the stories, if you have your theories or anything, let me know in the comments on YouTube. Yes, I read every single comment. If you're on YouTube, don't forget to subscribe in case you haven't. It is free. Drop a like, it is also free. And I hope we get to 100 likes this stream, because that's gonna really, we're just 1 like away from 100 likes on the YouTube stream. So please just come over and drop a like. And if you're on Twitch, don't forget to drop a follow in case you haven't. It is free. Join the Discord server, links pinned in the chat. It is also free. And I will see you guys in my next stream after my announcement. So make sure. Oh, thank you for one, Biddy. I'm sorry, but you know the rules. I'm gonna get that hat. Oh, alright, you can take it. I'll give it to you. Treat it well. Yes. And I hope you guys pay attention to social media and Discord. Turn on your notifications because I'm gonna make an announcement. Okay. Alright, thank you guys for coming. お疲れ様でした。みんな수고하셨습니다。 여러분 와주셔서 감사합니다. I love you. Bye bye. I do.